Chapter 1659. At the same time, in a hidden cave, Lin Xian was holding two storage rings with a smile on his face. These were the storage rings of the mysterious siblings. One had to admit that the storage rings of the two siblings were very rich, even richer than the storage rings of ordinary personal disciples. There were a large number of supreme-grade subdivine crystals inside, which made Lin Xian very happy. He used the Dragon Sword Realm and quickly absorbed them. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. His cultivation was also increasing rapidly, and he was now only a step away from becoming a 3-star king. However, he could not break through. Not enough. I need to fight again. Lin Xian calculated the time. There was only 1 day left before the end of the first stage. He had to find a personal disciple and fight again. As long as he could get some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, he would be able to break through and become a 3-star king. Once he became a 3-star king, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. His battle strength would increase greatly. In this way, he would have a certain level of strength in this vast eastern wasteland. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he moved again. This time, he was looking for a personal disciple while flying towards the mountain range in the distance. This was because he had to reach that mountain peak at the stipulated time tomorrow. Otherwise, he would fail. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss this opportunity. However, he did not find many people along the way. He thought that those people were all flying towards the mountain peak. This was indeed the case. It was already the last day. Basically, those who had the strength had formed a complete jade pendant. At this moment, they were flying towards the mountain peak. Those who had lost their jade pendants were also lying in ambush near the mountain peak, wanting to launch a final counterattack. Therefore, there were not many people in most places in this forest. Moreover, there was another reason. It was the scene of the siblings being defeated 2 days ago. It was too shocking. It made everyone tremble in fear. They did not dare to stay in this forest any longer, afraid that they would meet the Demon King Madman. This made Lin Xian somewhat depressed. This was because if he did not meet other personal disciples, he would not be able to break through to become a 3-star king. Therefore, along the way, he quickly spread out his soul power, forming a carpet search. There are sounds of fighting ahead? After flying for half a day, Lin Xian finally discovered a trace of movement. Instantly, his face was filled with ecstasy as he sped up. The view in front of him opened up, and the trees gradually became sparse. Instead, it was surrounded by mountains, and there was even a large silver waterfall flowing down. The sound of the flowing water was like a thunderclap, deafening to the ears. Not only that, but there was also an intense battle taking place near the waterfall. However, the two sides of the battle were a little strange. It wasn't the disciples of the 3 sects fighting. It was a battle between a man and a beast. It was a green-robed man. His eyes were like lightning, and his face was sharp as a knife. His entire being was incomparably fierce. On his body, it was surrounded by sharp saber lights, each of which was as sharp as a heavenly saber. It was extremely terrifying. Opposite him was a terrifying demon king. Its entire body was covered in blue scales. Its body was the size of a small mountain, and its head was the size of a house. Not only that, but his body also carried a monstrous killing intent, causing more than half of the void to distort. At this moment, the two of them were fighting, and terrifying waves of air swept in all directions. When Lin Xian got closer, he noticed that there was a half-meter-tall plant behind the blue monster. The purple leaves were crystal clear, and a 7-petaled flower bloomed. There were 7 or 8 purple fruits on top of it. Arhat divine fruit. Lin Xian was extremely shocked because it was a rare spiritual fruit. It was rarely seen, and he didn't expect to see it here. No wonder the green-robed man wanted to fight with the blue monster. He probably wanted to obtain the Arhat divine fruit as well. Moreover, the green-robed man was no stranger to Lin Xian. He was the top genius of the Purple Sun sect, Ding Pong. Lin Xian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of Ding Pong and the blue monster. The monster's eyes were ferocious as it let out an angry roar. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with this new human and wanted to scare him away. On the other side, Ding Pong frowned. A black robe and a green dragon mask. You should be the crazy demon king that's been rumored recently. Ding Peng sneered. Kid, you actually dared to attack a disciple of the Purple Sun sect. How audacious. Since we've met now, I'll kill you myself. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't expect to meet a top genius so soon. Ding Peng's strength was indeed outstanding, far surpassing the other personal disciples. However, since he had met him, Lin Xian didn't plan to leave. Since the other party was his senior brother, he should have more supreme-grade subdivine crystals. If he obtained the other party's storage ring, he could definitely break through to become a 3-star king. I didn't expect it to be you. Since we've met, let's have a go. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. What? Ding Peng was indeed surprised. He snorted. Kid, no matter who you are, your courage is indeed surprising. However, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you're so great just because you defeated the Phantom siblings. To tell you the truth, other than Xiao Cheng and Danfeng, no one dares to attack me. However, even Xiao Cheng and Danfeng are no match for me. So, you dare to challenge me. That's your biggest mistake. Cut the crap. Whether it's a mistake or not, we'll know in a battle. Lin Xian shook his head indifferently and said, let's go to the other side, so as not to destroy the Arhat divine fruit. Up to you. Since you want to choose your own grave, I'll fulfill your wish. Ding Peng shrugged indifferently. He had strong confidence. This time, he came with the intention of entering the Wavering Light sacred land. Moreover, he was very confident in himself. Even Danfeng and Xiao Cheng, who were equally famous as him, were no match for him. It could be said that he was the strongest among all the warriors this time. As for that demon king Madman, even though he had defeated quite a number of his personal disciples, he still did not put them in his eyes. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and flew into the distance. Very soon, he arrived at a forest. This place was some distance away from that Arhat divine fruit. Even if they fought fiercely, they probably could not hurt that place too. Chosen the grave? Behind, Ding Peng followed unhurriedly, the corners of his mouth carrying a hint of a cold smile. So much crap. But Lin Xian gave a cold snort. Courting death. Let me see just what kind of means you have. Ding Peng was greatly enraged. He never thought that the other party actually dared to berate him. One had to know, even Danfeng and Xiao Cheng did not dare to be so rude to him. Chapter 1660. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he charged over like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian. At the same time, his arm vibrated rapidly. He did not pull out his long saber. Instead, he used another terrifying technique. His 5 fingers formed a claw with mysterious runes surrounding it. Suddenly, 5 terrifying claw shadows appeared. Each of them was several meters long and had a deep purple color. On top of it, there were mysterious runes revolving around it. Otherwise, there would be lightning flashing around them and emitting a terrifying aura. Purple Demon Claw. As soon as the terrifying palm appeared, it was immediately filled with a terrifying aura. At the same time, there was also a shocking power. Perhaps even a 5-star king would not be able to resist this claw. Lin Xian snorted coldly, clenched his fingers into a fist, and punched out. Boom! The two collided, and the void exploded. Countless storms swept in all directions. In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his hand, and the huge claw was also pushed back. Interesting. No wonder you could injure so many personal disciples. I have to say, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. Ding Peng was extremely surprised, and he sized up Lin Xian again. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. It was far beyond his expectations. Judging from his strength, he was not weak even among 5-star kings. However, he had no chance of winning against him. In the next moment, Ding Peng sneered and waved his huge palm again, quickly slapping over. The purple demon claw emitted light and quickly grew larger. In an instant, it covered the entire sky. Above it, lightning flashed and rumbled. It was as if a purple cloud had completely enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, boom, boom. The purple demon claw had not descended yet, but the lightning on it mercilessly struck down. One by one, they interweaved in the air, forming an electric net. It was powerful and terrifying, and it quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's response was very simple. He punched out. At this moment, his fist was comparable to a treasure. It was powerful and terrifying. The purple lightning net was instantly torn apart by the fist. Not only that, the fist silhouettes that filled the sky interweaved with one another and rapidly shot upward. Fight against me? You overestimate yourself. Ding Peng coldly snorted and clapped his hands. Immediately, the black cloud-like demonic claw in the sky rapidly descended. The demonic claws covered the sky and covered the earth. This kind of powerful attack was suffocating. Most likely, other than Danfeng and Xiao Cheng, none of the other personal disciples would be able to stand against him. However, the result exceeded Ding Peng's expectations. The black fist rose into the air and instantly slammed into the purple demonic claw. Ka. The purple demonic claw couldn't withstand the pressure and let out a low groan. Then, it was covered with cracks. On the other hand, Lin Xian's fist shone brightly, and its power did not diminish. Peng. In the next moment, the purple demonic claw split apart. What? Ding Peng's pupils shrank, and he retracted his hand in disbelief. Streams of blood flowed between his fingers, and his face was pitch black. His opponent had actually broken through his attack. This was simply too unbelievable. What a powerful fist. Damn it, what kind of fist technique is this? His expression was uncertain, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He was full of confidence before and didn't take the other party seriously at all. But now, he actually suffered a loss in the other party's hands and was even injured. This made his face burn, as if he had been slapped in public. Good. Kid, I didn't expect that. I've underestimated you. Ding Peng was so angry that he laughed. But next, I'll let you know my true strength, and you will die in despair. Ding Peng snorted coldly again. His black hair danced wildly, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. He was like a demon king, waving his palms rapidly, forming a strange trajectory. If there were other martial artists here, they would definitely exclaim in shock, because the other party was using a purple sun sect's ultimate skill, Void Heaven Palm. A purple sun appeared in Ding Peng's palm. It spun rapidly, emitting a monstrous aura. This was a purple sun sect's ultimate skill, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, in the hands of Ding Peng, it was even more powerful. That purple sun seemed very real. Although it wasn't big, the aura emitted from it was probably something that a 5-star king couldn't withstand. In fact, it had already surpassed the power of a 5-star king. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He let out a low shout, and immediately, his entire body released spiritual energy. Waves of destructive aura quickly surged out. It fought against the purple light in front of him. Boom. In fact, the two of them didn't even make a move, but the terrifying aura clashed rapidly in the air. A thunderous sound was heard. Cracks were even torn in the void. On the opposite side, the purple sun was held in Ding Peng's hand, emitting an ocean-like energy. Not only that, the weight was extremely terrifying. Even the void under Ding Peng's feet was distorted. One could only imagine how terrifying this purple sun was. Kill. With a cold shout, Ding Peng's palm fell. Immediately, the purple sun began to descend. Boom. The sky collapsed in an instant. The purple sun was incomparable. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. That kind of power was probably something that even a 6-star king would have to avoid. The surrounding mountains and forests collapsed in an instant. Countless cracks that were thousands of miles long appeared on the ground. Nothing could withstand this kind of power. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He knew that the other party was definitely a powerful opponent. However, he wasn't afraid. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been afraid of anyone. Now it was the same. At this moment, light bloomed in his body. The great dragon's sword soul circulated rapidly, and the destructive and violent aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. The black aura even turned into flames that burned fiercely, intertwining to form a black dragon that circled around his body. He waved his fists, and endless fist shadows flashed. The black dragon on his body became more solid, as if it had traveled through time and space. In the end, the black scales on it were even lifelike, as if a real dragon had been reborn. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. The black dragon on his body and the great dragon's sword soul in his body roared at the same time. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was filled with power. The dragon's sword soul in his body surged, and dragon chi surrounded his body. At this moment, with Lin Xian as the center, powerful energy fluctuations rolled out like roaring waves, sweeping in all directions. Thunderbolt Dragon! Lin Xian shouted as he waved his fists, executing the first killing move of the apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Immediately, a violent destructive aura surged out. The two fist shadows transformed into black dragons that roared and charged forward. Chapter 1661. A violent destructive aura surged out. The two fist shadows transformed into black dragons that roared and charged forward. This was a top-tier Earth-grade martial bloodline. Coupled with Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul, its power was terrifying to the extreme. This power had also surpassed that of a 5-star king. In fact, even a 6-star king might not be able to contend against it. The black dragons fought against the purple sun. In the next moment, the two collided, erupting with an incomparable light. The entire sky was illuminated in an instant. The berserk aura swept out in all directions like the waves of the sea. At this moment, the area within 100 miles was filled with violent energy flows. Countless mountains and trees were uprooted from the ground. Dozens of huge black holes appeared in the sky. They were like giant beasts in the abyss. The ground sank as if there was a huge earthquake. This attack was extremely terrifying. After dozens of collisions, the purple sun was on the verge of collapse. Then, it exploded. Violent energy swept through heaven and earth. The two black dragons roared and soared into the sky. At this moment, the Void Sky Solar Palm was defeated. Puff! Ding Peng also vomited blood on the spot as his body flew backward. His palms drooped weakly, and his entire body was severely injured. There was a loud boom. He landed on the ground like a meteor. Lin Xian stood in the air, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His black robe trembled, and the azure dragon mask emitted a cold light. At this moment, he was like a god of war. Ah! Ding Peng roared angrily below. The huge rocks around him exploded in an instant, and the entire place turned into nothingness. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. His body was dripping with blood, but his eyes were abnormally cold. Not only that, but his handsome face was also incomparably ferocious. He was angry. He was really angry. As the eldest personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his strength had reached the peak of a 5-star king. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this time, he came to participate in the Holy Land selections with the confidence that he would definitely win. It could be said that no one among the disciples of the 3 sects could compare to him. However, he had actually been defeated. In fact, it was not that he was careless. Instead, he was defeated when he used his sect's ultimate technique. His opponent's fist was stronger than his, and his opponent's strength was even crazier than his. That destructive aura almost tore his body apart. This kind of scene was something that he had never imagined before. Therefore, he could not accept it at all. With a furious roar, he quickly took out several pills from his storage ring and swallowed them. At the same time, he circulated his spiritual energy, and the bones in his body began to crackle. In an instant, all the broken bones were reconnected. However, even so, the wounds on his body quickly healed. His entire body emitted an incomparably resplendent purple light. "Brat, how dare you injure me? Die!" At this moment, Ding Peng was like a crazed beast, abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and instantly arrived below like a bolt of lightning. Not only that, he even raised his foot and stomped towards Ding Peng. Suddenly, a huge foot of light was formed. It was as sharp as a mountain, and it pressed down quickly. "You are courting death. Scram!" Ding Peng was enraged and roared madly. As a direct disciple, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? The other party actually used the sole of his foot to stomp on him? This really made him mad. With a furious roar, two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were like two sharp sabers that slashed forward fiercely. The sharp saber rays slashed on the huge foot, producing a clanging sound. The flames were like lightning, shaking heaven and earth. The gigantic foot of light was blocked, and Ding Peng took advantage of this opportunity to appear in another location. "Brat, die!" he roared madly. At this moment, he used all his strength. No matter who the other party was, he had to kill him. With a clang, the saber at his waist was pulled out. Then, his arms swayed, and a ray of light quickly slashed out. Whoosh! The ray of light was like a purple divine rainbow. It was extremely dazzling, and a terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. He was like a ghost, constantly changing his position, and his speed was extremely fast. The sharp saber rays that filled the sky brushed past him, and they did not hit him at all. Even if they hit him, they were all afterimages. This made Ding Peng even angrier. With a furious roar, light flickered behind him, and a huge domain instantly enveloped the entire space. "Himph, I don't believe it. No matter how fast you are, what can you do? In my domain, you have no way to survive." Ding Peng gritted his teeth, and a murderous aura bloomed all over his body. To be honest, he was too shocked. The other party's fist was extremely terrifying, and his strength was boundless, which shocked him. However, the other party's speed was even more strange, and it was extremely fast. In fact, it was even faster than his saber light. This made him unable to do anything to the other party for a while. Thus, he unleashed his domain and completely enveloped the entire space. Seeing that the other party was enveloped, Ding Peng revealed a sinister smile. In this domain, he was the king, and he dominated everything. No matter how fast the other party was, he could not escape. "Haha, brat, go to hell." Boom, boom, boom. The divine saber domain trembled rapidly, and a tsunami-like sound shook the void. Inside, countless saber rays flickered. They were like streaks of divine red, crisscrossing the space. "Kill!" Ding Peng roared angrily, and immediately, thousands of saber lights slashed toward Lin Xian. The entire space was filled with murderous intent. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon sword domain also appeared behind him. The green domain enveloped him, and countless sword chi also flew out to fight against the saber lights that filled the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and every strike tore through the sky. However, Ding Peng's expression did not look good. The reason for that was because his saber lights were actually blocked. One had to know that this was really too unbelievable. His divine saber domain was extremely terrifying. Any saber light could kill a 5-star king. At this moment, even a 6-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the mysterious young man opposite him actually blocked it, and from the looks of it, it was effortless. This shocked him to the core. "Damn it, who the hell is this kid?" Ding Peng was extremely shocked. He realized that the other party's methods were too strange. Not only did he have incomparably powerful strength and terrifying speed, but he also had such a terrifying domain. The aura on those lights even surpassed his divine saber domain. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ding Peng shook his head frantically. As the eldest personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his combat strength was even comparable to some disciples of the sacred grounds. It could be said that he was very powerful. Therefore, he did not believe that the other party could defeat him. Divine saber birth. Finally, Ding Peng roared angrily. Chapter 1662. The divine saber domain trembled as the purple saber light that filled the sky quickly intertwined and gathered on the long saber in his hand. Originally, the purple saber in his hand was already very bright. Now, with the support of the endless saber light, it became even brighter. Mid-grade Earth-rank treasure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Humph! It's useless. In front of my divine saber domain, you definitely won't be able to escape this time. Ding Pong shouted coldly and then waved the purple saber in his hand. Boom! The long saber fell, and a huge purple saber light quickly appeared. Divine light shone, and killing intent soared into the sky. It was like a purple river that quickly descended. The void split open, and the saber light vibrated, letting out a crisp sound. It was like a clap of thunder that pierced through all directions. For a moment, the entire space was completely covered by violent energy, and movement techniques could not be used at all. Therefore, Lin Xian did not use the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, unless he used his fist to break the domain and quickly leave the divine saber domain. Otherwise, no matter how fast his movement technique was, he would probably be affected. Humph, it's just a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure. It's no big deal. Lin Xian snorted coldly and clenched his hand. Suddenly, a small black cauldron appeared in front of him. He waved it lightly, and the small black cauldron instantly grew bigger. It was like a black mountain blocking in front of him. The small black cauldron was incomparably simple. Birds and beasts were engraved on it, and it emitted a black light that was vivid and lifelike. Clang! The shocking saber light slashed on the black thousand-beast cauldron, letting out an earth-shaking sound. However, it did not break. What? He blocked it. Ding Pong was shocked and did not dare to believe it. The long saber in his hand was a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure. Coupled with his king's domain, it could be said that this move could injure a 6-star king. However, his opponent blocked it. This made him extremely shocked. Could it be that it's also a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure? Ding Peng's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the thousand-beast cauldron in front of him. His face immediately became gloomy. He did not expect his opponent to also have a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure. He was too shocked. Generally, the direct disciples of the 3 major sects like the Purple Sun sect would have a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure. Only the 3 of them, the eldest direct disciples, would possess a mid-grade Earth-step artifact. Apart from the 3 of them, no one else had the right to possess it. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who was lucky enough to obtain such a treasure. However, this mysterious person had actually taken out a mid-grade Earth-step artifact. It was simply too shocking. Damn it, is this kid really not a disciple of our 3 sects? At this moment, Ding Peng's heart was filled with suspicion. Who the hell are you? Why do you have a mid-grade Earth-step artifact? Ding Pong gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian coldly snorted, "You'll know the answer to that question when you beat me." Then, he waved his hand and slapped the thousand-beast cauldron before him. Immediately, the thousand-beast cauldron shone brightly. Above it, 5 rays of light flowed. Those strange beasts quickly rotated, as if they were about to come to life. Boom! Boom! Sure enough, in the next moment, a demonic beast charged out of the thousand-beast cauldron. Suddenly, a demonic aura shot up into the sky, and a dense light covered the sky. It was a black demonic beast. Its body was as big as a mountain, and its wings were like black demonic blades. When it spread out, it was at least 1,000 meters long. There was a thick, murderous aura around it. In the next moment, Ding Peng's pupils constricted. He could naturally feel the terrifying energy coming from the other party. In fact, he was extremely wary of it. However, Lin Xian was like a demon king, holding the thousand-beast cauldron in his hand. At that moment, the black demonic beast in the sky quickly charged over. The sky was filled with demonic aura, and a terrifying power tore through the void. This power made one feel despair. Even a 6-star king would not dare to take it head-on. Kill! Ding Peng's scalp went numb, but he still roared and quickly counterattacked with the purple saber in his hand. With a slash of the saber, the surrounding divine saber domain shone rapidly, turning into a dazzling saber light. Like a galaxy, it charged forward. Clang! The saber light was like lightning, ruthlessly slashing the black demonic beast. Immediately, a thunderous sound was heard. Roar! That black demonic beast seemed to be real, and it let out a terrifying roar. Then, It raised its incomparably black beast claw and slammed it down. At the same time, it flapped its wings and spun rapidly, forming countless black gales that swept in all directions. This energy was too terrifying. In an instant, the black beast clashed with the saber light that filled the sky, bursting out countless large explosions. The two were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. Ding Peng's face was gloomy. He did not expect that the other party could really contend with him. However, Lin Xian was expressionless. He formed another seal with his palm and slammed it on the thousand-beast cauldron. Immediately, the demonic beast on the cauldron flashed, and another behemoth rushed out quickly. What? There's more. Ding Peng's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the other party could summon demonic beasts. At this moment, Lin Xian did not use the destruction Black Dragon Fist. Instead, he used another Earth-grade martial art, 9 Changes of the Firmament. Originally, this was a low-grade Earth-grade martial art, and its power was a little behind now. However, it was different now. Lin Xian combined the 9 Changes of the Firmament with the Thousand-Beast Cauldron, and the attack was no weaker than a high-grade Earth-grade martial art. After all, the Thousand-Beast Cauldron was a mid-grade Earth-grade artifact. Moreover, the beast's soul on it was very compatible with the 9 Changes of the Firmament. Therefore, the combination of the two was astonishing. The black demonic beast from before was the first change of the Firmament, Qiongqi change. Now, Lin Xian formed another seal with his palm, and suddenly, a black, heavenly rock appeared in the sky. It was incomparably black, and when it spread its wings, it covered the sky like an ancient demonic beast. Boom! The void suddenly boiled. The black heavenly rock surface was smooth, and 108,000 swords were quickly displayed. Suddenly, the entire void was filled with countless black sword chi, and it was incomparably terrifying. Each sword chi was extremely sharp, like a divine artifact. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Ding Peng's face was incomparably ugly. To be honest, this method was indeed beyond his expectations. However, the purple saber in his hand was also a mid-grade Earth-grade artifact. Therefore, he would not admit defeat so easily. Purple Lightning Saber Technique. Ding Peng roared and once again displayed a powerful martial art. The Purple Lightning Saber Technique was also a high-grade Earth-grade martial art, and it was incomparably terrifying. With a slash of the saber light that filled the sky turned into purple lightning. An ear-piercing sound resounded through heaven and earth, and the terrifying lightning saber light quickly collided with the 108,000 swords. Boom! Boom! The entire void was completely pierced through. However, it was not over yet. Just when Ding Peng thought that he had resisted the heavenly rock, Lin Xian's third demonic beast condensed. Dijiang, an ancient demonic beast, born with fire. The moment it appeared, it immediately brought with it a monstrous flame. Boundless flames surged and surged. Everywhere in the world was a sea of fiery red. Chapter 1663. The terrifying heat wave burned all the saber lights in the sky to ashes. Then, Dijiang flapped his wings. Suddenly, the flames that filled the sky surged like waves and swept towards Ding Peng. It was as if he wanted to burn the entire divine saber domain. Purple Lightning Saber Technique. Ultimate Kill Transformation. On the other side, Ding Peng was forced to retreat. He roared furiously and unleashed a killer move. Suddenly, the purple saber in his hand became even brighter, as if it had become a divine saber. Not only that, but the entire divine saber domain also shone brightly and emitted a mysterious energy. Then, a translucent figure appeared in the divine saber domain, holding a purple lightning saber. In the next moment, a vast amount of energy surged out. Then, the mysterious figure quickly waved the lightning saber. Boom! An astonishing blade light descended rapidly from the void and struck Dijiang hard. Boom! The terrifying sound of the collision resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, even the entire forest began to tremble. The flames in the sky were torn apart, and a huge saber mark appeared on Dijiang's body. However, Ding Peng did not have it easy either. The terrifying black flames were so powerful that they caused damage to the divine saber domain. There were even cracks in some places. Damn it! Ding Peng gritted his teeth. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had to admit that the other party was indeed powerful. The purple saber in his hand, in particular, made him feel a sense of threat. However, it seemed that the other party had used up all his tricks. On his side, he still had many tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, the outcome was basically decided. With a cold snort, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm again, cooperating with the 1,000 Beast Cauldron's attack. It was a gigantic demonic ape that was pitch black in color. It stood tall like an ancient giant. It quickly appeared from the 1,000 Beast Cauldron. As soon as it appeared, its arms shook the sky, and the surrounding saber lights were all shattered. This time, not only Zhu Yin, but also the 4 beasts that Lin Xian had summoned. They charged forward together. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely terrifying. With the 1,000 Beast Cauldron above his head, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and turned into a flash of light, charging forward. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian descended from the sky like a demon king. An earth-shattering battle erupted. Under the control of the 1,000 Beast Cauldron, the 4 demonic beasts ran amok in all directions. Lin Xian charged forward and unleashed the Black Dragon Fist of Annihilation. His attacks carried a violent and destructive aura, as if they were going to blow up the entire space. On the other side, Ding Peng was also going crazy. He did not care about the consequences. He used all his strength to activate the purple long blade in his hand and the divine blade domain. He was like a saber god, swift and fierce to the extreme. However, he was still beaten until he retreated again and again. On Lin Xian's side, the more he fought, the braver he became. He performed the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist, and a destructive aura filled the air. Not only that, his fist technique was becoming more and more skillful, and he was rapidly approaching the minor accomplishment realm. Purple lightning 7 slashes. On the other side, Ding Peng roared furiously as he exerted his combat strength to the limit and slashed out 7 shocking saber lights in succession. A huge saber light swept across the world. It tore through the void and slashed forward. Thunderbolt Mad Dragon. Lin Xian performed the killing move of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. A huge black dragon roared out, surrounded by black lightning. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, that huge body collided with the 7 shocking purple saber lights. There was an explosion in the void, and the entire divine blade domain shook rapidly. Both of them kept retreating. Lin Xian performed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he opened up the Dragon Sword domain and formed the Azure Dragon Divine Shield to defend against all the violent energy. Ka. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from his body, and the destructive aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Great! Lin Xian was ecstatic. He realized that the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist had finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. If the Elder of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground knew about it, his jaw would drop. The Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was a top Earth-class cultivation technique. Moreover, the requirements for martial artists were very harsh. It could be said that it was very difficult to cultivate. Even in the Wavering Light Sacred Ground, no one could cultivate it. Therefore, he exchanged this cultivation technique with Lin Xian, because he believed that no one could cultivate it. But now, Lin Xian had actually cultivated it. Not only did he cultivate it, but he also reached the minor accomplishment realm in an extremely short period of time. This was really unbelievable. But thinking about it, it was understandable. During this period of time, he had been using the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist to challenge various geniuses. It could be said that the improvement of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was completed in thousands of battles. There was not a trace of water. Feeling that the destructive aura on his body had become stronger, Lin Xian roared excitedly. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a huge black dragon, flying quickly in the sky. Haha, take another punch from me. Raging Dragon ripping the sky. This was the second killing move of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. In the sky, a huge black dragon appeared. The dragon's claws waved, forming a strong force as if it wanted to tear the entire sky apart. That energy instantly enveloped Ding Peng. Not good. Ding Peng's face changed drastically, and it was incomparably pale. Originally, he was almost unable to hold on, but he didn't expect that the other party would use another killing move. This was simply unbearable for him. So in the next moment, he vomited blood and flew out. Most of the bones in his body were broken. Not only that, as he flew out with serious injuries, the saber light that filled the sky, as well as the surrounding divine saber domain, quickly disappeared. This shocking battle had also come to an end. The top genius of the three major sects, Ding Peng, was defeated. Without the divine saber domain, that violent energy suddenly swept in all directions. At this moment, even the cultivators below the mountain range in the distance felt it. Everyone turned around and looked at the forest behind them. What happened? Could it be that someone is fighting? This energy is too terrifying. It seems to have surpassed the five-star king realm. Could it be that the three great geniuses have made their move? It's very possible. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, but no one went to watch. Because time was running out, they had to wait here. Otherwise, if they missed the time, they would be eliminated. That would not be worth the loss. So, although everyone was curious, no one went to watch. Not only that, more and more cultivators gathered in the remote Moon Mountain range. There were even many battles. Among them, of course, those who were defeated wanted to snatch the jade pendants. After all, it was not considered a failure until the last moment. However, those who could collect the complete jade pendants were all experts, so those people were no match for them at all. However, at this moment, a figure appeared, which attracted the attention of many people. That was because the other party was alone. However, the other party was not Ding Peng and the other two great geniuses, which made people pay attention. Chapter 1664. Everyone was extremely puzzled. Countless gazes were directed to the front, and the person who appeared was naturally Lin Xian. He had won the battle with Ding Peng. He had obtained a large number of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. However, he didn't have time to cultivate and had to complete the first round first. Therefore, he came to the remote Moon Mountain range. This kid should be that guy from the pill sect, right? I didn't expect him to be able to come here. Yeah, it's not easy for him to come here with his cultivation base. Humph, what's the use of coming here? He's alone and his cultivation base isn't high. I guess the jade pendant on him has long been gone. Do you think he's the Demon King? Someone raised his doubts. After all, the Demon King was also acting alone. What a joke. After everyone heard this, they shook their heads and snorted coldly. If he's the Demon King, I'll eat this mountain directly. They didn't believe it at all, because from the way the Demon King acted, his strength was at least at the level of the three great geniuses. The young man in front of them had a pitifully weak cultivation base. How could he be the Demon King? After Lin Xian heard this, he smiled and didn't say anything, because he didn't intend to reveal his identity as the Demon King, because that would cause everyone to besiege him. And in the distance, seeing Lin Xian return safely, Chuyu also revealed a smile. Junior brother Lin. She waved happily to greet him. However, the two personal disciples beside Chuyu had unkind expressions on their faces. They even snorted coldly. This kid is really lucky to be able to come here alive. Humph. So what if he's here? Trash like him can't pass the first round at all. Kid, get lost. This is not a place where you can come. A disciple of the Lingshu sect shouted coldly. The others also sneered, completely ignoring Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, raised his palm, and suddenly a sharp sword light slashed out. In an instant, the arrogant disciple was sent flying. Boom! That disciple flew out and knocked over a mountain. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. A 2-star king sent a 4-star king flying with a raise of his hand? Was this a fucking dream? At this moment, everyone's expressions were incomparably interesting. On the other hand, the corners of Chu Yu's mouth rose slightly. She had witnessed Lin Xian's strength. Leaping ranks to battle and whatnot was no problem for Lin Xian at all. However, The two personal disciples beside Chu Yu had gloomy expressions. They discovered that they had actually underestimated their opponent. However, soon after, they revealed disdainful smiles. So what if they could send 4-star king tiers flying? They weren't 4-star king tiers, they were 5-star king tiers. He even had an Earth Step artifact in his hands. It was definitely not something that the other party could contend against. Beside him, a huge boulder collapsed, forming a huge crater in the ground. The disciple who spoke arrogantly stood up shakily, his eyes filled with fear. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful, sending him flying with a single move. However, his two companions roared, "Brat, you're courting death." After shouting coldly, the two of them started working frantically. They were a team of 3, yet one of them had actually been sent flying by a 2-star king tier. Moreover, it was in front of everyone. This made them lose face. Therefore, they had to kill this brat in front of them to prove their strength. Traceless palm. One of them waved both palms. One after another, flickering palm shadows quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. It was like an abyss beast, incomparably terrifying. The other person pressed his palms together, and a hazy light bloomed from his body. Immediately, the ground cracked open. Countless rocks turned into 2 large hands, quickly grabbing at Lin Xian. In an instant, they wrapped around Lin Xian's legs. This was actually an earth element martial artist. The two people attacked very suddenly, so much so that when everyone exclaimed, that terrifying energy was still enveloping Lin Xian. "It's over. This brat is dead for sure." The surrounding martial artists shook their heads. 2 4-star king tiers attacking. A 2-star king definitely could not block it. In the distance, the alchemy sect's Chao Yun and other personal disciples also sneered. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned, because several sharp sword lights surged out from Lin Xian's body, slashing forward. Puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, the flickering palm shadows and the 2 giant stone hands were chopped into pieces. Not only that, the shocking sword lights turned into rainbows, instantly piercing towards the 2 people who attacked. Buzz, buzz. The 2 sword lights turned into sharp swords, pressing against the 2 people's throats. With just a little bit of force, these 2 people would instantly lose their lives. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a method. As for the 2 people who attacked him, their faces were pale, and they were covered in cold sweat. They were pressed against the 2 sharp swords, and when they felt the terrifying killing intent, they almost knelt on the ground. "Stop. We were wrong, we apologize. We were wrong before. Yes, we shouldn't have attacked you. Please let us go." The 2 quickly begged for mercy, no longer as arrogant as before. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect things to change like this. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and with a wave of his sleeve, he withdrew the 2 sword lights. He did not intend to kill anyone. His previous attack was to intimidate the surrounding people. Now, he had achieved his goal. As expected, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators all changed when they looked at Lin Xian. They became incomparably respectful. There was even a wisp of fear. Beside Chu Yu, the personal disciple called Chao Yun had a cold gaze. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations, and this made him very unhappy, especially since he had been pursuing Chu Yu recently, and Chu Yu had a good relationship with Lin Xian. Previously, Lin Xian was only a 2-star king, so he did not take him seriously. But now, the other party had displayed such powerful strength, which made him nervous. "Kid, why do you have such powerful strength? What relationship do you have with that demon king?" Chao Yun gritted his teeth. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Indeed, thinking about it now, this youth was very suspicious. He was clearly only a 2-star king, but his battle strength was incomparably powerful. Could it be that he was really that mysterious demon king? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the personal disciple, Chao Yun, with a cold glint in his eyes. The other party had provoked him time and time again. It seemed that he could not be lenient anymore. However, at this moment, Chu Yu quickly said, "Impossible. How could junior brother Lin be related to the demon king? That devil king is very arrogant." Furthermore, he used an extremely terrifying fist technique. But as far as I know, junior brother Lin is a swordsman. The cultivation techniques used by the two are completely different. Moreover, that Demon King's strength is comparable to the three great prodigies. Chapter 1665. Hearing that, everyone was silent. Indeed, what Chuyu said was right. Although this young man in front of them could jump ranks to battle, shocking people, but no matter how they looked, he did not look like that mysterious Demon King. Both sides were different regardless of whether it was cultivation method or strength. Perhaps this was just a slightly more powerful alchemy faction disciple. Everyone's eyes flickered. However, at this time, someone exclaimed, "Look, Ding Peng is here." Ding Peng, one of the three great prodigies. He was even recognized as the leader of the three great prodigies, and his strength was incomparably powerful. He was also the person most likely to enter the Yaoguang Holy Land in this Holy Land selection competition. His arrival naturally attracted the attention of others. Even those personal disciples also became nervous. Lin Xian's eyes similarly flickered, looking back. The person who came from behind was indeed Ding Peng. At this moment, his external injuries were already healed, and he also changed into a brand new robe, but his face was somewhat pale. He rushed towards the remote Moon Mountain range like a bolt of lightning, ignoring everyone along the way. Boom! Soon, he landed on an open space. However, Ding Peng's emotions were unstable. A cold light bloomed in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "All get lost." Finally, a surge of energy gushed out of his body, accompanied by a thunderous voice, sweeping in all directions. Everyone was shocked, and all retreated. Even those personal disciples were not spared. At the same time, a trace of fear arose in their hearts. What was going on? They did not know why Ding Peng was angry at people, but now no one dared to step forward, all hiding far away. What a joke! The other party was the three great prodigies, and his strength was incomparably terrifying, far surpassing them. At this time, if targeted by the other party, it would definitely be incomparably miserable. What's wrong with this Ding Peng? Even Dan Feng and Xiao Chun, who were in the crowd, frowned. The two of their foresight was naturally not what others could compare to. They could feel that Ding Peng's aura was unstable. This was completely different from the other party's state before. That appearance was as if he had just experienced a great battle. What in the world happened? Dan Feng and Xiao Qin glanced at each other, both of their eyes carrying thick doubts. However, by the side, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Perhaps he was the only one present who knew what had happened. The reason why Ding Peng was so angry was, of course, because he was defeated at his hands. In the previous battle, he had won and Ding Peng had lost. Not only that, but Ding Peng had also suffered serious injuries. Most likely, the other party had paid a heavy price to recover more than half of his strength. Most importantly, he had snatched all of the substandard divine crystals and supreme quality substandard divine crystals. Right now, it was within his dragon sword domain. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stopped paying attention. Instead, he found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged to silently refine the subdivine crystal he had obtained. The harvest this time was even greater. As one of the three great prodigies, not only was Ding Peng's strength formidable, he was even richer. The number of top-grade substandard god crystals in his hands far exceeded that of the other direct disciples. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to refine those supreme-grade substandard divine crystals, and he would definitely be able to break through to the three-star king realm. At that time, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not delay and silently cultivated. A day later, the remote Moon Mountain range was finally opened. Immediately, countless martial artists became excited, because this indicated that the first round of the sacred land selections was over. Lin Xian stood up as well. With a flash of his body, he flew forward. Among them, he felt a few unfriendly gazes. Among them, there were Purple Sun Sect and High Void Sect. There were also some from Alchemy Sect. Among them, the sharpest gaze belonged to Alchemy Sect's direct disciple, Chao Yun. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. If Chao Yun dared to attack him, he would not mind killing him. Not long after, Lin Xian entered the remote Moon Mountain range, handed over the complete jade pendant, and successfully passed the first round. Half a day later, the results were out. A total of 300 people had completed the test and passed the first round. Among them, all of the direct disciples had passed. As for the core disciples, more than half of them had been eliminated. This result could be said to be very cruel, because there were more than 300 disciples from the 3 sects who came to participate. Together, there were nearly 1,000 people. However, only about 300 people passed in the end. The success rate was only 1/3. Moreover, this was only the first round. The second and third rounds would be even crueler. This was the Sacred Land selections. Only by passing the real test could one enter the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Moreover, even if they passed the first round, their hearts were extremely heavy. This was because they knew that according to the previous rules, only 1 or 2 people would be able to enter the Yaoguang Sacred Land in the end. Therefore, they had to use all of their strength to fight, and even perform better than usual. After the first round ended, the second round did not start immediately. Instead, they were allowed to rest for 2 days to recover the strength they had used in the first round. Lin Xian was even happier about this rule. He was worried that he did not have time to refine the subgrade divine crystals in his hands. Now that he had 2 days, it should be enough. As expected, on the evening of the second day, Lin Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed and reached the 3-star king realm. His strength had also undergone an earth-shaking change. Now, he could easily beat up a 5-star king. Even if he encountered a 6-star king, he could still put up a fight. This is great. Lin Xian was excited. I wonder if I will be able to contend with an almighty when I break through to the 4-star king realm? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. It was a quiet night. On the third day, the sun rose and everyone was excited again. This was because from today onwards, the second round of the assessment would begin. This time, it was an arena elimination round. It tested the martial artist's endurance and physical strength. Of course, there was also a trace of luck. The location of the competition was a valley near the Hidden Moon Forest. Those disciples who had successfully passed the first round all followed the elders of their respective sects to this valley. The person in charge of the second round was the red-robed middle-aged man from before. In addition, there were some other martial artists who came from the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Their expressions were cold, and there was even a trace of arrogance in their eyes. This was because they were from the Sacred Land. Even if they did not have a high status in the Yaoguang Sacred Land and were most likely just servants. However, in front of the disciples of the 3 sects, they were still very cold and arrogant. In the valley, there were 3 huge array arenas that shone brightly, and a powerful defensive barrier flickered with radiance. These arrays came from the Yaoguang Sacred Land, and their power was unpredictable. Chapter 1666. Everyone would draw lots for the competition. However, the 3 prodigies were an exception. The 3 of them would not meet in the second round. Each of them would occupy an arena. Only the top 3 in each arena would be qualified to advance. In other words, only 9 out of the 300 would successfully enter the third round. This elimination rate was even more terrifying. Everyone took a deep breath, especially the personal disciples. Their eyes shone with a shocking light, because no matter what, they had to successfully break through, enter the third round, because the third round was very important. Unlike the previous 2 rounds, which were relatively closed off, the third round would be watched by the elders of the Radiant's Sacred Land. As long as they performed outstandingly in the third round, even if they could not take first place, they might be chosen by the elders of the Radiant's Sacred Land. Therefore, no matter what, they had to pass the second round and enter the third round. Lin Xian was not particularly excited about this, because even the strongest of the 3 prodigies, Ding Peng, had been defeated by him. Moreover, he was only a 2-star king at that time. Now that he had successfully broken through to 3-star king, he was even stronger than before. If he fought with Ding Peng now, he would probably be able to defeat him within 10 moves. However, he also had his own worries, and that was Dan Qinzi and the entire alchemy sect. Firstly, it was because of the blue wave pill. Secondly, Danshinzi had given them another type of pill before they set off. That pill had reversed the longevity incantation in Lin Xian's body. This meant that there was something wrong with the pill. However, why would Danshinzi give that pill to all the core disciples? Moreover, it was during the sacred land selection? He must be up to something. Moreover, Lin Xian had a premonition. He felt that Danshinzi would definitely make a shocking move during the sacred land selection. Therefore, he had to be careful. Soon, the three arenas were divided. Ding Pong would be in the first arena. Xiao Cheng would be in the second arena. Dan Feng would be in the third arena. Lin Xian drew lots and was assigned to the third arena. The others also drew lots quickly and were evenly divided into the three categories. Among the personal disciples, Chao Yun and Sima Tong from the alchemy sect were also assigned to the third arena. Among them, Chao Yun looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. "Brat, it's best that I don't meet you in the arena, because if that's the case, you'll be dead." Hearing Chao Yun's threat, many martial artists near the stage trembled. There was no helping it. Chao Yunsheng was a personal disciple, and his strength belonged to the extremely terrifying category. Anyone who was targeted by him would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but sigh for Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained expressionless. Even Ding Pong was no match for him now, let alone this Chao Yun in front of him. If he really met his opponent during the competition, he would just take care of him. Seeing that Lin Xian was expressionless and did not respond, not even showing a trace of fear, Chao Yun's face immediately darkened. The other party actually dared to ignore him, which made him very unhappy. "Good kid. Go ahead and be arrogant. You'll suffer when the time comes." After saying that, Chao Yun snorted coldly and stood to one side. Their arena number 3 had a tense atmosphere. The other two arenas were practically the same, because this was no longer the first round. In the first round, the sect generally wouldn't make a move. But this second round was different. Everyone was an opponent. They had to bring out their best strength to compete for the top 3 of each arena. Among them, Chuyu was assigned to arena number 1. Also in arena number 1 was Su Ziding, who was good at setting up traps. In arena number 2, the more conspicuous people were the Huanling siblings. There was also Hong Yu. Apart from them, there were other personal disciples. The scene was very lively for a moment. When everyone finished drawing lots and was assigned to the arena, the red-robed middle-aged man from the Wavering Light Holy Land stood on the high platform and looked down. Then, he said in a clear voice, "Now, the competition began." Following the voice, the 3 judges appeared on the ring like phantoms. Their auras were very strong, reaching 6-star king realm. With such judges, 1 could prevent martial artists from cheating, and 2 could also prevent these sect disciples from being killed in the battle. After all, these disciples were all elite geniuses of the various sects to be able to reach this stage. It would be a pity to lose even one. As the 3 judges went on stage, the surrounding atmosphere also became tense. Everyone was extremely excited, wishing that they could immediately go on stage, use their ultimate techniques, and win the competition. However, in the next moment, they were all extremely shocked. Because at this moment, the 3 people who went on stage were actually the 3 great prodigies. No one expected that the first round would actually be these 3 great prodigies. In arena number 1, Ding Pong was dressed in a green robe, and his entire person was incomparably fierce. Resplendent saber light surrounded his body, and his entire person was fierce and murderous. In arena number 2, there was a handsome young man in white. His expression was carefree, and his temperament was outstanding, like a banished immortal. In arena number 3, there was Danfeng. She was a beautiful woman wearing a 5-colored robe, and her every move carried a noble aura. Around her, there were countless flames surrounding her, as if she was the queen of flames. The 3 people's auras were powerful, as deep as the sea, and they were above everyone else. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts sink, as if 3 ancient mountains were pressing down on them. The other 3 disciples who went on stage shook their heads and sighed. The 3 of them were just ordinary core disciples, and they did not expect that the first round would actually be against the 3 great prodigies. However, they were not cowards. Even if the other party was a prodigy, the 3 of them still had to fight. Humph. In arena number 1, Ding Pong snorted coldly, and the aura on his body suddenly became fierce, as if he was a god of death. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect Ding Pong to emit such a terrifying aura. Even the referee started to frown. Only Lin Xian knew that Ding Pong was extremely depressed in his heart, and if he did not find someone to vent it on, he would probably suffer internal injuries. Ding Peng's eyes were sharp, and he did not pull out his saber. He raised his fingers and waved quickly. Suddenly, a shocking and resplendent saber light quickly appeared. It was like a purple lightning, slashing down from the sky. That cold sharpness made everyone's hearts tremble. At this moment, the entire valley was illuminated by this saber light. As for his opponent, a disciple whose strength had reached the level of a 5-star king, he roared furiously. He used his king's domain to form many defenses. He even took out an ancient shield and blocked in front of him. Facing Ding Peng's casual attack, this 5-star king used his full strength. However, he still could not block it. The purple saber light was incomparably sharp, and it cut through his opponent's king's domain. Chapter 1667. Work. That 5-star king rolled down the arena, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, his eyes full of horror. But fortunately, although Ding Pong went berserk, he did not deal a killing blow. That disciple was also only injured, and his life was not in danger. Seeing this scene, the disciples in the entire arena number 1 all sucked in a deep breath. Fortunately, Ding Pong had a sense of propriety and did not go completely crazy. Otherwise, their arena number 1 disciples would probably suffer a calamity. But even so, everyone's scalps still went numb, their hearts filled with horror. It wasn't just arena number 1. Arena number 2 and arena number 3 also ended their matches almost instantaneously. The 3 great prodigies' strength far surpassed everyone. Among them, arena number 2, that disciple did not catch sight of Xiao Qing's figure at all and was sent flying with a kick. On the 3rd arena, the disciple who was fighting against Danfeng was even more terrified, because in an instant, he was surrounded by countless blazing flames. Those flames were very terrifying, as if they could refine his king domain at any time. The means displayed by the 3 great prodigies shocked everyone beyond belief. In fact, a feeling of being unable to resist even arose in their hearts. However, among these people, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's current strength had long surpassed the 3 great prodigies. It was just that no one knew. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, among these 3 great prodigies, Ding Peng's strength was the strongest. Xiao Cheng and Danfeng's strength were on par. Of course, this was merely judging from that attack just now. As for whether Xiao Cheng and Danfeng still had any trump cards, Lin Xian did not know. However, even if the other party had trump cards, Lin Xian did not care at all either. His current strength was already equivalent to a 6-star king, far surpassing these people. After the 3 great prodigies made their moves, the 3 arenas carried out normal matches. One could not say that every match was extremely exciting, but every match was extremely intense. In these battles, every martial artist unleashed their full strength, fighting desperately. Before long, it was Lin Xian's turn to go on stage. His opponent was a youth with bronze-colored muscles. That majestic body was filled with explosive power. Not only that, but this young man also had a head of short brown hair, making him look extremely beautiful. When the brown-haired youth stepped onto the stage, it immediately caused a wave of exclamations. Even the Red Phoenix was looking at him with rapt attention. It was obvious that this young man was not simple. Otherwise, the crowd would not have such an expression. Below the stage, a cold smile appeared on Qiao Yun's face. Looks like there is no need for me to make a move. This brat is dead for sure. Yeah, I didn't expect him to meet a direct disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School. I have to say, this kid's luck is really not that good. That's right. That Lu Yuan's strength is formidable and terrifying. I'm afraid that anyone who fought with him would be seriously injured. This kid's fate will definitely not be good. Voices were heard one after another. Clearly, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. Even Chuyu, who was on the first stage, started to frown. She did not expect that Lin Xian would encounter such a troublesome opponent in his first match. The disciples of the Z Sun House, on the other hand, began to cheer. Everyone had relaxed expressions on their faces. Fuck. Such a weak aura. Didn't expect that senior apprentice brother Lu's first opponent would actually be so weak. Senior apprentice brother Lu's luck is really good. Presumably, he'll definitely be able to charge into the top 3 this time. You guys, guess how many moves senior apprentice brother Lu can take to win? Rubbish, of course it's 1 move. The other party was seriously too weak, unable to withstand 1 move at all. These people were very rampant, completely not placing Lin Xian in their sights. The others also shook their heads and sighed. The alchemy sect's disciples, apart from Chao Yun and the rest also had ugly expressions. Damn brat, to actually lose face for our alchemy sect. Yeah, this kid is so weak. How did he reach the second round? Really strange. On the stage, Lu Yuan also had a relaxed look. A disdainful smile even hung at the corners of his mouth. Looks like my luck is really good, running into such a weakling in the first match. Kid, are you going to scram down obediently? Or do you want me to throw you down with 1 punch? Lu Yuan looked down at Lin Xian, his nerves very arrogant. But Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. The other party was just a personal disciple. He did not take him seriously yet. However, the other party's attitude made him very displeased. Hence, he snorted coldly and said, "So much crap." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, then revealed cold laughter. This kid is really an idiot, to actually dare infuriate Lu Yuan? Looks like he's really dead for sure this time. With Lu Yuan's strength, I'm afraid that this kid will have to be bedridden for more than half a year. A hint of a cold smile also surfaced on Chao Yun's face. Really an idiot. On the stage, when Lu Yuan heard Lin Xian's voice, his face immediately turned gloomy too. Kid, you're courting death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Saying so, he gave a cold snort, light radiating from his entire body. Taking a step out, he then rumbled a punch out. Immediately, a brown fist appeared in the air, slamming forward viciously. That fist was incomparably resplendent, illuminating a corner of the sky. As a core disciple of the Purple Sun sect, this Lu Yuan's cultivation even reached 5-star king. Attacking at this moment, it was incomparably terrifying. The entire void was trembling. What a terrifying fist. Looks like Lu Yuan is really angry. Hee hee, that kid is dead for sure. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this. In fact, even the eyes of the referee on the 3rd stage flickered, ready to save at any time. Do you really think you're so great just because you're a personal disciple? Lin Xian sneered. His expression was calm, and he was not afraid at all. Then, his palm was like a sword, quickly swinging out. Immediately, a green sword light flew out from his fingertip, directly shattering the void, and charged forward. There was a loud boom. The brown fist opposite him was actually slashed open by a sword. What? It was slashed open? That's impossible. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They were all dumbstruck as if they had seen a ghost. Such a terrifying fist was actually slashed open by a sword? How did he do it? Even the referee was extremely surprised. Originally, he wanted to save and prevent anyone from dying. But now, it seemed that he did not need to do anything. Damn it, that's impossible. The one who was the most surprised was Lu Yuan. He was very confident in his punch, and he thought that it would definitely be able to severely injure his opponent. Not to mention the kid opposite him. There were probably not many people of the same level who could block it. However, his fist was actually slashed open by his opponent's sword. He could not believe it. Lin Xian sneered, "Are you surprised? I can only say that you're short-sighted. If you have any trump cards, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, you won't have any chance." Chapter 1668. He did not use the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, because once he used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, others would know that he was the Demon King. At this time, he did not want to cause trouble for himself. Moreover, Even without the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, Lin Xian's combat strength was still not reduced. The ultimate technique in his hands was very terrifying. However, hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yuan was abnormally angry. He was despised, actually despised by a 3-star king? This made him unable to accept it. Therefore, he roared angrily and quickly attacked again. Thunderclap Divine Kick. Lu Yuan rose into the air and kept waving his legs, forming a purple lightning. In an instant, the lightning in the sky intertwined, forming a huge lightning beast. It was earth-shattering as it quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Thunderclap Divine Kick. This is Lu Yuan's ultimate technique. I didn't expect him to use it so quickly. It's over. It seems that Lu Yuan is really angry. Hee, this time that kid is definitely dead. A group of people discussed. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Your attack is only SOSO. Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? If that's the case, then you're really pitifully weak. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his arm again. Suddenly, a resplendent sword light flew out quickly. This time, the sword light was even more dazzling and sharper. Like a peerless divine sword, it slashed down in the air. Boom! The huge sword chi slashed down, and the resplendent sword light enveloped the entire arena. In the next moment, a violent collision sound was heard. It was like thunder, resounding in all directions. The lightning bolts that filled the sky, as well as the countless horrifying leg shadows, were quickly torn apart by the sword chi. There was nothing that could stop this sword. Impossible. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. He did not expect his ultimate technique to be broken by the other party in an instant. This was unbelievable. However, the sword chi that was rapidly descending from the sky made his hair stand on end. Now, he finally knew that he had underestimated the other party. The other party's strength was definitely not weaker than his. In fact, the other party was even stronger than him. I was too careless, too careless. Lu Yuan roared madly. He still had his king's domain that he hadn't used yet. However, the sword chi was simply too fast. There was no time for him to think. He could only condense a simple armor in front of him to defend himself. Boom. However, he could not block this sword light at all. Another earth-shattering blast rang out, and Lu Yuan was sent flying while coughing up blood. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body that had almost split him in half. Silence. Absolute silence. The entire number 3 arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it at all. It was as if they were dreaming. That was Lu Yuan. He was a personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect and had reached the level of a 5-star king. Furthermore, he had been severely injured by a single sword strike even after he had used an ultimate technique. This was too shocking. Senior Brother Lu. The faces of the Purple Sun sect disciples changed drastically as they quickly ran over. As for the others, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although he was a 3-star king, his battle prowess was no weaker than a direct disciple's. It seemed that this was definitely a powerful opponent. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he be so strong? Chao Yun's expression was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. This result was completely different from what he had expected. In his expectations, the winner of this match should be Lu Yuan. As for Lin Xian, he would be severely injured by a single punch, and his cultivation might even be crippled. But now, Lin Xian was completely fine. Not only that, he had obtained victory with ease. This made him go crazy. There was even a trace of fear. His opponent's strength was actually equivalent to a direct disciple's. This was probably not good news. No, impossible. He can't be so strong. Lu Yuan must have been careless. Yes, it must be so. Chao Yun kept comforting himself. Damn brat. So what if you win this time? Don't meet me, or I'll personally finish you off. He gritted his teeth and swore that if he met Lin Xian, he would use his full strength to finish him off. In the arena, the referee was also very surprised. He took a deep look at Lin Xian and then announced that Lin Xian had won. This result not only stunned the third arena, Even the martial artists in the second and first arenas were moved and looked over at them. Great. I knew you would definitely win. In the first arena, Chuyu was very happy. This brat is so strong. The other direct disciples were also nervous. However, there were also people who sneered disdainfully. After all, although Lu Yuan was a direct disciple, his ranking was relatively low. Among the direct disciples of the Purple Sun sect, he was ranked 9th. Therefore, the direct disciples who were ranked at the top did not take it to heart. Next, the competition continued. In the first arena, Chuyu went up. She wore a light purple long dress and had a beautiful face, like a fairy. Her opponent was a young man in yellow. Although his appearance was ordinary, the aura on his body was abnormally strong. Very clearly, this person was the same as Chuyu, also a direct disciple of the Spirit Void sect. The moment the yellow-clothed youth went up, he said with a smile, "I didn't expect that it's actually the famous Fairy Chuyu of the 3 sections. However, Fairy Chuyu's alchemy skills are impressive, but your combat strength is probably a little lacking." Cut the crap. Whether I'm lacking or not, we'll know after we fight. Chuyu gave a delicate cry. Immediately, purple flames appeared around her and rapidly revolved around her. What? This flame is an innate spirit fire. Seeing this purple flame, everyone cried out in surprise. Even the expression of the yellow-robed youth opposite her became incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Chuyu actually had such a terrifying flame in her hands. With this innate spirit fire, Chuyu's combat strength increased by several levels. Therefore, in just 10 moves, the yellow-clothed youth was defeated. Another dark horse. Everyone's hearts were solemn, especially those direct disciples. Each and every one of them was like facing a great enemy. Previously, there was Lin Xian who displayed a powerful sword Dao aura. Now, there was another Chuyu who actually grasped a terrifying flame like the innate spirit fire. It could be said that this second round was really shocking. Would there be any more dark horses surging out next? The competition progressed quickly. Soon, it was Chao Yun's turn in the third arena. Chao Yun was a young man with a hooked nose and a cold expression. He wore a cloud brocade robe. His entire body emitted a cold and sharp aura. His opponent was from the High Void sect. He was not a direct disciple, but his strength was not weak either, reaching the level of a 5-star king. Humph! Chao Yun snorted coldly. With a flip of his palm, he took out a golden cauldron. The golden cauldron emitted a resplendent light. Chapter 1669. The golden cauldron emitted a dazzling light. It was accompanied by streaks of golden flames that were extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the entire void began to tremble rapidly. Boom! With a wave of his sleeve, golden flames flew out of the cauldron and quickly intertwined in the air. They formed a large golden hand that grabbed forward. The flaming hand covered the sky and the earth. It was extremely fierce and emitted a terrifying aura. On the opposite side, the 5-star king from the Lingshu sect moved and used the Lingshu divine steps. For a moment, countless figures appeared in the arena. These were the afterimages left behind because they were too fast. However, it was useless. The golden flaming hand covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire space. As the palms slammed down, the terrifying flames surged and directly sent the 5-star king flying from the void. Puff! That person's face was pale as he flew out of the arena. Whoosh! The crowd exclaimed again. They did not expect Chao Yun's strength to be so terrifying. He defeated his opponent in one move. Humph! Chao Yun put away the golden cauldron and raised his chin arrogantly. He glanced coldly at Lin Xian, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then, he waved his sleeve and walked out of the arena. The competition continued. Next, Lin Xian went on the arena a few more times and easily defeated his opponents. For a moment, he became famous and more people paid attention to him. However, at this moment, a burst of exclamations came from the second arena. A pro-disciple of the alchemy sect was kicked out of the arena. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. What? In one move, the pro-disciple of the alchemy sect was defeated in just one move. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. This sensation was comparable to the battle where Lin Xian sent Lu Yuan flying with one sword. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, he was extremely surprised, because he was very familiar with the youth who attacked. It was Hong Yu, whom he had investigated before. Hong Yu was also there. He was shocked. Previously, he was puzzled as to why the sect would investigate such a youth. Later, in the ancient city of Hanyang, he found that Hong Yu was an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. His pair of eye techniques were even more unfathomable. However, he did not expect that Hong Yu would appear in the Holy Land tryouts. But why did the sect want to investigate this young man? Lin Xian was extremely confused. Could it be that Dan Shenzi was plotting something against this young man? He couldn't figure it out, so he could only secretly observe the other party. Soon, Lin Xian went on stage again. This time, the cultivator in arena number 3 also cried out in surprise, because they knew that this battle would be extremely exciting. That was because Lin Xian's opponent this time was none other than Chao Yun, who had been releasing killing intent the entire time. Unexpectedly, the two of them finally met in the arena. Instantly, all sorts of discussions broke out. This is going to be interesting. One of them is a dark horse that has just appeared, while the other is a powerful veteran direct disciple. I wonder who will win this battle. That goes without saying. It's definitely Chao Yun. The strength he displayed now was no weaker than the top 5 existences. Furthermore, that golden flame should also be a type of innate spirit fire. It was absolutely terrifying. That's right. No matter how strong that kid called Lin Xian is, I'm afraid that he won't be able to contend against him. And from the looks of it, the two of them seem to have some conflict. I think that Chao Yun definitely won't go easy on him. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Even the cultivators in the first and second arenas who were not competing for the time being were gathering here. Even Dan Feng was paying attention with rapt attention. That was because the ones taking action this time were all disciples of the alchemy faction. However, subconsciously, she still felt that the possibility of Chao Yun winning this battle was higher. In the arena, Chao Yun had a cold smile on his face. Kid, I finally met you. This is the time of your death. However, Lin Xian said nonchalantly, I don't know why you're hostile to me. But you actually dared to have designs on me. You'll have to pay the price. Pay the price? You really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that you can be arrogant after defeating that Lu Yuan? Let me tell you, that Lu Yuan is only a direct disciple ranked lower. He's no match for me at all. My strength is definitely not something you can imagine. So, you just wait for death obediently. Done talking nonsense, make your move then. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, not taking it to heart. He indeed did not care about the other party. That was not a deliberate disdain, but a disdain in terms of strength. But this kind of demeanor landing in Chao Yuan's eyes made him fly into a great rage. Kid, you die for me. With a furious roar, he displayed a golden cauldron and smacked it forcefully. Immediately, golden flames that filled the sky gushed out rapidly. Forming a large golden flame net, it enveloped downward. That large flame net flickered with golden light, the heat billowing to the sky. Following that, the entire void started trembling violently, unable to withstand this energy at all. So strong. Looking at the attack, probably not many people in the same rank could receive it, right? This Chao Yun's innate spirit fire was really terrifying. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. But Lin Xian had a calm expression. He still had his hands behind his back, looking at the large golden flame net that was rapidly descending from the sky. Following that, he gave a soft cry, and a black light immediately gushed out of his body. The moment those black lights appeared, they immediately formed countless black flames, burning fiercely in the air. The black flames were incomparably pitch black, emitting terrifying energy. The moment they appeared, the entire void collapsed instantly. What a terrifying flame. What kind of flame is this? It actually makes my hair stand on end? Sure enough, he also has flames. It was just that they did not expect the other party's flames to be so powerful. Everyone was extremely shocked and discussed animatedly. However, no one knew what the black flames were. At this moment, even Dan Feng also frowned at this moment. To be honest, she also did not recognize what kind of flame the black flames were. However, that terrifying energy caused her expression to become extremely grave. This black flame was naturally Lin Xian's 9 underworld devil flames. The moment it appeared, it turned into a long black flame sword under Lin Xian's control and quickly slashed upward. The sword light was monstrous, and the sea of fire was like a wave. When the sword slashed out, the entire void trembled rapidly, as if it would be torn apart at any time. Boom! The black flame demonic sword directly slashed on the large golden net. Immediately, sparks splattered everywhere, and the void trembled. That incomparably terrifying golden flame that condensed into a large golden net was actually cut apart at this moment. What? It was cut apart. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Even Qiao Yun's pupils constricted abruptly, looking like he had seen a ghost. His golden flame was incomparably terrifying. Very few people could contend with it. However, the other party's flame was actually stronger than his, breaking through his attack in an instant. Damn it! How is this possible? What the hell is that black flame? Chapter 1670. Damn it! How is this possible? What exactly is that black flame? Qiao Yun's expression was extremely ugly. In the next moment, he controlled the golden cauldron in his hand and attacked again. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The entire golden cauldron quickly enlarged and shook nonstop. A bright light shot into the sky. It was an earth-rank treasure. At this moment, Qiao Yun was using it with terrifying power. Golden light bloomed all over its body. Together with the golden flame, it quickly emitted a terrifying energy. Then, a golden light blade quickly surged out and slashed forward. The void was torn apart in an instant. The golden light blade was like a golden divine blade that fell from the sky. It was unstoppable. Die, brat! Countless golden blades of light shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He quickly formed a seal with his palms, and suddenly, countless black flames condensed. Then, a black lion flew out from his fingertips. It instantly grew bigger with the wind, like a black flaming mountain that appeared in the air and quickly pounced forward. Roar! The flaming lion roared angrily, shaking heaven and earth. It shook the surrounding warriors so much that their blood surged and they could not stand steadily. In the next moment, that huge body collided with the golden light blades that filled the sky, and a thunderous sound was heard. However, when the two collided, Lin Xian's skill was still a level higher. The black lion smashed all the golden light with a slap. Then, it quickly charged toward Qiao Yun. Damn it, this is impossible. Qiao Yun's expression changed drastically. The other party had broken his attack again. This was unbelievable. Moreover, looking at the other party's calm appearance, it seemed that the other party had not used his full strength. This made it even more unbearable for him. However, he did not have time to care about this now. That was because the black flaming lion had already pounced toward him. The incomparably terrifying black flame directly sealed off all his escape routes. He could not dodge at all, and could only take it head-on. With a roar, Qiao Yun slapped out 18 times in a row, all of which hit the golden cauldron in front of him. Suddenly, the golden cauldron quickly grew bigger and emitted a bright light. It was like a golden wall standing in front of him. This golden cauldron was indeed extraordinary. As an earth-rank treasure, it was releasing a terrifying power at this moment. It was like the sun, illuminating the front. Clang! In the next moment, the black flaming lion collided with the golden pill cauldron, causing a shocking tremor. That voice shocked everyone, causing them to continuously retreat. Countless black cracks appeared in the surrounding void due to this sound. The golden pill cauldron was an earth-step treasure. It was impossible for it to break. However, under this astonishing power, he was still rapidly retreating. Behind pill cauldron, Qiao Yun was even worse off. He was knocked back several steps and vomited blood. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Valiant, too valiant. No one expected that Chao Yun would be injured in just a few moves. Who is that kid? Why is it so terrifying? That's Lin Xian, right? He actually surpassed Chao Yun. With this strength, he can definitely be ranked in the top 5. Maybe he can be ranked in the top 3. Dark horse, this is definitely a big dark horse. At this moment, everyone was talking about it. Even the martial artists in the first and second arenas in the distance were paying close attention. Among them, Hong Yu's eyes flickered as he stared at the battle. The Huan Ling siblings raised the corners of their mouths slightly, revealing a trace of a sneer. In fact, even Xiao Cheng and Ding Peng glanced toward them. In the arena, Chao Yun's face was pale, and his eyes were full of ferocity. Impossible. Damn it. How could I be injured? He was incomparably crazy. Kid, you dare to hurt me? I want you to die. With a roar, he quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. At the same time, his body shone with light. A golden flame domain instantly enveloped the entire arena. At this point, Chao Yun couldn't help but be shocked. He had to use his last resort. As soon as the golden flame domain came out, it immediately carried monstrous energy. At this moment, the entire arena space was completely filled with a sea of fire. Even the black lion was hit countless times, and even its light became incomparably dim. It seems that this Chao Yun is going all out. Yeah, even the king domain is displayed. It's definitely going to be an all-out attack. I wonder what Lin Xian's king domain is like? Everyone was paying close attention. In the arena, Chao Yun displayed the king domain and regained his confidence. He was like the king of heaven and earth. Haha, kid. In my king domain, I am the ruler. This time, let's see what you have to contend with me. He roared and clasped his hands together. Suddenly, the king domain trembled, and 2 golden flame hands surged out and slammed down on the black lion. It was immediately extinguished. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how you fight. After extinguishing the black flame lion, Chao Yun sneered. Then, he controlled the 2 golden flaming hands and slammed them forward. In an instant, they were above Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I originally wanted to play with you, but since you want to end it early, I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, a green light appeared behind him. Then, the dragon sword domain was quickly displayed. Buzz. As soon as the dragon sword domain appeared, tens of thousands of sword rays rushed into the sky. It was as if they were going to tear the space apart. That terrifying sword chi was incomparably sharp, and it suppressed the surrounding golden flames, causing them to dim significantly. It was not the flame domain, but the sword domain. Is this guy a swordsman? The surrounding disciples cried out in surprise again. Because the black flames that Lin Xian displayed before were very terrifying, they thought that Lin Xian's king domain should also be a kind of flame domain. However, to everyone's surprise, what Lin Xian unleashed was actually a sword domain. Moreover, judging from the sharp aura, it was definitely something that only a swordsman could possess. Damn, no wonder this guy's combat strength is so strong. He's actually a swordsman. Everyone was shocked, because even if a swordsman reached the king realm, his combat strength was still very strong among the same level. Seeing that his golden flame domain had dimmed a lot, Chao Yun gritted his teeth. Then, he snorted coldly, and the spiritual energy in his body quickly focused on the domain. So what if you have a sword principle domain? In front of my innate spirit fire, everything will turn to ashes. Chao Yun waved his hand, and suddenly the entire golden flame domain trembled rapidly. Then, they quickly surrounded the golden alchemy cauldron, forming a golden flame mountain that pressed down. This was the king domain, and the attack that was displayed together with the earth-grade treasure was extremely terrifying. It's over. Chapter 1671. One was a red figure, and the other was an orange figure. This was the 6 God sword technique, and Lin Xian had already practiced it to the 2nd level. He could summon 2 sword god phantoms to attack. As soon as the 2 sword god phantoms appeared, the dragon sword domain also instantly rolled. Half of it formed red sword chi, and the other half formed orange sword chi. Then, accompanied by the 2 sword god phantoms, They quickly formed two huge sword chi and slashed forward. Buzz. Two huge sword chis formed in the shape of a cross and quickly slashed forward, colliding with the golden flaming mountain above. Clang. A violent vibration sounded. In the next moment, the two sword god phantoms bloomed with light, and the sword chi in their hands was even more powerful and sharp. The flame mountain was directly cut open. The golden pill cauldron was blasted out, and the entire flame domain was cut open with two terrifying cracks. Puff. Chao Yun instantly flew out as if he was struck by lightning. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. The flame domain was broken, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. What? The domain was broken? How is this possible? Around him, the others were also shocked, their scalps tingling in disbelief. They knew that Lin Xian was very strong, and they also knew that the other party might win. But they did not expect that the other party was actually strong to such an extent, directly opening the golden flame domain. This kind of method was probably too terrifying. Is this the power of a swordsman? It's too terrifying. No, ordinary swordsmen don't have this kind of power at all. This kid's combat strength is too strong. His king domain is very strange. That sharp aura makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. Exclamations sounded one after another, and Chao Yu fell outside the ring and directly fainted. At this moment, even Dan Feng could not remain calm. She stood up with a bang, her beautiful eyes like lightning, staring closely at Lin Xian. Unexpected. It was really too unexpected. Because previously, she judged that Chao Yun would win this match, but she did not expect the result to be the opposite. Who exactly is this kid? How can he have such powerful combat strength? Dan Feng's eyes flickered, looking at Lin Xian, frowning. This was the first time she paid attention to the other party. Not only her, even Chu Yu was extremely shocked. Although she was familiar with Lin Xian, she didn't know that Lin Xian actually possessed such terrifying combat strength. Therefore, at this moment, her little mouth was slightly agape with a shocked expression. Not only Chu Yu, but Hong Yu's eyes also flickered. To be honest, he thought that he was the biggest dark horse this time. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian's strength would also exceed his expectations. Therefore, at this moment, he was paying extra attention. As if sensing Hong Yu's gaze, Lin Xian also turned to look back. In the next moment, their gazes collided in the air, emitting a resounding sound and sparks flying everywhere. In fact, even the entire void was rippling. So strong. Everyone was shocked. They should be the two biggest dark horses in the second stage, right? I wonder who would be stronger if the two of them met. Everyone was shocked and began to discuss spiritedly. Indeed, apart from Lin Xian, Hong Yu was also a dark horse. Many personal disciples had already been defeated by him. Hong Yu specializes in eye techniques and soul attacks, while Lin Xian's combat strength is incomparably strong. The two of them specialize in different areas, and each has its own merits. Therefore, it's still impossible to determine who's stronger right now. Perhaps only when the two of them enter the top 3 and enter the third stage will the victor be decided. A personal disciple said in a deep voice. It was obvious that both Lin Xian and Hong Yu brought great pressure to them. On the other side, Hong Yu felt Lin Xian's gaze and took a deep breath. His expression was extremely solemn. What a powerful sword intent! Hong Yu exclaimed in his heart. Ordinary kings, or even personal disciples, would be shaken by his gaze. However, this time, his eye technique seemed to have failed. Lin Xian's gaze was firm and sharp, and he didn't move at all. He's indeed a difficult opponent. Hong Yu was shocked and listed Lin Xian as one of the strongest opponents. His goal was also to enter the Wavering Light Sacred Land, so he had to get first place. Previously, he thought that his greatest enemy was the 3 prodigies. He didn't expect another Lin Xian to appear. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. One had to know that he had the dragon sword soul in his body, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. Ordinary kings couldn't withstand the sharp aura in his gaze. However, Hong Yu was fine. It was indeed shocking. Hong Yu's eye technique is very strange, and his soul power must be very strong. I just don't know what level his strength has reached, Lin Xian thought. He found that he had found an interesting opponent this time. Based on his estimation, the strongest ones here were the three heavens favorites. However, Hong Yu seemed to be stronger than the three prodigies. Interesting. I wonder if I'll be able to spar with him. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. The competition continued, and the atmosphere became intense again. Next, Dan Feng made her move. She didn't move at all. She just waved her finger, and flames that filled the sky immediately surrounded the opponent. Under that kind of flame, the person fighting did not dare to resist at all, and could only admit defeat obediently. Not long after, an ice-cold saber light lit up on the first arena again. It was like a 1,000-year-old cold pool, cold to the bone. This was Ding Peng's move, and he finished off his opponent with one saber. The next battle, Hong Yu against Mu Feng. As soon as this voice came out, the surroundings were in an uproar. Many people gathered toward the second arena. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked there. The next moment, he showed a trace of surprise. He knew Hong Yu, but he had never heard of that Mu Feng. He originally thought that Mu Feng was just an ordinary core disciple, and everyone was watching the battle because of Hong Yu. But soon, Lin Xian discovered that his idea was wrong, because the one on the stage was a black-robed man. He was very familiar with this black-robed man and had even fought with him before. It was the black-robed youth of the phantom siblings. So, this youth is called Mu Feng. Lin Xian muttered, his eyes flickering. That's right. This Mu Feng was the black-robed youth of the phantom siblings, and the woman in white was called Bai Ling. The names of these two people could be said to be very resounding in the three major sections. Apart from Ding Peng and the other two prodigies, few were their match, because these two people's divine abilities were seriously too strange. Illusory and corporeal, they could turn any one of them into an illusory physique, ignoring attacks. This gave people a headache. Chapter 1672. Fuck. I didn't expect Mu Feng to actually appear too. That Hong Yu is probably going to lose. No one can break Mu Feng's divine ability. Yeah, I originally thought that this dark horse could win all the way. Now it seems that it's really hanging. I'm afraid that apart from Ding Peng and the other two prodigies, no one can beat this phantom siblings. No, there's also that mysterious demon king. Someone added. Hearing this on the stage, Mu Feng's face turned black. This matter had indeed driven them crazy for a long time. The other party was really too powerful. However, that kind of person was incomparably terrifying and could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, the other party should not come to participate in this second round's battle. Therefore, they still had a great advantage among the personal disciples. Until now, they had not lost. Hee hee, kid. Your good luck ends here. Mu Feng looked at Hong Yu in front and said in a cold voice, "It's your good luck that's over." Hong Yu snorted coldly. Previously, you could win all the time because you didn't meet me. Now, you'll definitely lose this match. Hearing this, the crowd also burst into an uproar. They did not know where Hong Yu's confidence came from. Mu Feng also sneered, "Kid, you're too confident. You can't hurt me at all. However, you actually dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me. I have no choice but to teach you a good lesson. Cut the crap, come here and die." Hong Yu snorted coldly. Although he was only 14 or 15 years old, the aura that he displayed at this moment was abnormally powerful. It made people forget his age. With a cold shout, Hong Yu's eyes bloomed with light, forming a faint golden light. Not only that, there were also mysterious Tao patterns emerging. Ocular technique? Humph, it's useless against me. Mu Feng had long begun to pay attention to Hong Yu, this dark horse. Therefore, he was not surprised that the other party used the ocular technique. With a cold snort, his entire person turned into a gust of wind and quickly charged forward. Purple sun splitting sky. Mu Feng formed a seal with both hands. In the palm of his hand, a purple sun quickly emerged, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom. With a slap, the purple sun was like a huge mountain, pressing down ruthlessly. The entire void was crushed in an instant, and the purple aura completely enveloped Hong Yu. And Hong Yu raised his head, his eyes shining. Soon, he discovered a flaw in the attack. Therefore, his body swayed and moved to the left. When he was 3 meters away, he threw a punch. Through his ocular technique, he knew that this was the weakest point of the attack. This was indeed the case. After shattering the purple light with a punch, Hong Yu instantly left the danger zone. What? He dodged it. Everyone exclaimed. This Hong Yu is indeed formidable. He can contend against Mu Feng. Looks like this will be a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Not necessarily. Hong Yu's eye technique is impressive, but Mu Feng's illusory transformation is even more terrifying. I'm afraid no one will be able to break it. Sure enough, Hong Yu struck out a series of flickering palm shadows, attacking forward. In the end, Mu Feng didn't dodge at all. His body turned illusory as he passed through all the attacks and attacked again. Haha, it's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Mu Feng's mastery of switching between reality and illusion was incomparably skilled. Therefore, after dodging those attacks, he instantly appeared beside Hong Yu. His body solidified once again, and the purple sun in his hand rapidly smashed down. Boom! Hong Yu snorted coldly and waved his fists. Immediately, golden lightning surged out and collided with the purple sun. A shocking explosion sounded. Mu Feng's body turned illusory again, and he didn't receive any damage. On the other hand, Hong Yu kept retreating. Seeing this scene, the crowd exclaimed. As expected, Mu Feng's illusory transformation is too strange. Even a dark horse like Hong Yu can't break it. Yeah, looks like Mu Feng will definitely win this battle. Not necessarily. Hong Yu specializes in soul attacks and is incomparably strange. Maybe he can turn the tables. In the arena, Mu Feng sneered. Kid, you'll definitely lose in front of me. Also, don't count on your soul attack because it's useless against me. With that, he waved his hand and a palm-sized copper lamp floated in the air. The copper lamp was very ancient and had mysterious patterns on it. At the mouth of the lamp, there was a ball of orange flame that burned slowly. It emitted a strange power. The misty light enveloped Mu Feng's entire body. With this copper lamp, I won't have to fear your soul attack. Seeing the copper lamp, the crowd exclaimed, "What treasure is that? Could it be that it's a treasure that specializes in defending against soul attacks?" It must be so. Looking at Mu Feng's confident expression, it should be so. Damn, this treasure is even more precious than an Earth-rank treasure. This Mu Feng actually has it. How shocking. Indeed. Normally, soul attacks were strange and difficult to defend against, but Mu Feng actually had a treasure that could defend against soul attacks. It was indeed enviable. Below the arena, the white-clothed woman, Bai Ling, also had a smug smile on her face. If you want to beat my brother, you'll have to cultivate for a few more years. Not only Bai Ling, but at this moment, everyone thought that Hong Yu would definitely lose. Because his soul attack was countered, it was obvious that the other party had come prepared. A soul defensive treasure? In the arena, Hong Yu narrowed his eyes and a faint golden light surrounded him. He smiled coldly as well. Do you really think you can defend yourself against my eye technique with a mere copper lamp? You're too naive. Next, he said, I'll let you know what a true eye technique attack is. In the next moment, the golden light in Hong Yu's eyes shone even brighter, and it kept spinning like a golden tadpole. Buzz. Hong Yu raised his head and looked forward. Opposite him, Mu Feng had a look of disdain and was not afraid at all. Because he had the copper lamp, he was not afraid of any soul attacks. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Because when he saw Hong Yu's golden eyes, he was completely stunned. In the next moment, his body trembled, and his soul power seemed to be absorbed. The scene around him also changed in an instant. It was no longer an arena, and there were no surrounding martial artists. Instead, it was a dark secret room. Oh no, I've been hit. As a personal disciple, Mu Feng was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw this scene, he naturally knew that he had been hit by his opponent's eye technique. But how was this possible? He clearly had the copper lamp's protection, so how could he still be hit? He could not understand. However, in the next moment, the dark secret room suddenly had 4 golden bolts of lightning surge out, turning into golden chains that bound his limbs. Then he hung in the air, and Hong Yu's figure also appeared in front of him. Chapter 1673. Hong Yu's figure also appeared in front of him. I told you, your copper lamp can't defend against my eye technique. Impossible. I spent a lot of money to buy that copper lamp. I've used it many times, and it's effective every time. Why can't it defend against your eye technique? Mu Feng was hanging in the air, roaring crazily. That's because my eye technique isn't something that ordinary soul attacks can compare to, Hong Yu said coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and a golden sword appeared. This is the soul space I created. It's different from outside. Even if a day passes here, it's only a second outside. So, enjoy the torture. With that, Hong Yu stabbed the golden sword into Mu Feng's body. In the arena, Hong Yu raised his head and glanced at his opponent indifferently. In the next moment, Mu Feng's body trembled, and his face turned pale. He suddenly half-knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Mu Feng to suddenly be injured. What's going on? Could it be that Hong Yu made a move? But I didn't find anything at all. Everyone was shocked. However, there were also experts who were tense. No, it's an eye technique. Mu Feng was hit by an eye technique. What? An eye technique? Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Doesn't Mu Feng have the copper lamp to protect him? Even Bai Ling was in a state of panic. Impossible. That copper lamp is incomparably mysterious. It can definitely defend against soul attacks. How did my brother get injured? She naturally knew the mystery of the copper lamp, but now it seemed that her brother had indeed been hit by a soul attack. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the situation in front of them. However, if this was true, then it was too inconceivable. Was the other party's eye technique already so powerful? At this moment, not to mention the ordinary core disciples, even the personal disciples turned pale with fright. Even Ding Pong and Dan Feng's expressions were grave. To be honest, they did not expect the battle situation to change like this, because previously, they were very optimistic about Mu Feng. What a strange eye technique. Ding Peng's eyes narrowed as he exuded a piercingly cold saber intent. How did he do it? The Red Phoenix's face was also ice-cold. Flames surrounded her. This matter was too strange. If she encountered it, would she be able to resolve it? She didn't know, so she stared straight ahead. Even Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He was aware of Mu Feng's strength. In other words, he was the strongest after the three heavens favorites. However, he did not expect that he would be defeated so easily. This caused Lin Xian to be extremely shocked. Therefore, he looked at Hong Yu, his expression flickering. What kind of eye technique was this? Golden eyes? He had some understanding of eye techniques. That was because he had learned some simple eye techniques before. Furthermore, Zhao Shui's serene sky eyes was also an extremely powerful eye technique. However, he had never seen golden eyes like Hong Yu's before. Even he was extremely shocked by its might. In the arena, Hong Yu said indifferently, I've already said that you're not my match. You can't defend against my eye technique at all. On the opposite side, Mu Feng's body was trembling non-stop. He seemed to be in a trance. Obviously, his soul force had suffered heavy damage. Damn it! Who are you? What's this move called? Mu Feng gritted his teeth. He had never encountered such a powerful eye technique. My name is Hong Yu. One day, my name will resound throughout the eastern wilderness. And the previous move is called 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Mu Feng gritted his teeth and whispered, as if he was recalling these words. Then, he said in a deep voice, You're very powerful. I've lost this battle. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. They could not believe it. The phantom siblings, Mu Feng, who was known as the favorite, had actually lost. At this moment, everyone looked at Hong Yu with incomparable horror, because they did not know what had happened just now. But without exception, it was an extremely terrifying eye technique. Probably no one could defend against it. At this moment, even Ding Pong and the Red Phoenix could not remain calm. They quickly sent a voice transmission to Xiao Cheng. What kind of eye technique is that? It's actually so terrifying. Xiao Cheng also smiled bitterly and quickly responded. To be honest, I don't know either. My junior brother Hong Yu came to the sect a year ago. Not long after, he was conferred as a personal disciple. His eye technique was very mysterious. He was even highly regarded by the sect master. I don't know the details, but I think that move should be an illusion. Illusion? Hearing that, Ding Pong and the Red Phoenix's expressions changed, falling into deep thought. They thought wrong. Originally, they thought that Hong Yu's eye technique should belong to an extremely powerful attack type. Did not expect that it was actually an illusion. Eye techniques were also divided into two types. One was an illusion type, the other was a physical type that leaned toward attacking. These two types each had their own merits. The physical type attack was powerful, even more terrifying than ordinary attacks, while the illusion type was incomparably strange and impossible to guard against. The slightest carelessness would cause one to fall for it. Did not expect that Hong Yu's eye technique was actually an illusion type attack. Ding Pong and the Red Phoenix duo did not ask anymore, but fell into deep thought. As the eldest personal disciples, they had many skills, some of which were secret skills that could resist illusion attacks. However, they did not know if it would work in front of Hong Yu's golden eyes. On the other hand, Lin Xian also guessed that Hong Yu had used an illusion-type attack. Then, he thought to himself, I have the great dragon sword soul, which is invincible and can destroy everything. I think it should be able to deal with any illusion. Thinking of that, his eyes lit up. He was really looking forward to fighting with Hong Yu. To be honest, it was the first time Lin Xian looked forward to fighting with someone. Moreover, it was the first time he had seen a real genius. Hong Yu was only 15 or 16 years old, younger than him, but his strength was not inferior to his. Such a person was the top genius in the eastern wilderness. Thinking about it, even the people from the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds were not as good as Hong Yu. In fact, not only the participating disciples, but even the elders of the three major sects were also shocked. To be honest, the strange eye technique made their hair stand on end. Even though they were all elders and had a wealth of experience, when faced with such a strange eye technique, they were afraid that they would not be able to do anything. When did the Spirit Void sect find such a powerful disciple? For a moment, the elders of the Elixir sect and the Purple Sun sect asked one after another. On the high platform, the red-robed middle-aged man was also shocked. His eyes were like lightning as he stared intently below. Chapter 1674. As a martial artist of the Alcade Holy Land, he was experienced and knowledgeable. But he did not recognize those golden eyes either. What in the world were they? Was it some kind of powerful cultivation method? Or bloodline power? He did not know, but he already decided to report to the sect. Such a genius, coupled with such an ocular art, there was a very high chance of entering the Alcade Holy Land. I didn't expect that quite a few dark horses actually appeared in the selection competition this time. The red-robed man looked at Hong Yu, then looked at Lin Xian. One had powerful ocular art, the other's combat power was super strong. Such people are all peerless geniuses and should enter my Alcade Holy Land. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian and Hong Yu as if discovering two pieces of precious jade. Following that, the competition continued. During this process, there were a few people who displayed great strength and successfully counterattacked, defeating the veteran disciples. It made the entire valley abnormally lively. However, compared to the shock, it was far less than Hong Yu and Mu Feng's battle. Although that battle was short, the commotion it caused had not dissipated until now. Gradually, most people already exchanged blows with each other. Of course, there were wins and losses among them. But there were not many who maintained a complete victory all the time. Among them, one of the three great geniuses maintained a complete victory. And apart from this, only the third ring's Lin Xian and the second ring's Hong Yu could maintain a complete victory. Even the first ring's Chu Yu, although possessing an innate spirit fire, was still defeated at Ding Peng's hands. Hence, for a moment, Lin Xian and Hong Yu received even more attention. But at this time, on the third ring, the referee's voice sounded out. Next battle, Lin Xian versus Danfeng. Lin Xian versus Danfeng. This news was like a bomb, blowing everyone up. After a brief silence, everyone erupted with torrent-like exclamations. They finally met. The two of them finally met. Both people were in the third ring and both had eye-catching performances. Hence, the two people would meet sooner or later. Everyone was extremely excited. One was a newly risen dark horse, unparalleled combat power, and had not been defeated until now. The other was the alchemy sect's personal eldest disciple, one of the three great geniuses. One could say that he was one of the top 3 people. Similarly, he had not had any defeats. Now, the two of them had finally met. Not only was this an exciting battle, but it was also a battle between old and new geniuses. Would the dark horse win, or would the veteran genius win? Everyone was looking forward to it. However, to be honest, even though Lin Xian's performance was outstanding, he was still a distance away from the top 3 geniuses. Therefore, everyone was only looking forward to the exciting battle, but no one thought that Lin Xian would win. Take a guess. How many moves do you think Danfeng will win this battle? My guess is 100 moves. Isn't 100 moves too little? Lin Xian's battle prowess is so strong. Why would he need more than 200 moves? What a joke. The Red Phoenix is one of the 3 great prodigies. Other than Xiao Cheng and Ding Pong who can contend against her, who else can be her match? 100 moves is already quite a lot. Indeed, but I feel that it will take around 150 moves for Lin Xian to be defeated. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and the atmosphere was very lively. In the crowd, Qiao Yun's expression was ferocious. He had once lost to Lin Xian, so he naturally didn't want his opponent to be in the limelight again. Therefore, he snorted coldly and said, "What 100 moves, 200 moves? What kind of figure is first senior sister Danfeng? How can she possibly be compared to that brat? Just watch. Within 50 moves, that brat surnamed Lin will definitely be defeated." Not only was the discussion in the third ring intense, at this moment, even the martial artists in the first and second rings all looked over. This battle could be said to be highly anticipated by everyone. Ding Pong and Xiao Cheng were also paying close attention. In the crowd, Chu Yu clenched her small hands nervously. "Lin Xian, you have to hold on a little longer." On the other side, Hong Yu's eyes also flickered. "I didn't expect that among the newcomers this time, there's still a dark horse who can be equally famous as me. It's just that I don't know how far you can go. Make sure not to disappoint me." Lin Xian's battle prowess similarly shocked Hong Yu. Therefore, he also very much wanted to fight with the other party. In the third ring, the Red Phoenix wore a 5-colored pill robe, her entire person exuding a noble temperament. She came to the ring like a queen. Lin Xian's expression was calm, his face incomparably calm. His figure swayed and similarly went up the ring. Senior apprentice sister Red Phoenix. Lin Xian cupped his hands slightly. After all, the other party was the alchemy sect's eldest senior apprentice sister, while he was just a core disciple. Therefore, this greeting etiquette still had to be present. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, don't stand on ceremony." The Red Phoenix nodded slightly. "Honestly speaking, junior apprentice brother Lin's strength and current results have indeed shocked me immensely. I didn't expect that such a genius actually appeared in my alchemy sect again. However, I won't go easy on you in this battle. You have to bring out your full strength to fight. Let me see just what level your true strength has reached." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. Following that, his gaze focused, and the aura on his body suddenly became sharp. It was as if a peerless divine sword was slowly being unsheathed. Buzz. The void also trembled as if it was condensed. The surrounding disciples watching tensed up. A hint of sword light lit up in their hearts. What a terrifying sword Dao aura. Everyone was shocked. Just a glance from the other party made them tremble incomparably. What a sharp aura. On the opposite side, Danfeng also nodded slightly. Following that, she let out a delicate shout, and 5-colored flames quickly appeared around her. They surrounded her. In the next moment, a flaming palm surged out and quickly slapped forward. Terrifying heat waves surrounded the entire void, and white smoke appeared in the air. It was as if this palm was going to turn into ashes. How terrifying. This palm was too terrifying. Probably no five-star king could withstand it. The surrounding people's scalps went numb, and they quickly retreated. Although the arena was protected by the array formation, the overflowing aura still shocked them greatly. Come on. Lin Xian also nodded slightly. Following that, he used his fingers like a sword and quickly slashed out. The sword chi was like a dragon, roaring out. It connected together and charged forward rapidly. In the next moment, the two collided, and an extremely dazzling light burst out. The terrifying energy directly exploded the void. In an instant, the entire arena shook violently as if it couldn't withstand the force. Oh no, the arena is going to be destroyed. Run. The surrounding people turned pale and retreated once again. At this moment, four black-robed men appeared out of thin air around the third arena. They were wearing black armor and looked extremely cold. As soon as the four of them appeared, they quickly formed seals and shot out mysterious runes, which sank into the array formation below. Suddenly, the array formation shone brightly, and the third arena became extremely sturdy again. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. How terrifying. A casual attack from the two of them actually caused such a terrifying impact. The entire arena almost exploded. Yeah, nothing like this has ever happened before. This array formation came from the Yaoguang sacred ground, and it actually couldn't withstand the power of the two of them. This is unbelievable. Chapter 1675. Everyone was shocked. From this point alone, it could be seen how terrifying Lin Xian and Dan Feng's strength were. Dan Feng frowned slightly when she saw the arena shaking. However, she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the entire array was strengthened again. Junior brother Lin, you have to be careful from now on. I won't show you any mercy. As she spoke, the light on her body surged. In an instant, a shocking energy fluctuation erupted from Dan Feng's body. It was as if an ancient fire god had descended to the mortal world. If it was before, Lin Xian would probably have to go all out to deal with such a situation. However, he had already broken through and reached the level of a 3-star king. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Therefore, it was easy for him to deal with it now. Feeling the explosive power of his opponent, Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Countless sword chi rushed out quickly, and his aura also rose abruptly. Kill! Lin Xian took the lead. With a wave of his arm, a sharp sword light slashed forward like lightning. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react. On the opposite side, Dan Feng's pupil shrank. She did not expect her opponent's swordsmanship to be so sharp. Therefore, she tapped her foot, and her figure flashed out instantly like a fiery shadow. At the same time, she formed a seal with her palms and quickly performed a unique skill. A fire qilin roared out. Its body was like a small mountain, and the scales on it were shining. The flames flickered as if it was a real divine beast. As soon as the fire qilin appeared, the entire void collapsed instantly, and a powerful aura swept out in all directions. This is the fire qilin mark. I didn't expect Dan Feng to perform a unique skill right away. It seems like she won't give Lin Xian a chance at all. There's no choice. This is the Holy Land selections. No matter how good their relationship is, I'm afraid she won't go easy on him now. Moreover, the two of them don't have much interaction at all. Everyone exclaimed. Without a doubt, the fire qilin mark was a very terrifying unique skill. Sure enough, the fire qilin roared in all directions, and with the 5-colored flame, it directly blew away all the sword chi in front of it. What a strong flame aura. It seems that she also has a unique flame. Lin Xian was slightly surprised, but he was not too worried, because he had only used 30% of his strength in that strike. He did not wish to reveal all of his strength. Thus, he had concealed his strength. Not bad, not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then stretched out his palm. Suddenly, boundless black flames condensed and formed a huge dragon claw that grabbed forward. What followed was an earth-shattering dragon roar. Boom! The two collided, causing a huge explosion. The two flames clashed in the air, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Fortunately, the defensive array formation had been strengthened a lot. Otherwise, the attack would have definitely shattered the entire array formation like the previous one. Lin Xian's dragon claw was incomparably terrifying, and the 9 underworld devil flame was also extremely powerful. Therefore, under this claw, the fire Qilin was directly smashed into pieces. Immediately, the 5 colored flames scattered and drifted in all directions. What? The fire Qilin was smashed to pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's methods to be so powerful. Lin Xian's strength is too terrifying. Yeah, to be able to break Dan Feng's unique skill, it's indeed shocking. However, someone snorted. What do you know? This is just the beginning. Dan Feng probably did not use his full strength at all. Just wait and see. This kid is definitely going to lose. Sounds of discussion could be heard. In the arena, Dan Feng frowned slightly. She did not expect the opponent's dragon claw to be so powerful that it could smash her fire Qilin. However, although she was frowning, she did not care much. The reason for that was because it was as the crowd had said. She had not used her full strength earlier, and had only used 50% of her strength. Thinking about it, to be able to smash her attack with the black dragon claw, he must have used his full strength, at least more than 90%. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She was ready to go all out and not give the opponent a chance. Junior brother Lin, I have to say that you are indeed surprising. But next, you won't have any chance. This battle can end now. As Dan Feng's voice was heard, the surrounding flames suddenly surged. Then, they quickly intertwined in the air, forming a flame picture scroll. This flame picture scroll kept rolling, trembling in the air, and finally enveloped the entire arena. It's out. It's Dan Feng's king domain. Everyone exclaimed. Indeed, the space formed by that picture scroll was Dan Feng's king domain. Fire beacon map of mountains and rivers. This was an extremely terrifying domain. Ordinary 5-star kings could not withstand a single move from fire beacon map of mountains and rivers at all. And Dan Feng merged into the picture scroll. Her entire person was like a flame fairy. That fire beacon map of mountains and rivers covered heaven and earth as if it was going to refine the entire space. Dan Feng stood in the void and waved her hand. Immediately, the fire beacon map of mountains and rivers spun rapidly, forming a huge sucking power that enveloped Lin Xian, as if to devour him. Buzz. In an instant, Lin Xian was sucked into a sea of fire. 5 colored light shone, and all kinds of strange flames rushed towards him quickly. The raging flames could burn everything in the world. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Clenching his fist, countless flames formed a black long sword, and then swept out. The pitch-black sword light swept across heaven and earth, carrying a sharp aura as it charged towards the surrounding sea of fire. At this moment, Lin Xian also increased his combat strength, reaching about 50% of his strength. The sword chi was extremely terrifying, directly tearing apart the sea of fire, forming cracks. Whoosh! Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and directly retreated from these cracks. Senior sister is indeed amazing. The king domain formed by this fire beacon map of mountains and rivers is indeed terrifying. Lin Xian said indifferently. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were extremely frightened. At this moment, even Ding Pong and Xiaocheng frowned. Dan Feng was even more shocked. She did not expect that the other party would come out so easily. It was really beyond her expectations. Looks like I've underestimated you. Dan Feng's face was as cold as ice. Up until now, the other party had given her too many surprises, causing her to be a little out of control. Therefore, she could not let the other party continue to be arrogant. In the next moment, she waved her hand. Immediately, the 5 colored flames that filled the sky quickly surged, forming many fire phoenixes in the air, and descended. Each of them was like a real monster, incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian also attacked fiercely. He held the black flame longsword in his hand and quickly slashed forward. The sword chi was like a black fire dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail, instantly causing the entire void to completely collapse. The black dragon and the fire phoenix fought, and terrifying energy erupted. Chapter 1676. On the other side, the red phoenix's expression was solemn, waving her jade-like hands non-stop. Lin Xian's attack power was seriously too terrifying. The dragon-beating sword soul was incomparably powerful, far exceeding the red phoenix's expectations. So very soon, that black dragon directly charged to red phoenix's side. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, the black flames all over its body trembled, just like a real demonic beast, full of a terrifying aura. Roar! With a dragon roar, the black dragon claw quickly grabbed towards the red phoenix. Humph! The red phoenix's body retreated, completely merging into the fire beacon river and mountain painting. Following that, the 5-colored flames around her fluttered rapidly, forming a 5-colored flame battle armor in front of her. Not just that, a 5-colored long whip even appeared in her hand, completely condensed by flames. A whip lashed out, the terrifying power tore the sky apart. Bang! 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 The long whip similarly turned into a flood dragon, and the black dragon battled together. Lin Xian and the red phoenix attacked non-stop, each attack incomparably terrifying. But the surrounding people were crying out in surprise. They did not expect that this battle would actually be so exciting, far exceeding their expectations. Heaven, this Lin Xian is too powerful, fighting until now without any signs of defeat. More than that, why do I feel that the two people are evenly matched? Yeah, could it be that the red phoenix still held back strength and did not go all out? One discussion after another sounded out. Everyone's voices were full of shock. In the second arena, Hong Yu's gaze flickered, staring fixedly at this battle. In his eyes, golden light bloomed, incomparably mysterious. By the side, Huan Ling's siblings also had solemn expressions. Very clearly, regardless of whether it was the red phoenix or Lin Xian's combat power, it made them feel thick pressure. While Ding Pong and Xiao Cheng's expressions were even more solemn. Others might not be able to tell, but the two of them knew. Most likely, the red phoenix already went all out, but she still could not do anything to the other party. This seriously surprised them too much. Who is this kid, to actually have such combat power, fighting on par with red phoenix? Xiao Cheng was extremely shocked. But Ding Ping's expression was gloomy. No idea why, when he looked at this battle, he suddenly thought of that mysterious demon king. As the Purple Sun sect's eldest personal disciple, he had never been defeated before. But not long ago, Immortal was defeated at the hands of a mysterious demon king. Until now, he still didn't know who the other party was. Moreover, after that battle, the other party seemed to have disappeared into thin air and never appeared again. Ding Peng even suspected that the mysterious demon king wasn't a disciple of the 3 sections. Perhaps a mysterious expert had sneaked in. But now, seeing Dan Feng and Lin Xian's match, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Because he felt that the young man called Lin Xian was too suspicious. Back then, in the first stage, the other party was acting alone. At that time, he didn't care. He thought that the other party's cultivation was low. It was impossible for him to possess that kind of combat strength. But now it seemed, the other party's battle prowess was indeed heaven-defying. In fact, he could even be on par with them. This made him even more suspicious. He was alone, and his battle prowess was heaven-defying. It was very likely that he was the mysterious Demon King. However, he wasn't very sure. That was because the Demon King from that day did not use sword techniques. Furthermore, he did not have the aura of the sword Dao. Instead, he displayed an extremely violent and destructive fist technique. However, although this Lin Xian in front of him was powerful, he did not have that kind of destructive aura. Instead, he had an extremely sharp sword Dao aura. It was very obvious that these were two completely different cultivation methods. It was very hard for him to imagine that a martial artist could cultivate both the sword Dao and the fist technique to such a terrifying realm at the same time. Therefore, he was still only suspicious and could not be sure. However, his gaze was as sharp as the edge of a blade. He was waiting, As long as Lin Xian displayed any signs of the destructive fist technique, he would be able to confirm whether the other party was the mysterious Demon King or not. In the arena, Dan Feng's expression was also solemn. Up until now, she was more and more shocked in her heart. The other party's strength was like a bottomless pit. There was no limit to it at all. She did not even know how much the other party's true combat strength was. She even suspected that the other party had not even used his full strength. If it was before, she would definitely think that this idea was laughable. But now, after fighting with Lin Xian, she realized that this young man in front of her was absolutely terrifying. However, as one of the three great prodigies, she would not easily admit defeat. Therefore, she waved her jade-like hand again. Immediately, the flame whip in her hand turned from a fire dragon into a five-colored divine bird. Divine light bloomed, and its cry shook heaven and earth. Like a five-colored peacock, divine light flickered as it swooped down. But Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved the black longsword in his hand. The sword light gently slid. Countless sword energy gushed out, as if streaks of black underworld rivers were crisscrossing in front. That five-colored peacock could not get close at all. But above, Dan Feng cried out delicately. The aura on her body suddenly bloomed, as if a five-colored sun, illuminating all directions. At this moment, Dan Feng was powerful to the extreme. The surrounding fire beacon river and mountain painting was even more incomparably terrifying. From the endless volcanoes, a majestic figure walked out, standing indomitable, surrounded by firelight, as if a fire god had descended. That figure was like a flame giant, walking forward as if crossing through time and space, making people find it hard to believe. With each step he took, the sky trembled a fraction. With each step he took, the flame aura on his body rose by a large margin. When he arrived in front of Lin Xian, the entire void completely collapsed. A terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth. This flame giant was like a true god, surrounded by fire light all over, terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian even felt a trace of danger. He did not expect that this fire beacon river and mountain painting was actually so mysterious, to be able to summon such a terrifying giant. However, he was not afraid of the other party. Waving the black longsword in his hand, Lin Xian launched an intense battle with that flame giant. The arena shook, heaven and earth rumbled. If not for the Holy Land Array formation, the entire valley would have been sunk in an instant. However, even with that being the case, the frightening energy still caused the entire mountain range to tremble non-stop. Everyone held their breaths, watching with rapt attention. Such a battle was rarely seen normally. Lin Xian waved his longsword. Each sword energy was like 1,000 feet long dragon, quickly surging out and roaring in front. Terrifying sword light rushed into the clouds. As for Dan Feng, she was controlling the flame giant, sweeping in all directions. This kind of attack was very berserk, with a feeling of destroying heaven and earth. It was completely different from Dan Feng's identity as a woman. But at this moment, when it was executed, no one felt that it was abrupt. The intense collision was like the sound of thunder. Each strike made the void distort, and even countless cracks appeared. In this energy storm, even if a five-star king entered, his body and soul would also be destroyed. Chapter 1677. Firstly, he did not want to expose his full strength in front of everyone. Secondly, he still had to be wary of Dan Qinzi and Alchemy Sect. He always felt that something terrifying would happen in the Holy Land selection competition. Therefore, it was better for him to hide his strength. Moreover, Lin Xian discovered that he used half of his strength, which was enough to end this battle. Of course, everyone did not know this at all. Everyone thought that Lin Xian unleashed his full strength, even exceeding his usual performance, to be able to contend with Dan Feng. No one knew what kind of expression they would have when they knew the truth. Bang! The sword chi was like a rainbow, emitting a terrifying killing intent. It directly penetrated the sea of fire that filled the sky and charged toward the flame giant. Even that swift and fierce sword light left countless sword scars on the flame giant's body. Although Dan Feng was not swept by these sword chi, That overflowing sword Dao aura also made her feel pain all over. If this kind of power slashed on her body, she probably could not withstand it at all. Fire God Fist. Dan Feng cried out delicately, throwing out an incomparably terrifying fist in coordination with the flame giant. Fiery light surged to the sky, turning heaven and earth upside down. This fist was like a red volcano, directly descending from the sky, suppressing ruthlessly. Bang! That fist passed through countless sword chi and arrived in front of Lin Xian, about to land. But Lin Xian's expression was calm, still fearless. He waved his palm, countless streaks of sword chi gushed out, like seawater, incomparably soft, forming a scissor-light screen. Clear mirror, still water. This fist seemed to have landed in the sea. The terrifying power was instantly dissolved by the soft sword chi. What an exquisite defense! The surrounding people were shocked, especially Ding Pong, Xiaocheng, and the rest, who exclaimed repeatedly. Combining hardness and softness, this kid's sword art has reached an unbelievable level. Even the elders of the three major sects around were also extremely shocked. Too much hardness made it easy to break. Too much softness made it appear that the attack power was insufficient. Only combining hardness and softness was the best state. However, very few people could reach this state. Even they, the elders, might not be able to reach it. However, a young man in his 20s actually reached this realm. One had to admit that it was really too shocking. The two people's great battle, the momentum astonishing. Lin Xian was like an incomparably sharp sword, full of vigor and vigor. Every ray of sword chi was incomparably valiant, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. As for Dan Feng, he was like a god of fire, becoming one with the fire beacon river and mountain painting, becoming a sea of fire, incomparably terrifying. As the two of them exchanged blows, each of their attacks tore through the sky. Finally, the Red Phoenix could not hold back anymore. She looked extremely anxious. She didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. Therefore, she shouted and waved her hand. Immediately, a red mountain appeared in the fire beacon diagram. Light flashed and flames overflowed, pressing down on Lin Xian. Before the red volcano even arrived, the entire void had already collapsed. The terrifying power caused everyone's expression to change. Lin Xian snorted coldly and swept out with his sword. Instantly, a crescent-shaped sword chi shot forward like a cold moonlight. As the two collided, the sword chi and the sea of fire surged, and the terrifying black hole flickered in the sky. However, at that moment, the Red Phoenix unleashed all of her power and prepared to end the battle. The fire beacon diagram trembled rapidly, as if it was a world of fire, incomparably terrifying. That scene was as if the Red Phoenix was holding a real world in her hand and smashing it toward Lin Xian ruthlessly. Kill! Lin Xian also roared angrily. A ray of sword light was swung out. It was incomparably simple and filled with a sharp aura. It wasn't big, only a few meters, but it contained supreme killing intent like a heavenly blade, extremely terrifying. Boom! In the next moment, this sword light slashed on the sea of fire ruthlessly and even tore the sea of fire apart, arriving at the fire beacon diagram. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi was like a dragon, directly slashing those volcanoes in the fire beacon diagram. Damn it! Dan Feng's expression changed. She didn't expect the other party to be able to destroy her fire beacon diagram. This was her king domain. The destruction of those volcanoes also caused her to suffer a certain degree of injury. Descent of the Fire God. At the critical moment, the Red Phoenix used her ultimate skill. Instantly, a huge fist descended from the sky in the fire beacon diagram. It was as if it had crossed through time and space. This punch was earth-shattering. Waves of fire surged into the sky as if the real fire god was reborn. The surrounding people exclaimed. As expected of one of the three great prodigies, such combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Lin Xian's expression was calm, without any fear. He also quickly waved the long sword in his hand and stabbed out. The terrifying sword light illuminated the entire valley. At the same time, he finally used the Dragon Sword domain. The green Dragon Sword domain rapidly enlarged. Inside, sword chi was rampant. The power of 10,000 swords. 10,000 rays of sword chi quickly condensed, forming a huge light sword that slashed upward ruthlessly. Soon, it collided with the flaming fist. An earth-shattering collision sounded. Not only that, the boundless sea of fire seemed to be burning everything. On the other hand, the power of 10,000 swords was extremely terrifying. The sharp sword light could cut through those flames. The confrontation between the two was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, two figures appeared in Lin Xian's dragon sword domain again. One was a red sword god shadow, and the other was an orange sword god shadow. When the two of them appeared, they flew forward with terrifying killing intent. Light surrounded their bodies as if they were real sword gods, but they were formed by pure sword chi. Not good. Seeing the two light figures flying over, Dan Feng's expression changed drastically. She snorted coldly. The long whip in her hand was like a dragon as it danced quickly, forming a series of fierce attacks in front of her. With a wave of her palm, a sea of fire surrounded the surroundings. No one below the 6-star king level dared to pass the terrifying temperature. However, the two sword god shadows were condensed by Lin Xian's cultivation technique. They contained the aura of the great dragon sword soul and were extremely fierce. In an instant, the sea of fire was cut into two vacuum zones. Buzz! Two light swords appeared in their hands as they quickly charged toward Dan Feng. In an instant, they arrived near Dan Feng. Get lost! Dan Feng shouted, and the aura on her body suddenly skyrocketed. Like two large flaming hands, she slapped toward the two. The two large flaming hands were extremely red, and there were mysterious Tao patterns on them. They were like two red mountains crashing forward. Puff, puff. However, these two sword lights were too sharp. Nothing could block them. The two large palms were cut open in an instant. In the next moment, Dan Feng was enveloped by the two sharp sword lights. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this to be the result. At this moment, even Ding Pong, Xiao Cheng, Hong Yu, and those sect elders all looked at the sky. There, two figures held light swords, pressing against Dan Feng's heart and throat. However, they didn't stab down. Dan Feng didn't resist anymore because the two sharp auras reminded her that as long as she moved slightly, the two long swords would pierce her body without hesitation. Chapter 1678. However, she did not dare to accept this result at all. As one of the three great prodigies, she was incomparably powerful. Originally, according to her expectations, her enemies this time were only Ding Pong and Xiao Cheng. Other than that, no one else was her match. But she did not expect that she would actually lose to a newcomer now. This made her feel like she was dreaming. Dan Feng actually lost. Everyone looked towards the sky, unable to believe it. Especially the alchemy sect disciples, their scalps went numb. Because all along, Dan Feng was a godlike existence in their hearts. An invincible existence. But now, the faith in their hearts actually lost. And it was to a newcomer disciple. Even Ding Pong and Xiao Cheng sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiao Cheng was extremely shocked. Dan Feng's strength was almost the same as his, but she actually lost to a newcomer. He could not help but be shocked. Therefore, he sized up Lin Xian properly, because this would be his strongest opponent in the third round. As for Ding Pong, his face became even gloomier. The other party's strength once again exceeded his expectations. To be able to defeat Dan Feng meant that his strength was powerful. The other party was very likely that mysterious Demon King. Humph, kid. You better not let me know that you know how to use destructive fist techniques, or else it will be your death date. Ding Pong looked at Lin Xian with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. In the first arena, Chu Yu's cherry mouth opened wide, completely stunned. Is this still the Lin Xian I know? She was extremely shocked. Hong Yu's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, very strong indeed. Qualified to be my opponent. Apart from that, the elders of the sects were also shocked. Among them, the elders of Purple Sun sect and Spirit Void sect asked one after another, puzzled, when did such a powerful youth appear in the alchemy sect? As for the elders of the alchemy sect, they exchanged glances, a thick sense of worry appearing in their eyes. Where did this kid come from? His combat strength is so strong? I wonder if it will affect our plan? No, this matter must be reported to the clan. There must not be any accidents. Don't worry, that kid is a core disciple. He has already eaten the blue wave pill and that purple pill. He definitely won't be able to escape from our palms. The elders of the pill faction quickly conversed, and their eyes flashed. Lin Xian's victory could be said to have caused a great sensation. At this moment, nobody dared to underestimate him anymore. Instead, he was now listed as the fourth heaven's favorite. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. This result was within his expectations. Furthermore, he had only used half of his strength in this battle. He wondered what kind of expression these people would have if they knew the truth. Next, the competition continued. Although it was intense, it was not as exciting as the battle between Danfeng and Lin Xian. In the end, the top 3 of each arena were decided. In the third arena, the first place was naturally Lin Xian. He had not lost a single battle since the beginning. The second place was Danfeng. The third was a disciple of the Purple Sun sect named Gao. As for the second arena, the first was Xiao Cheng, and the second was Hong Yu. It wasn't that Hong Yu was defeated, but that the two of them didn't have a chance to fight. The third was Bai Ling, one of the Phantom siblings. In arena number 1, the first place was still Ding Peng. The second was a disciple of the Spirit Void sect, Zhao Kong. The third place was Chu Yu. These 9 people would successfully advance to the third round of the competition. In other words, the person who could enter the Yaoguang sacred ground in the end would be one of these 9 people. The surrounding disciples looked at the 9 people with envy in their eyes. Soon, the man in the red robe announced the third round. The third round would be held in 3 days at a nearby city. At that time, not only would the sect leaders and elders of the 3 major sects come, but the elders of the Yaoguang sacred ground would also come to watch the battle. It could be said that it was an unprecedented grand occasion. The elders of the Yaoguang sacred ground. Hearing this, not only were the surrounding disciples excited, but even the disciple who had won the qualification on the arena was also excited. The Yaoguang sacred ground was one of the top forces in the eastern wilderness. The elders in the sect definitely had a frightening status. If they were chosen by such a person, they would definitely be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground. They might even be accepted as a disciple. After everything was announced, the crowd left to rest and prepare for the third round in 3 days. However, the 3 major sects did not hesitate. They immediately summoned their spirit boats and flew the disciples to the nearby city. Great Martial City, a nearby city. The city was huge and had a place specially for the competition. It was suitable for people below the almighty level to fight. After a day, the 3 major sects arrived at Martial City. Then, they all went to rest. On the second day, there was nothing to do. Lin Xian also cultivated silently in his room. However, on the third day, there was a change. Lin Xian received a notice from the sect. It was a jade slip that was sent to him by someone. However, when he used his soul power to sense the situation inside, his expression changed drastically. This was because the information recorded in the book was simply too shocking. He could not believe it. The alchemy sect was going to make a move in the third round. He had long felt that Dan Shinzi and the alchemy sect were very strange, and that something big might happen. However, he did not expect them to be so bold as to make a move in the third round. The target of the attack also shocked Lin Xian. It was actually the youth called Hong Yu. According to the information in the Jade Slip, Dan Shinzi would order these people to attack Hong Yu in the third round and directly take him away. This shocked Lin Xian and puzzled him. Was Dan Shinzi crazy? He was mobilizing the entire alchemy sect for a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Was he not afraid of his sect being destroyed? Because this was too strange. After all, if Dan Shinzi really wanted Hong Yu, he could have done it before the Sacred Land selection, or during the first round. That way, he could have taken him away without anyone knowing. But why did he choose the third round? After all, the sect masters and elders of the 3 major sects would all come for the third round. Not only that, but the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land would also be there. They would definitely be almighties. Making a move in front of so many people was an act of suicide. Therefore, Lin Xian could not understand it all. Moreover, The Jade Slip also said that if these core disciples dared to resist, they would meet a miserable end. First of all, the sect would stop giving out blue wave pills. Secondly, the purple medicinal pill they had taken when they left the sect was also a highly toxic medicinal pill. However, the poison was hidden in their bodies and had not yet acted up. Without the sect's antidote, none of these core disciples would survive 5 days later. Chapter 1679. The poison was hidden in their bodies and hadn't acted up yet. Without the antidote from the sect, none of these core disciples would be able to survive after 5 days. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Presumably, all the core disciples had been threatened. They would probably follow Dan Chenzi's orders tomorrow. However, despite all of Dan Chenzi's calculations, he had overlooked one thing. Lin Xian did not take the blue wave pill at all, nor did he take the purple pill. He wouldn't be threatened in any way. However, Lin Xian put the Jade Slip away inside. He finally knew why King Pillfeather had fallen. He must have discovered Dan Chenzi's secret. Zero, what do you need me to do? Lin Xian took out the 1,000-beast cauldron and asked in a low voice. Destroy Dan Chenzi's plan. Dan Chenzi is the sect master and has reached the level of an almighty. If he wants you to assassinate him, you won't be able to succeed. So, all you need to do is to ruin his plan. That way, I'll become your weapon. All right, Lin Xian nodded. The 1,000-beast cauldron was a mid-grade Earth-tier treasure. It was extremely powerful. It was even more effective when used to refine pills. Therefore, Lin Xian wouldn't give up on such a treasure. Moreover, after careful consideration, he realized that this was probably the only path that would work. Other than that, he could escape or secretly inform the Wavering Light's sacred land. If he were to escape now, he would probably attract the endless pursuit of the Pill sect. Dan Chenzi might even kill him himself. He couldn't fight an almighty with his current strength. Therefore, running away was no different from courting death. Informing the Wavering Light's sacred land now was even more out of the question. Although the Pill sect and Dan Chenzi had planned a rebellion, it hadn't happened yet. He was just a small core disciple, and his words carried little weight. If he said such words, no one would believe him. Moreover, the other disciples of the Pill sect were threatened by the blue and purple pills. No one would speak up for him. When the time came, Dan Chenzi and the Pill sect's disciples might bite him back. As for him, it was very likely that he would be slapped to death by the Wavering Light Holy Land. Therefore, this path would not work either. In that case, there was only one option left, which was to ruin Dan Chenzi's plan. If Dan Chenzi wanted to capture Hongyu, then all he had to do was help Hongyu escape. After thinking this through, Lin Xian took a deep breath and felt a heavy pressure. He did not expect that he would be swept into such a whirlpool after coming to the Eastern Wilderness for only a year. Moreover, he believed that this incident would definitely shake the entire Eastern Wilderness. After summoning the Dark Red Dragon, Lin Xian told it about these matters and had it quickly set up some formations to defend against the enemy. He too also floated out. When he learned of this matter, he was extremely shocked. However, he then said, "The Black Earth has run out of energy. Otherwise, when we enter the Black Earth, even a supreme being wouldn't be able to open it." In the following day, Lin Xian began to make careful preparations. Although the entire Pill sect had turned traitor, no one knew that he wasn't threatened. Therefore, when the time came, his sudden attack might produce some miraculous effect. The third day finally arrived. The entire martial city was bustling. This was because this was the day of the final battle. The 9 disciples would engage in the final battle, and the winner would enter the Yaoguang sacred land. In the center of Martial City, there was a huge square surrounded by countless stone seats. In the north, there was a high platform with a palace on it. It was dazzling and magnificent. It was rumored that the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land would arrive at the main spectator stand. The first to arrive were, of course, the disciples of the 3 major sections. Those who were not qualified to participate in the third round were now sitting on the surrounding stone seats as spectators. Lin Xian and the others also arrived and prepared there. Next were the sect masters and elders of the 3 major sections. Dan Chenzi was dressed in a robe, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal. He was all smiles and had a kind look on his face. If one did not know, they would not have thought that Dan Chunzi had such a plan. Beside him was a group of elders. These people headed straight for the palace in front of them. The sect master of the Spirit Void sect was a middle-aged woman with a dignified appearance. She sat cross-legged on a huge crane, and beside her was an elder of the Spirit Void sect. The people of the Purple Sun sect were driving a purple spirit boat that cut through the void and quickly sailed over. The sect master of the Purple Sun sect was a mighty middle-aged man. He was burly and had an unparalleled domineering aura. It was as if his every move could devour the heavens and split the earth. The three sect leaders led their respective elders to the palace in the north. The three of them sat on three sides, and the center seat was empty. Obviously, that seat was reserved for the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were waiting anxiously. They wanted to see how mighty the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land were. Not long after, the clouds in the sky churned and spiritual power surged. Dozens of divine rainbows streaked across the sky. "They're here." It was unknown who cried out in alarm. Immediately, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked down. In the next moment, a terrifying roar came from afar. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that spread in all directions. Then, light flashed and rays of light shone. The 9 dragons had an extraordinary aura as they pulled a divine chariot that was surrounded by divine light and flew over quickly. The 9 dragons soared through the clouds, and as they moved, they emitted a thunderous sound. So terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Even Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. The Yaoguang sacred land was so generous. They actually used 9 dragons to pull a chariot. Those were real dragons with horns on their heads. They even had the blood of dragons in their bodies. Such a demonic beast was extremely powerful and was definitely a demon king. However, at this moment, they were being used to pull a chariot. One had to admit that this was too shocking. Is this the strength of the sacred land? It's too terrifying. That's right. I feel like that Jiao dragon alone can destroy all of us. The surrounding disciples discussed animatedly. At this moment, the dark red dragon said, "Kid, be careful. To be able to make such a scene, he's definitely not an ordinary elder. I'm afraid that he has a high status in the Yaoguang sacred land. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to make such a scene." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and took a deep breath. With such a peerless figure here, Dan Chunzi and the alchemy grandmaster would not dare to act rashly. Soon, in the sky, the 9 dragons pulled the divine chariot and quickly arrived above the square. Chapter 1680. Soon, the 9 dragons pulled the chariot to the sky above the square. The powerful aura was like 9 primordial demonic mountains, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making them tremble. The door of the chariot opened, and a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic gait. He had an extraordinary aura, and every move he made was filled with a supreme aura. Beside him were 4 young and beautiful women. Each of them was holding spiritual wine and spiritual fruits that emitted rich spiritual energy. Behind them were the martial art guards of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. The middle-aged man's figure flickered as he brought everyone to the palace below with a majestic gait. "Greetings, esteemed cultivator Qing He." At this moment, the 3 sect leaders and elders all bowed to the middle-aged man in front of them. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Then, he stretched out his hand, and a ball of powerful energy supported everyone. "No need to be so courteous. Take a seat." After saying that, the middle-aged man strode forward and sat in the most central position with a majestic gait. The 4 young and beautiful maidservants still stood beside him, holding various spiritual fruits and spiritual wine for him to taste. There were also some martial art guards of the Wavering Light Sacred Land around them, but they all stood behind him. Seeing that esteemed cultivator Qing He sat down, Dan Chinzi and the other sect leaders also sat down slowly. At this moment, the red-robed middle-aged man also came over and said respectfully, "Elder Qing He, do you want to start the competition? Yes. Esteemed cultivator Ching, he nodded slightly. After receiving the order, the red-robed man walked forward and said loudly, "Now, I announce that the third round of the sacred land selection begins." With that, the ground in front of the square rumbled, forming a huge array arena. The red-robed man's body swayed, and he appeared directly below. It seemed that this time, he would be the judge. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited. Finally, they could see the final round. However, they did not know who would enter the wavering light sacred land in the end. Not only the surrounding disciples, but Danfeng and the others were also excited. This was the critical moment that would determine their fate. Soon, 9 names appeared in the sky, and they kept flashing. Not long after, 2 names appeared. Everyone looked over with rapt attention and exclaimed in surprise. Danfeng against Bai Ling. Danfeng was one of the 3 geniuses. Although she had once lost to Lin Xian, no one doubted her strength. Bai Ling, on the other hand, was the younger sister of the Huanling siblings. Her divine ability was incomparably terrifying. In this battle, could Bai Ling rely on her divine ability to counterattack? Everyone was looking forward to it. Danfeng, on the other hand, harumphed coldly. With a cold face, he quickly walked onto the battle ring. Bai Ling's figure flickered, and she went up as well. These 2 people were powerful, and they were both beautiful women. Naturally, they attracted everyone's attention. With a command, the competition began. Danfeng snorted coldly and directly used the fire beacon map. The terrifying picture scroll enveloped the entire space. Everyone exclaimed. Even Bai Ling's expression changed. She didn't expect her opponent to use his ultimate move right from the start. How would she know that after the competition last time, Danfeng would not show mercy to anyone now? Therefore, he immediately unleashed his king's domain. The painting seemed to be a real world, and it carried a terrifying aura that suppressed the surroundings. Although Bai Ling had the ability to shift between reality and illusion, there was nothing she could do in this realm. He could only retreat. At this moment, as one of the 3 great prodigies, Danfeng's strength was finally revealed. Her powerful strength made it impossible for Bai Ling to attack at all. Therefore, after 50 moves, Bai Ling was defeated. Damn it! Bai Ling gritted her teeth, unwilling to step down. She also knew the gap between her and her opponent, so she could only step down. After the battle, everyone was discussing. In the palace, the elders of the 3 great sects were also quickly communicating. Danfeng's strength is not bad. I'm afraid she's about to become a 6-star king. Indeed, the fire beacon map is extremely terrifying. There are very few opponents of the same level. So what? Didn't she still lose to a newcomer? The Purple Sun sect's elder harumphed coldly. Bai Ling was a disciple of the Purple Sun sect. Now that she was defeated, they were naturally unhappy. So what if she lost? That Lin Xian is also a member of our alchemy sect. Don't forget about that. The alchemy sect's elder retorted without holding back. However, Qinghe, esteemed cultivator, narrowed his eyes and tapped the void with his finger. From beginning to end, he didn't say anything. On the other side, Dan Chunzi's expression was calm. His eyes flickered as if he was waiting for something. Next, the competition continued. The second to go up was Xiao Cheng and Zhao Kong. The 2 of them weren't on the same level, so after 50 moves, Zhao Kong was defeated. The crowd cried out in surprise again. The atmosphere in the surroundings gradually increased. As the referee, the red-robed man nodded slightly. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the remaining names flashed again. Ding Peng against Hongyu. When this news came out, everyone went crazy. They let out a torrent of shouts. This was definitely going to be a shocking battle. One of them was the strongest among the 3 geniuses, while the other was a dark horse among the newcomers with a pair of strange eye techniques. Who was stronger? Everyone was looking forward to it. At this moment, even Qinghe, esteemed cultivator's fingers stopped moving. He opened his eyes and looked down. This was because he had already received the news before coming. It was said that 2 incredible newcomers had appeared in this competition. One of them was Hongyu, who had a mysterious eye technique. On the other side, the corners of Dan Chinzi's mouth curled up slightly. A deep light appeared in his eyes. They finally appeared. Below, Ding Pong and Hong Yu also stood up. The two of them faced each other from a distance. Their gazes were like sharp swords that collided in the air. Countless sparks flew. In the next moment, the two of them swayed and appeared in the arena together. The competition begins. With the order, the red-robed man retreated to the side. Humph, I won't go easy. Ding Pong was the same as Dan Feng. He displayed a powerful ultimate technique right from the start. Because he had also lost once. Although no one knew, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen again. Even if the other party was just a newcomer, he had to deal with him with all his strength. With a clang, he pulled out the purple long saber at his waist and slashed out. The sharp saber light enveloped the front. The void was torn apart. The purple saber light was like a purple rainbow that quickly slashed out. So strong. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed, "What's wrong with these people? They used such a powerful ultimate technique right from the start." Yeah, Dan Feng is like this, and so is Ding Pong. It seems that these people are going all out in order to enter the sacred land. Everyone was discussing animatedly. The two people on the arena had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Every collision was powerful and heavy, shattering the void. Humph. Kid, I advise you to use your eye technique quickly. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Chapter 1681. His body was surrounded by purple saber light. His entire body was extremely sharp, like a peerless demonic saber. He was a saber wielder. Like a swordsman, he specialized in attacking and killing. Therefore, his will was also extremely firm, and he was not afraid of any illusions. Opposite him, Hong Yu said coldly, "When it's time to appear, you will naturally see it." His eyes were emitting a faint golden light, and there were even mysterious Tao patterns appearing in the light. This strange scene shocked everyone. At this moment, even Qinghe, esteemed cultivator, could not remain calm. He sat up straight, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared intently below. "Elder, what kind of eye technique is this? It's so strange. It can trigger Tao patterns in heaven and earth?" The other warriors in the wavering light sacred land were also very puzzled. Even the people from the 3 major sects were puzzled. Qinghe, esteemed cultivator, did not speak, as if he did not hear such questions. His eyes were like a bright rainbow as he stared at the figure below. The burly middle-aged man from the Purple Sun sect frowned. From the looks of it, could it be some kind of ancient eye technique that has been lost? Perhaps it's some kind of powerful bloodline power. For a moment, many people looked at the sect master of the Spirit Void sect, the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman also smiled bitterly. "I'm not too sure either, but according to my guess, it should be related to some kind of ancient bloodline." Ancient bloodline? There are some with golden light, but I'm not sure which one it is. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Dan Chunzi's eyes also flickered, and it was extremely deep. The corners of his mouth revealed a sharp smile. Around him, the elders of the alchemy sects also had flickering eyes. It seemed that they were ready to attack at any time. Below, the battle was very intense. Ding Pong displayed the divine saber domain, which enveloped the entire space. Rays of saber light were like rainbows, cutting through the void. The purple saber in Ding Ping's hand swept in all directions. The terrifying saber light emitted a terrifying light, piercing through the void and slashing forward. The entire void was trembling. Hong Yu's body flickered, and his eyes emitted a golden light. Within the golden light, wisps of mysterious Tao patterns appeared. "Strange eye technique," everyone exclaimed. Ding Pong also frowned, and then he closed his eyes. "Humph, what's so scary about speed? As long as I don't look at your eyes, I won't fall for your illusion." Ding Pong snorted coldly and launched his fiercest attack. "What? Close my eyes? That works too." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect there to be such a method to avoid illusions. Damn it, did he really succeed? Huan Ling and Huan Ling gnashed their teeth, especially Mu Feng, whose expression was even more unsightly. "No, that brat's eye technique is very strange. It's not something that can be blocked just by closing one's eyes." Last time, he had the protection of the copper lamp, but he was still hit. Thus, he was extremely afraid of those golden eyes. Hong Yu sneered. Close my eyes? How much combat strength can he still exert? If you have the ability, then shut off your soul force as well. He was indeed sneering. When a martial artist reached their level of cultivation, they didn't just rely on their eyes. They also used their soul force. Furthermore, his eye technique didn't target the eyes. Instead, it targeted his opponent's soul power. As long as the other party's soul power was still active, they would be hit. As expected, in the next moment, Ding Peng's body trembled as a look of horror appeared on his face. What? Could it be that he was hit? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. However, in the next moment, Ding Peng suddenly opened his eyes and roared. A purple saber light quickly slashed out from between his eyebrows. This purple saber light was invisible and very sharp. It collided with the faint golden light, producing a low sound. Immediately, Hong Yu snorted coldly, while Ding Peng kept retreating, his face extremely pale. He kept panting as if he had been seriously injured. Hong Yu also snorted coldly. As expected of a swordsman, his willpower was indeed firm. To be honest, he was indeed very surprised. This was the first person who could withstand his eye technique. Of course, there were two reasons. First, the other party was a swordsman. His willpower could be said to be very strong among martial artists of the same level. The second reason was that he didn't use his full strength at all. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be able to escape at all. You're very good. You deserve my full strength. Hong Yu said coldly. What? He didn't use his full strength? How could he use his full strength? Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Just an eye technique made Ding Peng's face pale and his body tremble. And this was under the condition that he didn't use his full strength. Just how strong was this Hong Yu? Everyone's scalps went numb in disbelief. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He realized that the eye technique was extremely powerful. At this moment, He Tu transmitted his voice. His eye technique is too strange. It reminds me of a legendary bloodline. If that's true, it's too terrifying. What bloodline? Lin Xian was about to ask, but at this moment, the battle situation on the arena suddenly changed. Ding Peng suddenly shouted, and a light burst out from his body. The surrounding divine saber domain trembled rapidly. Then, a purple giant shadow appeared, holding a sky-splitting saber in its hand, and slashed down fiercely. Boom! Air waves rolled, and the void was cut open in an instant. The terrifying saber light lit up the entire sky. No one could say for sure how powerful this saber was. Everyone only knew that their hearts were beating wildly, and the entire sky was trembling. The sharp saber light directly shrouded Hong Yu. Hong Yu's pupils constricted. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to launch such a powerful counterattack after being hit by his illusion technique. This saber could even threaten a six-star king. Hong Yu snorted coldly, and his expression was extremely solemn. Golden light quickly bloomed in his eyes, and mysterious Tao patterns fluctuated unsteadily. His body swayed, and he quickly dodged. At this moment, illusions were no longer useful. He had to dodge the attack first. Everyone clenched their fists and paid close attention. In the palace, Dan Chunzi also frowned. This saber was definitely Ding Peng's most powerful attack. He wondered if Hong Yu could block it. Thinking of this, he couldn't hold back anymore. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to the surrounding elders and gave them a look. In the next moment, the elders nodded, and then secretly formed a strange seal with their palms. Spiritual power also surged in Dan Chunzi's body and instantly erupted. Buzz. He turned into an afterimage and instantly charged toward esteemed cultivator Qing He. At the same time, the expressions of the surrounding elders also became ferocious, and the aura on their bodies suddenly burst out. One by one, they took out strange weapons and quickly attacked their surroundings. Not only them, but at this moment, all the disciples of the alchemy faction received the order and quickly moved. Chapter 1682. They were not the only ones. At that moment, all the disciples of the alchemy sect received the order and moved quickly. There were even mysterious people around them. Boom! The shocking attack shook the earth and the mountains. The entire space was shaking. However, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They did not even have time to see if Hongyu had dodged the attack. That was because an even more terrifying aura was coming from the palace in the north. Boom! Boom! The attack exploded in an instant. Powerful auras swept in all directions like peerless, ferocious beasts. The entire palace, including the high platform, exploded into pieces in an instant. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. Many people were even sent flying by the aftermath of the energy. To be honest, they were really confused. That was because they did not know why such a terrifying energy explosion would occur in the palace. Could it be that someone attacked? They did not dare to think further. After all, the person sitting inside was an elder of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Who would dare to attack there? Ding Pong and Hongyu were also stunned. Just now, Ding Pong had used all his strength and slashed out with a shocking attack, hoping to be defeated. However, he did not expect Hongyu to dodge it. Hongyu's face was also slightly pale. It was obvious that it was very difficult for him to dodge that attack. However, what made the two of them feel like they were dreaming was that they felt a shocking wave coming from afar. That energy made their hearts skip a beat. Someone is attacking. For a moment, the two of them stopped fighting and stopped fighting. Instead, they looked in that direction. Lin Xian's heart was also beating wildly. He knew that Dan Xinzi had made a move. However, in the next moment, he looked forward and his expression changed drastically. The reason for that was because the majestic-looking middle-aged man in front of him, the Qinghe ancestor, was actually bound by a large green net. However, the person controlling the green net was actually Dan Xinzi. The green net was crystal clear as if it was emerald green and emitted a mysterious energy. It firmly trapped Qinghe the pilgrim. Not only that, Dan Xinzi was holding a dagger in his hand and pressing it against Qinghe the pilgrim's neck. Qinghe the pilgrim was actually subdued. This was simply too unbelievable. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even the sect leaders of the Empty Spirit sect and the Purple Sun sect widened their eyes in disbelief. The warriors from the Wavering Light Holy Land were even more shocked. They did not expect that someone would actually dare to attack them. Furthermore, he had actually attacked the Qinghe Great Master. The Qinghe Esteemed Master was definitely an important figure. Furthermore, he was an elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land. His strength was terrifying, and his status was even more precious. Perhaps no one in the entire eastern wilderness would dare to attack him. But now, Dan Xinzi dared to attack the Qinghe Great Master. Was he insane? Could it be that he wasn't afraid of the alchemy sect being exterminated? How dare you? You're courting death. Release the elder. Dan Xinzi, are you tired of living? Quickly release Elder Qinghe. Angry roars could be heard. Even the sect leaders of the Empty Spirit sect and the Purple Sun sect were shocked. They hadn't expected Dan Xinzi to betray them. Master Qinghe's expression was also ugly. He was a mighty figure and an elder of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground. How could he be kidnapped at this moment? He couldn't believe it. Humph. With a cold snort, the spiritual power in his body surged out, but it instantly disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what's going on? Master Qinghe's expression was gloomy. He looked at the green net king with murderous intent in his eyes. Immortal trapping net. You actually have such a treasure. What? Immortal trapping net? The surrounding people were shocked. They had heard of the immortal trapping net. It was an extremely mysterious treasure. Legend had it that it could even trap immortals. They had not expected Dan Xinzi to have such a treasure. No, this isn't the real immortal trapping net. Master Qinghe frowned again. This is just a replica. Even if it's a replica, it's enough to subdue you. Dan Xinzi said coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up, and the dagger in his hand shone with a cold light. Master Qinghe was relieved to hear that it was a replica. He snorted coldly. Dan Xinzi, how dare you kidnap me? Do you really want to die? Hurry up and release me, and I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you and the entire alchemy sect will disappear from this world. Haha, You're still as arrogant as ever, senior brother. What? At this moment, the surrounding people were all stunned. Senior brother? Dan Shinzi was calling Master Qing his senior brother? How was that possible? The sect master of the Spirit Void sect was shocked. The burly man of the Purple Sun sect was also shocked. They could not figure out what was going on at all. The surrounding cultivators of the Wavering Light Sacred Land were all stunned. Senior brother? What was going on? Master Qing He's pupils constricted when he heard that. Even his body began to tremble slightly. You're not Dan Shinzi? Haha, you're really stupid. Isn't it too late to realize that I'm not Dan Shinzi? Damn it, it's you. You traitor, how dare you come back? Master Qing He seemed to have recognized the other party and was immediately furious. My good senior brother, don't be so agitated. There will be plenty of time to settle the score with you. Now, I have other things to do. Dan Shinzi placed the dagger on Master Qing He's neck while waving his other hand gently. Immediately, the surrounding elders began to move. Below, the disciples of the Pill sect also began to move. They all flew in the same direction. Hongyu. At this moment, countless people rushed towards Hongyu, wanting to take him away. Damn it, your target is indeed him. Master Qing He's expression changed drastically when he saw that. Could it really be that kind of bloodline? He had long suspected that. The golden eyes were very similar to a legendary bloodline. However, he had never been sure. Now, seeing Dan Shinzi's actions, he was 100% sure that it was that kind of bloodline. Otherwise, Dan Shinzi would not have snatched it. Therefore, in the next moment, he also roared angrily. Everyone, listen up. Kill Dan Shinzi and everyone in the Pill sect. Yes. Hearing that, the Purple Sun sect, Spirit Void sect, and the cultivators of the Wavering Light Sacred Land all quickly counterattacked. They did not know what had happened and why the Pill sect had betrayed them. However, Master Qing He's words were in order now. They had to obey. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy exploded and swept in all directions. The entire city fell into chaos. Among them, the Spirit Void sect's leader and the burly man from the Purple Sun sect stared at Dan Shinzi, while the others dealt with the other elders. However, the situation was still changing. A few disciples of the Spirit Void sect suddenly rebelled and attacked their own sect members. At the same time, the same thing happened in the Purple Sun sect. Chapter 1683. The two sect leaders' faces were pale. They did not expect that their own sect's disciples would join in the rebellion. This was simply too shocking. Damn you, Dan Shinzi. What did you do? Why did they listen to you? The leaders of the Spirit Void sect and the Purple Sun sect gritted their teeth and looked at Dan Shinzi. They wanted to kill him. Why did they listen to me? Dan Shinzi snorted. I've been planning this for hundreds of years. However, I never had the chance to. It was not until today that the plan could be carried out. As he spoke, the Wavering Light Sacred Land's disciples suddenly exploded and killed their own. Seeing this, the others' faces turned even paler. Even the Wavering Light Sacred Land's disciples had betrayed Dan Shinzi? It was too unbelievable. If this news spread, it would definitely shock the entire Eastern Wilderness. In an instant, other than Dan Shinzi's side, the other places were in chaos. The most intense place was near Hongyu. To be honest, Hongyu was really shocked. He didn't expect that these people were actually here for him. He did not know why these people wanted to kill him, but he would not sit still and wait for death. With a roar, Hongyu's body exploded with dazzling light. His energy was like an erupting volcano, sweeping across the area. It was like a pair of invisible hands that attacked quickly. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, many of the weaker Pill sect disciples were sent flying by the shockwave. However, there were still several sharp lights that tore through the shockwave and attacked him quickly. On the other side, Ding Pong was also stunned. He was just participating in the competition. However, in the blink of an eye, things had happened beyond his expectations. He did not know what was going on. He only knew what to do when he heard Master Qing's order. The Pill sect had betrayed the Wavering Light Sacred Land. They even wanted to snatch the young man in front of them. It was too shocking. After all, the Pill sect was a subsidiary sect of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. It was a subordinate force. All along, the Pill sect had never dared to disobey the Wavering Light Sacred Land. However, the Pill sect had betrayed them now. Who gave them the guts? The two sects were not on the same level. However, at this moment, a terrifying energy interrupted his thoughts. A large red palm, carrying a monstrous flame, fiercely clawed down from below. The terrifying palm brought with it a gust of wind and a sea of fire that enveloped the area below. From the looks of it, they wanted to capture Hongyu. Humph! Hongyu snorted coldly and punched out as well. His fist carried golden lightning and crashed into the sky like a meteor. Boom! The two collided, shaking heaven and earth. Terrifying radiance illuminated the entire space. However, Ding Peng wasn't idle either. He held the purple saber in his hand and slashed out. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the sky. The purple blade light was incomparably dazzling. It slashed onto the flaming hand and split it apart. The two of them attacked together and slashed apart the red hand. However, at this time, the figure of the red phoenix appeared in the sky. Danfeng, are you going to betray us too? Ding Peng roared furiously. In Jianghu, one has no choice. I have my own difficulties. Danfeng said coldly. She had no intention of stopping. Light flashed behind her, and the fire beacon map of mountains and rivers rushed out quickly. She did have her own difficulties. Not only her, but the entire alchemy sect was under the control of Dan Chunzi. If they didn't do as they were told, they would probably lose their lives soon. Besides the alchemy sect, no one else knew about this. Whoosh! The void trembled. A fiery red scroll quickly unfolded. On it, a sea of fire spread and heat waves surged. Buzz! Ding Peng also used the Divine Saber Realm to fight against it. However, Danfeng wasn't the only one who attacked. The other personal disciples and core disciples also rushed over quickly. Although these people weren't as strong as the three supreme prodigies, they were all 5-star kings. Now that they attacked together, the momentum was extremely terrifying. Humph! Hongyu snorted coldly. Golden light bloomed in his eyes. Those Dao runes quickly rotated and formed a mysterious pattern. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, a few personal disciples around immediately held their heads and screamed in pain. They fell from the sky. Obviously, they were attacked by an illusion. However, those people seemed to have gone crazy and rushed over quickly. No matter how strong Hongyu was, it was impossible for him to continuously use illusions. It consumed a lot of his soul power. After all, those people were 5-star kings. Therefore, his illusions also paused for a while. However, at this moment, a few figures rushed to his side. These people were Chao Yun and a few other personal disciples. Their faces were ferocious as they quickly cast their realms and shrouded the front. Hongyu fought back with all his might. Shocking vibrations kept colliding. Right at this moment, another long howl sounded. Xiao Cheng's figure was like lightning, quickly rushing over to provide support. More and more people gathered around Hongyu. The shocking explosion caused the ground to sink. Countless cracks also appeared in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. However, 2 of the 3 supreme prodigies and a dark horse joined forces. They were incomparably powerful. Even if Danfeng and the others outnumbered them, they couldn't take them down in a short time. However, these disciples weren't the only ones who betrayed them. There were also alchemy sects elders. At this moment, an elder escaped the joint attack of the other 2 sects and came nearby. A large hand that blotted out the sky grabbed down fiercely. The sky was torn apart in an instant, unable to withstand this force at all. This palm enveloped Hongyu, Ding Peng, and Xiao Cheng. What? A 6-star king has attacked. Hongyu, Ding Peng, and the others had ugly expressions, but Danfeng was ecstatic. Attack with all your might. Don't hold back anymore. Ding Peng shouted angrily. Then, a purple figure appeared in his king's realm, like a saber god. Holding a peerless demonic saber in his hand, he slashed out. Xiao Cheng's expression was solemn. His king's realm quickly condensed into a huge folding fan, which he grabbed in his hand. Then, he fanned forward fiercely. Hong Yu's eyes shone brightly, and mysterious Tao patterns quickly appeared. The sky, full of golden light, sprinkled forward. This was no longer an illusion. His eyes were his king's realm. The three supreme prodigies attacked the huge palm that blotted out the sky. Boom! Tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly appeared, and the sky shook. This attack was extremely terrifying. The surrounding martial artists were all blasted away by this energy tide. Hong Yu, Ding Peng, and Xiao Qing also kept retreating, their faces pale. However, the three of them joined forces and still blocked this shocking attack. As expected of a supreme prodigy, his strength is indeed powerful. However, the suppression of the realm is far more terrifying than you think. Chapter 1684. As expected of a peerless prodigy, his strength is indeed formidable. However, the suppression of cultivation level is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Therefore, none of you can escape today. An elderly figure appeared in the sky. His cold voice was filled with boundless killing intent. He was an elder of the alchemy sect, and his strength had reached the level of a 6-star king. The fact that the three people below were able to block his attack really surprised him. Perhaps only prodigies could do so. If it were any other 5-star king, they would have probably died 1,000 times over from this slap. However, although he was surprised, he did not stop. Instead, he reached out his palm again and grabbed downward. This palm was even more terrifying than the previous one. It was as if the hand of God had transcended time and space. Oh no! At this moment, Hong Yu and the other two were shocked. Not only them, but the surrounding wavering light sacred land, Spirit Void sect, and Purple Sun sect cultivators were also shocked. This was because this palm was too terrifying. Hong Yu and the other two would not be able to block it. Hong Yu and the other two did not run away because they had no way out. They could only fight to the death. Boom, boom, boom. Ding Peng, Xiao Qing, and Hong Yu kept retreating. Their attacks were also shattered in an instant. The huge palm that covered the sky was still charging toward them quickly. Hong Yu roared crazily, and the golden light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. The surrounding Tao inscriptions also spun rapidly. Accompanied by the golden light, they formed a second tadpole-like pattern. Hong Yu's aura also suddenly skyrocketed. His body shone with golden light, and then he punched out. A large amount of golden light scattered, as if thousands of stars were shining. The golden fist collided with the giant hand that covered the sky. The golden fist was incomparably violent. It went against the flow and actually blocked the huge hand that blotted out the sky. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. They did not expect Hong Yu's strength to increase again. He blocked it. Ding Peng and Xiao Qing were also shocked. They could not block such an attack. However, the 15-year-old youth in front of them blocked it. This was really beyond their expectations. As expected of that bloodline, it is indeed impressive. Even Dan Chunzi, who was watching from afar, smiled slightly. His eyes were filled with greed. Humph, you won't succeed. However, Master Qing, he snorted coldly. To be honest, Hong Yu's strength had also exceeded his expectations. It seemed like it was definitely that kind of legendary bloodline. I never thought that those eyes would appear again. I wonder what kind of storm will arise in the eastern wasteland. The expression of the alchemy sect's elder changed. He did not expect that his opponent's strength would suddenly soar and block his palm. Brat, I have to say, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. To have such combat strength at such a young age, it is indeed heaven-defying. If you continue to grow, you will at least reach the level of a powerful being in the future. You might even be able to break through to an even higher realm. Unfortunately, you have no future. I must capture you today. After saying that, the elder of the alchemy sect revealed a sinister expression. Then, he stretched out his other hand. It covered the sky and covered the sun as he grabbed downwards once again. Both palms struck out at the same time, incomparably terrifying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Hong Yu's pupils constricted. Although his strength had increased greatly, he had not reached the level of a 6-star king. Therefore, to be able to resist a 6-star king's palm was already his full strength. Unless his eyes made another breakthrough, he would probably be in danger. However, he knew that although his golden eyes were extremely terrifying, it was extremely difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Therefore, facing the palm that covered the sky again, he could only choose to retreat. However, could he really escape? This palm was too terrifying. It had completely locked down the entire space. On the other side, Ding Pong and Xiaocheng roared and charged over again with their king's domains. Bang! There was an intense collision. Their domains collided with the huge palm that covered the sky, creating countless storms. However, that palm was too terrifying. It directly slapped the two of them away. Puff! The two of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. It's useless. You can't block it at all. The elder of the alchemy sect sneered and quickly attacked. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's expressions changed. Among them, the elders of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground, the Spirit Void sect, and the Purple Sun sect wanted to rush over to help. However, they were held back by those martial artists who had betrayed them. This was because the disciples of the Spirit Void sect and the Purple Sun sect were not the only ones who had betrayed them. There were also some elders who had betrayed them. This caused the combat power of the two sects to be greatly reduced. On the other hand, the alchemy sect was getting stronger and stronger. The huge palm that covered the sky quickly descended and was about to capture Hongyu and the other two. However, at this moment, a vast energy fluctuation came from the void. Immediately after, a fist shadow streaked across the void like a meteor and quickly charged over. Boom! This fist was extremely violent and seemed to be able to destroy the world. The black fist collided with the huge palm that covered the sky, creating an intense collision. In the next moment, the huge palm was actually sent flying backward. What? It was sent flying. The surrounding people were constantly paying attention to Hongyu's battle situation. At this moment, when they saw that the huge palm that covered the sky was sent flying, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost and did not dare to believe it. Even Hongyu and the other two were extremely shocked. They did not expect that at the most critical moment, there was actually an expert who made a move. Who is it? Could it be an elder? They guessed that the person who could fight against the alchemy sect elder must be an elder from the Spirit Void sect or the Purple Sun sect. Otherwise, it would be a martial artist from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Therefore, for a moment, countless gazes quickly scanned the void, looking for the person who had made a move. Even the alchemy sect elder's face was gloomy. He did not expect that his attack would be sent flying by a single punch. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone was stunned, because they realized that it was not what they had imagined. The person who had made a move was not an elder from the Spirit Void sect or the Purple Sun sect, nor was it an expert from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. It was a man in black. He was dressed in black robes and was surrounded by a black aura, making it impossible to see his true form. On his face, he was wearing an azure dragon mask, which was extremely strange. Those who did not know would think that he was one of Dan Chunzi's men. However, the other party had attacked the alchemy sect elder. It was obvious that he was not one of Dan Chunzi's men. Damn it! Who are you? The alchemy sect elder's voice was ferocious. How dare you interfere in our alchemy sect's matters? I think you have a death wish. As for Ding Pong, Xiaocheng, and the surrounding disciples, they all screamed. What? It's you. That mysterious demon king. Exclamations were heard one after another. They were too shocked. They did not expect that the one who had made a move to save them was the legendary demon king. Chapter 1685. The alchemy faction elder was puzzled. He did not know what had happened in the first round. However, he soon found out. It turned out that there was a mysterious demon king in the first round. He was wearing a black robe and a green dragon mask. He attacked the disciples of the three sects mercilessly and robbed many supreme-grade subdivine crystals. They originally thought that a mysterious expert had sneaked in to rob them. However, they did not expect him to appear again and save Hongyu's life. Ding Peng looked at the mysterious figure with a complicated expression. He swore that if he met him again, he would fight him at all costs. However, he hesitated now. Firstly, it was not the right time. It was a riot now, and he had to suppress it. Moreover, the other party had not only saved Hongyu but also his life. He could be said to be his savior. Therefore, he had mixed feelings about this. However, the surrounding people were even more shocked. The mysterious person who appeared was not only mysterious but also terrifyingly powerful. He sent the alchemy faction elder's hand flying with one punch. Did that mean that the other party was a six-star king? They gasped at the thought of this. The mysterious demon king was naturally Lin Xian. He had already planned to destroy Dan Qinzi's plan. How could he not make a move now? However, he did not want to be recognized, so he could only transform into a demon king again and wear the green dragon mask. Moreover, he was using the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist now. No one could recognize him. Lin Xian's appearance had indeed caused a commotion. For a moment, everyone looked at him. "Who are you?" Hongyu asked in a deep voice. To be honest, he had heard about this demon king. However, he did not expect that the other party would help him now. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you leave now. They want to catch you." "Yes, junior brother Hong. You'd better leave," Xiaoqing also said quickly. As a disciple of the empty spirit sect, Hongyu naturally did not want Hongyu to be caught by the people from the alchemy faction. "All right, thank you very much." Hongyu nodded. Then, his body swayed and he quickly flew into the distance. "You want to leave? Stay here." In the sky, the alchemy faction elder roared angrily and attacked again. Boom, boom, boom. An incomparably vast power enveloped the heavens and earth. Then, a huge hand descended from the sky and pressed down rapidly, as if it wanted to slap Lin Xian into a bloody mist. For a moment, a gale swept through, and the sky darkened. Terrifying energy surged in the air. Humph! Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he waved both of his fists. Terrifying fist shadows quickly blasted out. Above this fist, there was an incomparably strong aura of destruction, as if it could destroy the world. In the next moment, the two collided again. Suddenly, the entire void shook violently, and countless cracks appeared rapidly. The earth caved in even more, and numerous abyssal cracks appeared. This attack was incomparably terrifying. Pung pung pung. The Pill Sect Elder was sent flying back by this punch, and he kept retreating in the air. Every step he took cracked the void. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear. That was because he didn't believe that his opponent would be able to force him back. "Damn it, who are you?" The Pill Sect's elder's expression was incomparably malevolent. However, Lin Xian did not answer at all. What he needed to do now was to safely escort Hongyu away. However, this place was seriously too chaotic. Even without this Pill Sect elder's obstruction, there were still mysterious assassins charging over from the surrounding people, wanting to capture Hongyu. Fortunately, Hongyu had Ding Peng and Xiaoqing by his side, and they could help block for a while. But they probably couldn't hold on for long either, because there were even more elder-level powerhouses rushing over quickly. And on this side, the Pill Sect Elder similarly attacked again. Fire God's palm. The Pill Sect Elder roared angrily. Terrifying flames surged around him, and two incomparably scarlet flames appeared on his palms. Accompanying it was also a terrifying heatwave aura. There was a feeling of burning everything. Facing Lin Xian's might, this Pill Sect Elder was finally going to use his ultimate move. Fire God's Palm, one of the Pill Sect's ultimate moves. It was once used by Chao Yun and Dan Feng, but at this moment, in the hands of this Pill Sect Elder, the power was even more powerful. Smacking both palms out, the fiery red air billow turned into cloud-like mist, enveloping downwards. Immediately, the surrounding space shook. Terrifying flame power danced wildly in the air. This palm caused the originally already extremely chaotic void to split open with countless cracks at this moment. Not good. This is the Pill Sect's ultimate move. I'm afraid that person is in danger. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, Their hearts all leaped up. Although they did not know who in the world that mysterious person was, at this moment, only the other party could stop this pill sect elder. If he was injured, then Hongyu would probably be in danger. Facing this terrifying palm, Lin Xian gave a cold snort. His two fists moved out. A terrifying aura of destruction revolved around him. Thunderclap Thunder Dragon. A punch rumbled out. Immediately, a black dragon phantom appeared. Accompanying it was also black-colored lightning all around. Horrifying energy instantly pierced through the void, flying fiercely upwards. The next instant, terrifying energy erupted. Ripples akin to sea waves swept out in all directions. The entire enormous city was affected. A large number of buildings were destroyed. The sky collapsed, and the ground cracked open. The surrounding martial artists were also continuously pushed back by this attack. The battle prowess of a six-star king was terrifying. It far surpassed the three great prodigies. When the energy storm disappeared, everyone quickly looked over. Then, they were extremely shocked. This was because the pill sect elder's hair was disheveled, and his expression was wretched. There was blood flowing on his palms. It was abnormally scarlet. What? The pill sect elder is injured. At this moment, countless people were shocked. As for the pill sect martial artists, their faces were filled with horror. That was the pill sect elder. A six-star king was incomparably terrifying. Even the three great prodigies could not fight against him. But now, he was actually injured by a mysterious person? This was simply too shocking. Who was this person? At this moment, even Dan Chunzi's face was gloomy. The sudden appearance of this mysterious person had undoubtedly disrupted his plan. Otherwise, he would have captured Hongyu long ago. When esteemed Master Qing he saw this scene, he revealed a cold smile. Then, he said to the two sect masters beside him, "The two of you go and help them. You don't have to worry about this." Yes. The sect masters of the Empty Spirit sect and the Purple Sun sect quickly moved and joined the battle. The strength of these two people was extremely terrifying. They were both at the almighty level. Therefore, they all joined the battle, causing the Pill sect to retreat. Haha, Imo Tianqi, although your plan is very good, I'm afraid it will fail again this time. Esteemed Master Qing, he laughed coldly. Fail? My good senior brother, how is that possible? This time, I'm fully prepared. Chapter 1686. Then, countless rainbows flew over from all directions in the sky. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura. Along with them was a monstrous aura of death that formed into dark clouds. Do you really think that I only have one alchemy sect? Imo Tianqi sneered. Next, I'll show you a part of my strength. Even though Lin Xian's appearance had disrupted his plans, no one was able to ruin his plans. Soon, the dark clouds that appeared in the surroundings arrived nearby. Within them, terrifying figures appeared one after another. Those people were extremely strange, but without exception, their bodies were surrounded by a thick aura of death. Beneath their feet, strange creatures were circling around. Some were piles of skeletons that formed a strange white-boned bird. Some were rotting corpses that emitted a monstrous stench. These were all lifeless things, but at this moment, they could move. Corpses. The Chasing Corpse sect. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They did not expect that the other party had attracted the Chasing Corpse sect. Among them, there were two figures with unusually powerful auras. Under their feet stood two skeletons with 10-meter-long white bone wings. Mighty figures. Sensing the aura of the two figures, the Lingshu sect master exclaimed. The Purple Sun sect master's expression was also extremely solemn. Originally, the addition of the two of them had improved the situation of the battle. However, they did not expect that the other party would have two more mighty figures. This made them feel very troubled. Moreover, in addition to the two mighty figures, there were more than a dozen powerhouses from the Chasing Corpse sect. They were afraid that this would make the battle worse. Kill. Imo Tianqi also laughed wildly and gave the order. Immediately, the two mighty figures from the Chasing Corpse sect and more than a dozen powerhouses around them charged into the battle. The situation changed again. The advantage that the wavering light sacred land had gained was once again suppressed. The Lingshu sect master and the Purple Sun sect master could no longer attack others. The two of them fought with all their strength against the two mighty figures from the Chasing Corpse sect. As for the remaining powerhouses from the Chasing Corpse sect, 3 of them charged towards Hongyu while the others joined the battle. Boom, boom, boom. 3 gray auras quickly rushed towards Hongyu and the others. Hongyu, Ding Pong, and the others also quickly counterattacked. A series of fierce attacks exploded in the air. Lin Xian's body flashed and came near Hongyu. He then punched out with both his fists, sending all of the death aura flying away with his fists. Die, brat. One of them flipped his palm and summoned a tall black zombie, which quickly charged towards Lin Xian. The black zombie was like an impenetrable fortress, radiating the light of the King of Death. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. 2 ghostly claws grabbed at Lin Xian's heart and head. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he dodged the attack. At the same time, he punched back. Very good. Seeing this, Imo Tianqi, who was in the distance, smiled again. As for the Qinghe ancestor, his expression was gloomy. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light. At the same time, an extremely violent energy surged out of his body like a raging wave. Boom! In the next moment, the space he was in exploded, and a pitch-black hole appeared. Moreover, it quickly spread to the surroundings. This scene was too frightening. Both sides of the battle were continuously retreating, afraid that they would be affected by the shockwaves. In fact, even the 2 mighty figures of the Chasing Corpse sect and the sect masters of the Spirit Void sect and Purple Sun sect retreated to the side. Although they were all mighty figures, there were also differences in strength between the mighty figures. They were only 7-star sovereigns, while the Qinghe ancestor was at least an 8-star sovereign or even stronger. Therefore, the 2 sides were not on the same level at all. The black hole grew bigger and bigger, and a long howl came from within it. Imo Tianqi, do you really think that a replica of the immortal trapping net can trap me? This voice was full of majesty and disdain. It was the voice of the Qinghe ancestor. I didn't expect your strength to have improved again. You can break through the restraints of the immortal trapping net. But so what? Even if we fight head-on, you are no match for me. This extremely cold voice belonged to Imo Tianqi. In the next moment, the black hole gradually disappeared, and 2 figures appeared in the void. One of them was majestic and extraordinary, and his entire body was surrounded by green light. It was the Qinghe ancestor. The other person had an old appearance, but that person quickly changed his appearance. The white-haired, sage-like figure disappeared in an instant. In his place was an incomparably evil young man. He was the Qinghe ancestor's junior brother, Imo Tianqi. For the past few hundred years, he had been impersonating Dan Qinzi and plotting big plans in the alchemy sect. Without the restraint of the immortal trapping net, the Qinghe ancestor snorted coldly and punched out. Immediately, a terrifying light covered the entire sky. Everything within 100 miles completely collapsed, and the entire huge city was instantly reduced to ashes. It was too terrifying. The Qinghe ancestor was probably an extremely powerful existence among the mighty figures. Just this punch alone made everyone present feel a sense of despair. However, in the face of this terrifying punch, Imo Tianqi was not afraid at all. A cold smile appeared on his bewitching face. Then, an extremely terrifying aura surged from his body. A black scythe appeared in his hand, emitting a dense and terrifying aura. He waved the death scythe, and a crescent-shaped blade light quickly slashed out. The spiritual energy in the sky was instantly sucked dry. The huge death scythe slashed forward and collided with the terrifying fist. Immediately, the area within 1,000 miles boiled. It was too terrifying. The energy exploded, forming a huge energy wave that spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. At this moment, the surrounding warriors were all affected. They fled in all directions as if they had gone mad. At the same time, Imo Tianqi and the Qinghe ancestors' figures kept rising into the sky and engaged in a great battle. A good chance. Let's go. Hong Yu seized the opportunity and flew into the distance. The scene was too chaotic now. Everyone was avoiding the aftermath of the energy wave, and no one cared about him. However, he was still a step too late. In the sky, Missouri Tianchi waved his hand, and the immortal trapping net directly turned into a huge energy light shield, completely enveloping the area within 1,000 miles. What followed after was a cold laugh. It's useless. No one below the mighty figure can open it. Moreover, even an ordinary mighty figure can't open it. So, you'd better stay here obediently. Damn it! Hong Yu roared crazily. Even his golden eyes emitted a terrifying light. Boom! The golden light blasted forward, but it was still unable to shake the energy shield formed by the immortal trapping net. The surrounding people also retreated to the edge. After the terrifying energy wave disappeared, everyone started fighting again. However, in the next moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Chapter 1687. In the next moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. What? Damn it, it's actually you. That alchemy sect elder roared crazily. His gaze was fixed on a figure. Hearing this voice, the surrounding people also looked over. Then, they were all stunned, because they discovered that that mysterious demon king was actually someone they were incomparably familiar with. Isn't he that Lin Xian from the alchemy sect? That's right, it's actually him. What's going on? Could it be that he didn't betray us? One after another, cries of surprise came. Clearly, everyone was extremely shocked. Lin Xian also laughed bitterly. That surge of energy just now was too terrifying. It directly destroyed his Azure Dragon mask. So now, his true face appeared before everyone's eyes. Brat, you actually dare to ruin the plan. Could it be that you really aren't afraid of death? That alchemy sect elder sneered. Don't forget, your life is in our hands. But Lin Xian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. I won't let your evil scheme succeed. Courting death. A puny little 3-star king dares to say such big words? The alchemy sect elder sneered. I don't know what medicinal pill you use to raise your cultivation. I presume it shouldn't be for long. He did not expect that the one who interfered was actually their alchemy sect disciple. This was truly unexpected. One had to know that the alchemy sect disciples had all consumed the blue wave pill and purple poison. Without their antidote, no one could cure them. But now, there was actually someone who dared to resist them. Could it be that the other party really did not want to live anymore? But Lin Xian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. Come here and die. He waved his hand and pulled out a black demonic sword from the void. Since his identity was already exposed, then he did not have anything to worry about anymore. So at this moment, Lin Xian planned to attack with all his might. With just the likes of you? Want to attack me? You really don't know life from death. The alchemy sect elder was incomparably furious. A puny little disciple actually dared to provoke him? This was intolerable to him. So in the next moment, the aura on his body erupted, and he attacked mercilessly. A fiery red palm was unparalleled, its power terrifying as it descended from the sky. The entire sky was dyed red, and a terrifying energy surged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved the 9 Hell Devil sword in his hand. A shocking sword light that was incomparably sharp tore through the void and flew out rapidly. Pong! This sword strike was extremely terrifying. Soon, the two collided and exploded again. What? He blocked it again. This is impossible. The alchemy faction's elder didn't dare to believe it. His opponent was only a 3-star king. How could he display such powerful battle prowess? He guessed that the other party must have taken some kind of pill to increase his cultivation. But after such a long time, the effects of the pill should be wearing off soon. But now, the other party was still not affected in the slightest. His strength was still as terrifying as ever. This made him very unhappy. With a cold snort, he took out a red iron hammer and held it in his hand. The red hammer was small and exquisite, and it was incomparably exquisite. Mysterious patterns were engraved on it. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a monstrous heat. Brat, Don't think that you're the only one with an Earth-rank artifact. Next, I'll let you know the power of a 6-star king." He roared angrily, and his entire body turned into a stream of light. Like a thunder god, he quickly swooped down. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and used the Dragon Sword domain. Immediately, the green Dragon Sword domain quickly expanded and covered the Alchemy Faction's elder. In the next moment, thousands of sword chi crisscrossed, and the entire world turned into a world of swords. Clang, clang. In an instant, the Alchemy Faction's elder received countless sword chi attacks. He waved the red iron hammer in his hand and continuously smashed in all directions. Every time, an earth-shaking collision occurred. Soon, his arm became numb. This shocked him greatly. Damn it, how is this possible? How can this brat's king domain be so powerful? He was too shocked. Those sword chi were incomparably sharp, causing his heart to tremble in fear. If he was slightly careless, those sword chi would cut him in half. Damn it! With a furious roar, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. At this time, he had to use his king domain. Immediately, a fiery red king domain appeared behind him and quickly resisted Lin Xian's Dragon Sword domain. The two domains collided, shaking heaven and earth. Lin Xian sneered. The other party dared to compete with him in king domain? He was really courting death. His king domain was evolved from the great Dragon Sword soul, and its power was incomparably powerful. Even if the other party was a 6-star king, he would not be able to contend against him. That was the truth. After the two domains collided a few times, the Alchemy Faction's elder's expression changed again. This was because he discovered that countless cracks had appeared on his fiery red domain. Damn it, how is this possible? The Alchemy Faction's elder's scalp went numb. He discovered that he could not defeat the young man in front of him. This was unbearable for him, but the truth was that it had happened. "Old man, it's over." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, a red sword god phantom appeared in his domain. Monstrous killing intent bloomed, and sword chi swept through the clouds. The red sword god phantom took a step forward and merged with Lin Xian. Immediately, Lin Xian's aura erupted, and the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand quickly slashed forward. Pooh! The sword split the sky, and a huge sword chi spread out for thousands of miles, instantly splitting the other party's king domain. Pooh! The Alchemy Faction's elder was instantly seriously injured, and his body flew backward. What? The Alchemy Faction's elder was defeated? How is this possible? The surrounding cultivators were stunned. That was the Alchemy Faction's elder, a 6-star king. At this moment, he could not defeat a core disciple? What a joke. The other Alchemy Faction's disciples were especially shocked. Lin Xian roared, and the Dragon Sword domain expanded. Thousands of sword chi surrounded him, and wherever it passed, all the cultivators were sent flying. No one could contend against him. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sword demon, unstoppable. With Lin Xian leading the way at the front, he quickly led Hongyu and the others away. Humph! It's useless. You can't break the immortal binding net at all. The surrounding ordinary disciples did not dare to approach at all, and the elders could not free themselves. However, there were 3 people from the Chasing Corpse sect that charged over again. They controlled dozens of zombies, and they were incomparably ferocious as they roared and charged forward. These zombies had bodies of bronze and bones of iron. They were not afraid of any attacks at all. Moreover, they did not feel pain. They could be said to be killing machines. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Xian this time. Ordinary attacks might not be able to hurt them, but Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely sharp. At this moment, it slashed those zombies into pieces. What? In an instant, more than 10 zombies were cut into pieces. Damn brat, how dare you destroy my zombies? Chapter 1688. In an instant, more than 10 zombies were cut into pieces. Damn brat, how dare you destroy my zombies? The 3 Chasing Corpse sect martial artists were enraged when they saw this. As members of the Chasing Corpse sect, zombies were their weapons. They were even more important than their lives. They had spent a great deal of effort to refine those zombies, but now they had been destroyed so easily. How could they not be angry? In an instant, the three of them attacked in a frenzy. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Lin Xian clenched his left fist and punched out. Suddenly, a violent aura filled the air. A huge black fist swept forward. Instantly, the remaining zombies and the three chasing corpse sect martial artists were all sent flying by this punch. It was too terrifying. This punch seemed to be able to destroy the world. No one could block it. At the side, Ding Pong and Xiao Cheng were completely stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying power. Hong Yu was even more shocked. He had always thought of himself as a peerless genius with unparalleled eye techniques. He did not take anyone seriously. He had even hoped to fight Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that he was too naive. Lin Xian's current strength had completely surpassed his. Even if he had unparalleled eye techniques, he would not be able to do anything to Lin Xian. This was not to say that Hong Yu's eyes were not strong. It was just that he was too young. He was only 14 or 15 years old and had not yet developed the power of this pair of golden eyes. If this pair of golden eyes displayed its true power, it was not certain who would win in a battle against Lin Xian. Perhaps, other than Lin Xian, no one could fight against it. This was because the golden eyes had a frightening origin. If Lin Xian did not have the great dragon sword soul, he might not be able to fight against it. This was also the reason why Mo Tianqi wanted to snatch Hong Yu away. His real goal was the pair of golden eyes. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated and finally arrived in front of the energy shield. Peerless Demonic Saber. Hurricane Blade. Ding Pong and Xiao Qing activated their king's domains and unleashed their most powerful attacks as they ferociously attacked forwards. The terrifying attacks landed on the energy shield in front of them, but they did not cause any sparks. What? How can this be? Their expressions changed drastically. Their attacks were very powerful. Even if they could not break it, they could at least affect it. But now, they did not even cause any damage. This caused them to develop a deep sense of frustration. Hong Yu's face was also ugly. He activated his golden eyes and searched carefully. See if you can break it. Therefore, at the same time, he also threw out a punch. The terrifying punch landed on the surface, causing ripples to appear. However, he was unable to break it open. He was extremely excited. The immortal binding net was a supreme treasure that had been passed down since ancient times. It was very famous. However, it was probably impossible to find it now. As for this imitation, it was also incomparably powerful. Ruffian Dragon, can you break it? Lin Xian asked anxiously. It's impossible to break it completely, but it should be no problem if we can open a crack and escape. The dark red dragon studied it carefully. As for the surrounding assassins, they charged over once again. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others were extremely powerful and could still hold on. Outside, the battle continued. The dark red dragon kept waving its dragon claws to break the immortal binding net. Time passed bit by bit. Hong Yu and the others felt more and more pressure. They could not hold on any longer. At this moment, the dark red dragon exclaimed, "Found it!" Then, it waved its dragon claws and pointed in a direction. Attack that place. That was the weakest part of the defense. Hearing that, everyone was overjoyed. Hong Yu was the first to attack. The golden light in his eyes was like a golden sword that quickly pierced forward. At the same time, Ding Pong and Xiao Cheng also attacked with all their might. No, it's still not enough. I'm coming too. The dark red dragon also waved its dragon claws and launched a terrifying attack. Lin Xian raised his battle prowess to the extreme. The dragon sword soul in his body rumbled, and the nine darkness demonic sword in his hand emitted a black light. Then, he stabbed forward. The terrifying sword chi tore through the void, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Boom! They attacked with all their might and hit the weakest part of the energy barrier. Finally, a crack was torn open. What? Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people from the alchemy faction changed. They did not expect the other party to be able to break through the defense. Even Mo Tianqi, who was fighting in the sky, frowned. He did not believe that a few kings could break through his immortal binding net. Damn it, he snorted coldly, and his figure flashed as he was about to dive down. However, Qinghe also laughed loudly. You want to leave? It's not that easy. On his body, several green rivers surged and turned into green snakes that covered the entire sky. They blocked Imotianqi's path. Get lost. Imotianqi fought back crazily. At the same time, Lin Xian, Hongyu, and the others directly escaped through the crack. In the next moment, everyone used their fastest speed to escape into the distance. Chase after them. Imotianqi retracted the immortal binding net and issued an order. Immediately, countless alchemy faction and chasing corpse sect cultivators chased into the distance. However, most of them were stopped by the people from the Spirit Void sect, Purple Sun sect, and Wavering Light Sacred Land. Only a small portion of them broke through the encirclement. Seeing that a few experts had gone to chase after them, Imotianqi's mood improved a little. In the next moment, a terrifying light bloomed in his eyes, and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. Senior brother, how dare you ruin my plan? I'll send you to hell today. He stretched out his palm, and a silver beast claw covered the sky and the earth, grabbing forward. Immediately, the sky exploded again, and the two of them engaged in a shocking battle. On the other side, Lin Xian, Hongyu, and the others escaped from the immortal binding net and quickly ran into the distance. However, they soon frowned. Split up and escape. We'll lure them away. Ding Pong gritted his teeth and said, Okay. The few of them agreed. Lin Xian's figure changed, and his bones made cracking sounds. In the end, he turned into the same appearance as Hongyu. This should be able to confuse them more. Lin Xian said quickly. Hongyu looked at Lin Xian and the other two and said gratefully, Hongyu is very grateful for your help. In the future, I will repay you with all my strength. Chapter 1689. Ding Pong and Xiao Qing also each chose a direction and left quickly. Lin Xian was the last to leave. He had been waiting until his pursuers were nearby before he flew toward the east. When those people saw Lin Xian's appearance, they thought it was Hongyu. Therefore, they immediately chased after Lin Xian with murderous intent. However, when those people disappeared, a silver figure appeared on the ground again. Like quicksilver, it clattered and then condensed into a human figure. His appearance was exactly the same as Imotianqi's. From the looks of it, it should be a clone of the other party. The silver clone's eyes flickered. Then, he stared in the direction that the real Hongyu escaped and chased after him. Lin Xian smiled when he saw that there were 8 or 9 people following behind him. If he lured those people away and allowed Hongyu to leave safely, he would have completed the task of the 1,000 Beast Cauldron. What happened in the future would have nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, he flew at a leisurely pace. He did not let the other party catch him, nor did he let him disappear from their sight. Just like that, Lin Xian's figure came to a stop after flying for approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, 8 people quickly rushed over. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, come back with me obediently. You don't want to suffer some physical pain. The 8 people's auras were very powerful. Among them, 5 were alchemy grandmasters, and the other 3 were powerhouses from the Chasing Corpse sect. Go back with you? No need. I think it's better for you to stay here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed, and he returned to his original appearance. At the same time, An Hong's divine dragon flew out and quickly cast the array that had been set up long ago. Immediately, it covered a radius of 100 miles. What? It's you. When they saw Lin Xian change his appearance, their expressions changed drastically. Damn it, we've been tricked. They were too shocked because they did not expect that they had chased after the wrong person. Damn kid, just you wait. When we catch him, it'll be your death. These powerhouses roared angrily and wanted to leave. That was because the most important thing now was to catch Hongyu. But soon, their faces darkened. The reason for that was because they discovered that the area within a radius of 100 miles had been sealed. A huge formation enveloped this space. You want to trap us? You're overestimating yourself. One of the alchemy grandmasters sneered and punched out with his fists. His fiery red fists smashed into the array formation, creating a heaven-shaking collision. However, he did not open it. Damn it! How is this possible? The Pill Ancestor martial artist was shocked. He was a 6-star king. He was actually unable to blast open the array? This really surprised him. Little did he know that this was a formation that had been meticulously set up by the dark red divine dragon to trap people. Even a 6-star king would need a lot of strength to open it. Not only that, but the dark red divine dragon also sneered. Humph! How could the array formation that I set up be so easy to open? He waved his dragon claws, and the array formation around him flickered with light as he unleashed one terrifying attack after another. They quickly killed those warriors. The void vibrated as the formation flickered. The 100,000 mountains were incomparably terrifying. They appeared in the sky and pressed down on the people below. On the other side, snow and ice covered the sky as if it was a world of ice that quickly enveloped them. Thunderclouds rolled above their heads, and terrifying lightning kept falling. These arrays displayed a powerful force that battered the 8 martial artists. Damn it! The 8 of them had gloomy expressions as they kept dodging. However, they realized that if this continued, it would waste even more time. Kill that brat. This array formation is much easier to break without anyone controlling it. At this moment, the 8 of them had a common idea. They planned to kill Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The 8 of them split into 2 groups of 4 and attacked Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon respectively. In their opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he would not be able to resist the 8 of them. Ruffian dragon, kill them. Lin Xian threw the 10,000 beast cauldron to the dark red divine dragon while he held the 9 darkness demonic sword. Ha ha ha, I haven't fought in a long time. I'll use them as practice. The dark red divine dragon's cultivation base had also recovered during this period of time, and his strength had skyrocketed. Although he had not recovered to his peak state, he was still extremely terrifying. Moreover, he could control the array formation around him, and with the 10,000 beast cauldron in his hand, it would not be a problem for him to fight against the 4 powerhouses. He held the 10,000 beast cauldron in his hand, and countless terrifying demonic beasts charged forward. On the other side, Lin Xian was even more direct. Without any hesitation, he quickly unleashed the dragon sword domain, which instantly enveloped the 4 of them. Among the 4 of them, 2 were powerhouses from the Chasing Corpse sect, and 2 were martial artists from the alchemy faction. In an instant, they were enveloped by the dragon sword domain. However, the 4 of them had cold smiles on their faces. A puny 3-star king wants to trap the 4 of us with his domain? He's overestimating himself. Brat, you're too naive. Looks like you don't know how to write the word death. Dark Ghost Claw. One of the powerhouses from the Chasing Corpse sect sneered and waved his hand. The void trembled as a huge ghost claw quickly clawed at him. The ghost claw was incomparably black and emitted a terrifying power of death. Wherever it passed, ghost chi filled the sky. He slapped the surroundings with his palm, wanting to tear the dragon sword domain apart, while the dragon sword spirit domain bloomed with a resplendent light. Thousands of sword chi crisscrossed within, easily annihilating the ghost claw. What? Seeing this scene, the Chasing Corpse sect's powerhouse's expression changed. He did not expect that this king domain actually exceeded his expectations. His ghost claw was incomparably terrifying. Killing a 3-star king was as easy as blowing off dust. But he did not expect that it actually failed now. Damn it, there's a problem with this domain. I don't believe it. A middle-aged martial artist from the alchemy faction snorted coldly and waved his fist. A fiery red light soared into the sky, dyeing the entire space red. But it was still useless. A swift and fierce sword chi cut the fist in half. The fiery red flames that filled the sky were all extinguished. Damn it, how is this possible? The alchemy faction's martial artist also had ugly expressions. The sword chi in this domain was so powerful that it was hard for them to believe. Are you very surprised? Very surprised? Lin Xian snorted coldly. It doesn't matter. When you reach hell, You'll have plenty of time to be surprised." He waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain once again erupted with a resplendent light. Countless sword chi quickly slashed down. Lin Xian held the 9 hell demonic sword in his hand and quickly charged over. "Kid, you're courting death." The 4 powerhouses were furious. They all used their ultimate techniques and attacked. In an instant, 4 king domains were used at the same time. It was incomparably terrifying. Vast energy constantly collided with the dragon sword domain, wanting to tear it apart. However, they still underestimated the dragon sword domain. The sword chi of the dragon sword domain was incomparably terrifying. It fought against 4 king domains. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 domains constantly collided, emitting earth-shattering sounds. Every attack tore apart the sky. Ghost King Domain. Chapter 1690. Inside, a ghost king-like figure appeared continuously, emitting a monstrous aura. Then, a black ray of light pierced forward. Wherever it passed, the void instantly dimmed as if it had been robbed of its vitality. Even Lin Xian felt the threat of death looming over him. 6 God Sword Technique. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged instantly. At the same time, a red sword shadow appeared in his domain. Countless red sword chi surrounded him and charged towards the Ghost King domain. Boom! The sword chi was shocking. The sword god's shadow seemed to have turned into a heavenly sword that cut through everything. The Ghost King domain was instantly knocked away. It was extremely dim and was almost completely split apart. Puff! The chasing corpse sect martial artist spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What? Seeing this scene, the other 3 martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect the young man in front of them to be so powerful. They had to attack with all their might and kill him. The 3 of them did not dare to hold back. They used all their strength and charged forward with their king domain. White Bones Domain. Another chasing corpse sect martial artist roared. Suddenly, countless white bones appeared around him. They covered the sky and earth and were extremely terrifying. Fire Spirit Turtle Domain. The alchemy ancestor also roared. Suddenly, a huge red turtle appeared around him. It was extremely heavy and crushed the void. 8 Flames Domain. The other alchemy sect elder's body was fiery red. Inside, there was a red palace that came crashing down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared. His black hair fluttered as he unleashed his combat strength to the extreme. At this moment, the dragon sword domain seemed to have been revived. It turned into a green dragon and roared continuously. The real dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A terrifying aura filled the air. 2 sword god shadows appeared and charged towards the White Bones domain and 8 Flames domain. Lin Xian held a sword in one hand and a fist in the other. Terrifying sword techniques and Armageddon Black Dragon Fist were unleashed together. In the next moment, the Jade Fire Turtle domain collided. At this moment, Lin Xian was simply too terrifying. Every move he made caused the sky to tremble and the ground to sink. Soon, 3 miserable shrieks rang out as their territories were destroyed. 3 figures flew out, their faces filled with fear. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Even with the 3 of them working together, they were still no match for him. It's over. Myriad sword chimes. Lin Xian waved his long sword, and the dragon sword domain emitted a terrifying aura. Tens of thousands of sword chi condensed into an azure dragon sword, ruthlessly stabbing towards the 3 people. They covered the sky and covered the earth, like 10,000 beasts galloping. A terrifying aura covered the entire space. When everything disappeared, the 4 warriors were nailed to the ground by the sword chi. Every one of them had a terrified expression on their faces. The reason for that was because they did not dare to believe that their opponent would be able to kill the 4 of them so easily. While Lin Xian had dealt with 4 enemies, the Dark Red Dragon God had also dealt with its opponent. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely scream. The 8 experts were extremely terrifying. However, it was actually defeated by a man and a dragon. This was simply too unbelievable. After dealing with these people, the the dark red dragon god waved its dragon claw and withdrew all the surrounding formations. Boy, what should we do next? The dark red dragon god asked. We've already helped Hongyu lure the enemy away. Logically speaking, we've also ruined Dan Qinzi's plan. Next, we should have nothing to do. This storm is too big, and it involves the Wavering Light's sacred land. It's better that we don't get involved. Hearing that, the dark red dragon god nodded, and the two of them prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the north in the distance. Following that, countless golden rays of light bloomed. Although it was very far away, Lin Xian could still see it clearly with his martial Dao celestial eye. The golden rays of light. Could it be that Hongyu was fighting someone? Lin Xian frowned. Then, he said, Ruffian dragon, let's go and take a look. He was a little worried, so he wanted to go and take a look. Then, the two of them used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and turned into 2 streaks of lightning, flying towards the north. On the vast land in the north, 2 figures stood. One was Hongyu, and the other was a mysterious person whose body was flickering with silver light. His appearance was exactly the same as Emo Tianqi's. It was the clone. At that moment, Hongyu's face was pale, and his body was covered with injuries. Blood kept dripping onto the ground. There were 4 silver chains around him, but they were already broken. In fact, there were even countless silver scales scattered all over the ground. Opposite him, Emo Tianqi's clone smirked, and his eyes flashed. Not bad, not bad. As expected of that bloodline, he actually managed to escape from my restraints. He was too shocked. Although he was only a clone, his strength was absolutely terrifying. No one below the almighty level could fight against him. At that moment, the young man was actually able to break free from his restraints. It was indeed shocking. Moreover, what made him even happier was that if he could obtain that pair of eyes, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Kid, you're still too weak. Although you also have those eyes, you can't unleash your full strength with your current strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Come with me obediently, and if you're lucky, you can still live. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The silver clone's voice was cold, and there was a strong, murderous aura. Follow you? Don't even think about it. Hongyu gritted his teeth. His small face was ferocious, and a golden light bloomed in his eyes. He was now suffering from internal injuries, and the silver figure in front of him was the most terrifying enemy he had ever met. In fact, he had already displayed his current maximum strength, but he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. This made him feel a strong sense of powerlessness. Was he really going to be caught by his opponent today? He didn't want to live like that, so even if he self-destructed today, he wouldn't fall into his opponent's hands. Thinking of this, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a bright golden light burst out from his eyes, forming a golden light beam that flew forward. Wherever it passed, the void was cut open. In an instant, the golden light shrouded the silver figure. Clang! The golden light collided with the silver figure, and the sound of metal colliding burst out. Humph! Stubborn! The silver clone snorted. A silver light rose from the surface of his body, and a mysterious pattern appeared to resist the golden light. Soon, he neutralized the attack. Then, he stretched out his palm, and a silver-white flame appeared in his palm. With a wave of his palm, he repelled the golden light. The silver palm, accompanied by the monstrous flame, grabbed forward. Chapter 1691. Boom! Hongyu was instantly hit by the aura and was sent flying while vomiting blood. Ah! Hongyu roared madly. He was bleeding all over, but he was still fearless. The golden light in his eyes spun rapidly and formed 2 strange patterns. 10,000 years in one glance. He activated his strongest illusion technique. The silver figure felt the illusion attack and his body trembled. His face stiffened. But soon, a rumbling sound erupted from his body, and he was instantly sent flying. The terrifying illusion technique was broken. Kid, I have to admit that your eye technique is indeed very strong. You can even fight those of a higher level. I'm afraid even a 6-star king is no match for you. But it's useless against me. I'm a clone of Lord. My strength is definitely not something you can imagine. The silver figure sneered. In the next moment, he slowly walked forward. All right, it's over. Come back with me. With every step he took, silver ripples flickered under his feet and formed a mysterious energy. Hong Yu's face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. This was because the other party's footsteps seemed to be stepping on his heart, making him tremble all over. He could not resist at all. He struggled with all his might, but the injuries on his body increased and many parts even exploded. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, you will definitely die. The silver figure looked at Hong Yu, who was lying in a pool of blood expressionlessly. He waved his hand and a silver chain flew out like a spirit snake. It seemed that he wanted to chain Hong Yu up. Hong Yu shook his body and tried to struggle, but he had no strength to resist at all. A look of despair appeared in his golden eyes. He even mobilized the last bit of strength in his body and prepared to self-destruct. However, a sword light flashed and instantly slashed the chain like a divine rainbow meteor. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and 4 silver chains flew out horizontally. Who is it? The silver figure roared when he saw his attack being sent flying. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in the void. 1 man and 1 dragon, their expressions solemn and their auras sharp. It's you, Hong Yu said with difficulty when he saw the figure. That's right. The person who came was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They flew madly all the way and finally arrived at the last moment. In a flash, the dark red divine dragon appeared in front of Hong Yu. Waving its claws, it took out a few elixirs and fed them to Hong Yu. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was grave as he stared at the silver figure. When he saw the other party's appearance, his eyelids twitched violently. Emotianchi. He was shocked inwardly. This was an existence that had impersonated Dan Chunzi, a true almighty. No wonder Hong Yu couldn't withstand it. Not to mention Hong Yu, even he couldn't contend against it. However, wasn't the other party fighting the Qinghe ancestor? How did he end up here? Kid, be careful. He's just a clone. The dark red dragon reminded him from behind. Clone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't him. As long as Emotianchi didn't come in person, it wouldn't be the worst-case scenario. Indeed, compared to the real Emotianchi, a clone was probably much weaker. If Lin Xian attacked with all his strength, he might be able to resist. However, the silver clone sneered when he saw the change in Lin Xian's expression. Kid, what's with that expression? Do you think you can defeat me? You're too naive. Although I'm just a clone, I'm not someone you can fight against. He waved his hand, and the 4 silver chains flew towards Lin Xian again. They were like 4 silver pythons that were incomparably fierce. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and swung it. With a loud collision, the sky was filled with golden light. The 9 darkness demonic sword hit the 4 silver chains, causing the surrounding void to collapse instantly. He blocked it. The silver clone was shocked. He didn't expect the combat strength of the young man opposite him to be so powerful. It was beyond his expectations. One had to know that even a 6-star king couldn't block his attack. However, the other party actually blocked it. This was too surprising. Good kid. No wonder you're so confident. You're indeed capable. However, it's impossible for you to kill me. The silver clone sneered and stared at Lin Xian. It seems like you have some secrets on you. Why don't I capture you and give you to master? Poof! The silver clone stretched out his hand, and a ball of white flame jumped rapidly in his palm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ball of silver-white flame flickered with flickering light as it flew out at high speed. It flew towards Lin Xian. Be careful, Hong Yu warned from behind. He was injured by the silver flame, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. The silver flame was a great threat to him. The aftershocks made his whole body tense, and he felt like he was on the verge of death. What a terrifying flame. What is it? Lin Xian was shocked. The other party was just a clone, but the power it displayed was too terrifying. He really didn't know how powerful Mo Tianqi's real body was. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and then his fingers moved. Balls of black flame flew out from his fingertips and quickly floated forward. Boom! These black flames were the dark sky flame. It was extremely terrifying and emitted a strange energy. In the next moment, the two balls of flame collided in the air. Chi! Chi! The two balls of flame collided and shook violently. The terrifying temperature burned, causing the entire void to distort. Boom! However, in the end, Lin Xian's dark sky flame couldn't resist the silver flame and was torn apart. Whoosh! Although the silver flame had broken through the dark sky flame and became much dimmer, it still charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. His heavenly darkness flame was incomparably terrifying and had never failed before. However, this time, it was actually destroyed by the silver flames. This shocked him greatly. He snorted and moved his finger again. Suddenly, a blue aura surged out as if it was going to freeze the entire space. Sea God's ice. Blue ice crystals flew out, forming ripples that froze the space. The power of ice surged towards the silver flame. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, the silver flame slowed down a lot. In the end, it seemed to have entered a quagmire and became slower and slower. Not only that, but the cold aura around it also increased. If not for the terrifying silver flame, it would have been frozen. The two were in a stalemate. The silver flame jumped and emitted a terrifying energy that melted all the surrounding ice. However, there was too much cold aura. The two fought, and in the end, the silver flame was frozen. What? It's frozen. Seeing this scene, Hongyu, who was behind him, was also dumbfounded. He knew how powerful the silver flame was. Back then, he fought back with all his strength and couldn't resist it. However, now, it could freeze it. Chapter 1692. Even more astonished was the silver clone. He didn't expect that the other party could really seal his silver flames. He couldn't believe it. First, it was the black flames. It should be the origin of some kind of beast. Now, even the sea god's ice has appeared. This kid actually has so many treasures in his hands. Looks like I really can't let you go today. The silver clone's eyes glowed. Then, his entire body turned into a silver flash and charged over quickly. A silver palm seemed to have crossed the void and directly hit Lin Xian. The terrifying power set off countless storms. That aura made one's hair stand on end. It was as if it could pressure everything. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he instantly used the dragon sword domain. A green sword domain appeared, emitting a sharp aura, and blocked the silver palm. That was why he wasn't suppressed. At the same time, Lin Xian moved the demonic sword in his hand and shot out streaks of black sword chi. They were like black dragons, sharp and unstoppable as they quickly counterattacked. His current combat strength was shockingly terrifying. Even a 6-star king couldn't compete with him. But this time, his opponent was the incomparably mysterious silver clone. Therefore, although Lin Xian's sword chi was terrifying, it was suppressed at this moment. The silver clone was like a god of war, covered in flames. It blocked all the sword chi that filled the sky outside its body. Boom! At the same time, the silver palm also slapped on the dragon sword domain. Immediately, it caused a tremor. Lin Xian's body was also sent flying. So powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. This palm was too terrifying. Fortunately, his dragon sword domain was strong and wasn't destroyed. If it were any other 6-star king, they probably wouldn't be able to survive under this palm. With a cold snort, Lin Xian charged over again with the dragon sword domain. Then, the two of them erupted into a shocking battle. But this time, the enemy was too powerful. It was the clone of a peerless almighty. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian couldn't suppress it at all. Instead, he was constantly pushed back. Kid, I'm coming. Let's attack together. The dark red divine dragon saw that something was amiss and let out a loud and clear dragon roar. In the next moment, his figure flashed and he quickly joined the battle. The battle became even more intense. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding mountains and trees were all reduced to ashes at this moment. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, there was not a single place that was left unscathed, and it was still spreading. Damn it, he's too strong. Not long after, the dark red dragon was also sent flying. Fortunately, as a divine dragon, his physique was extremely strong. Although he was sent flying by the slap, his body did not split open. Even so, the dark red dragon was still shocked. It's over. This clone is too powerful. The two of us can't suppress it at all. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He didn't expect his opponent to be so terrifying. He pushed the dragon sword domain to the limit. Two sword phantoms, carrying monstrous sword light, quickly attacked. Behind him, Hongyu also used his eye technique to look for an opportunity. Wang. Finally, he found an opportunity. Golden light bloomed in his eyes. The 10,000 years illusion directly pulled the soul of the silver clone into a strange space. The silver clone's body trembled as he was hit by the illusion. Good chance. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He quickly slashed down with the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. At the same time, he punched out with his left fist and used the apocalyptic black dragon fist. A violent aura enveloped everything. Boom. With a loud bang, the dark figure was sent flying. A terrifying sword wound and a fist hole appeared on his body. I hit him. Lin Xian and the others were overjoyed. After fighting for so long, they finally injured the other party. Moreover, it was not an ordinary light injury. These 2 blows were definitely enough to make the other party suffer. Indeed, the other party's face was hideous. Damn brat, you dare to injure me. He was too angry. A mere 3-star king had injured him. Moreover, it was a serious injury. He didn't dare to believe it. Unforgivable. Die. The silver clone's expression was hideous as he punched out. That silver fist was like a silver meteor. It was extremely terrifying. It contained an aura that could tear the heavens and earth apart. Humph! Thunderbolt Dragon. Lin Xian waved his fist as well. Immediately, a huge black dragon appeared, accompanied by countless lightning bolts, and rushed forward. Boom! 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 2 terrifying fists exploded in front of him. Lin Xian kept retreating. Although the other party was injured, that terrifying power was still extremely shocking. Damn it! Just how strong is this clone? The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Lin Xian's face was also ugly. Until now, he had also suffered many injuries. Fortunately, he had the longevity art and had a heaven-defying recovery ability. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, if this continued, he had no chance of winning. Looks like I can only use that move. Lin Xian's expression was grave. In the next moment, his figure flashed and he entered the dragon sword domain. The surrounding dragon-shaped sword chi formed a dragon-shaped sword shadow that emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. At this moment, he was like a sword god, extremely sharp. Damn it! What is that thing? Even on the opposite side, the silver clone saw this scene and his heart was beating wildly. Because the dragon-shaped sword shadow was a great threat to him. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that he was Emo Tianqi's clone, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Apart from those peerless almighties who could threaten him. Other than that, there was nothing that could threaten him. But now, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in the other party's hand made him feel the threat of death. Damn it, I have to get rid of this kid. The silver clone's eyes were full of murderous intent. In the next moment, silver light flowed on his arms. Like a crystal, it formed a silver spear and a shield that shone with silver light. Soon, he charged towards Lin Xian again. Lin Xian also held the dragon-shaped sword shadow and quickly waved his arm. Dragon sword, slash. A huge green dragon sword chi was quickly slashed out, and a terrifying sword light soared into the sky. On the opposite side, the silver clone roared, and the silver spear in his hand pierced out like thunder. Not only that, but the silver shield was also constantly enlarging, like a silver mountain standing in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, heaven and earth shook, and the entire sky was trembling. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. The dragon sword domain around Lin Xian also transformed into a green dragon divine shield to resist the energy storm. The silver clone in front of him let out a miserable cry. There was even the smell of blood in the sky. Did I succeed? Chapter 1693. The energy storm in front of them gradually disappeared, and a silver figure appeared in a flash. The figure was no longer as arrogant as before. Not only that, but one of his arms was also missing. Obviously, the sword strike just now had severely injured him. "Kid, I want you dead." The silver doppelganger's expression was ferocious. Spiritual light bloomed from his body, and his body suddenly enlarged, turning into a terrifying monster. It was the head of a ferocious beast. There were silver spikes on it that looked like divine spears. It was terrifying and ferocious. It was full of indescribable strangeness. A large bloody mouth quickly opened, and countless energy gathered in that direction. Gradually, it formed a silver ball of light. The ball of light was too terrifying. It seemed to be able to kill an almighty. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were frightened. "Oh no! Retreat!" Lin Xian's figure retreated rapidly. The dark red divine dragon also circled its dragon tail and quickly flew away with Hongyu. This attack was too terrifying. It was far from what they could withstand. However, the silver doppelganger's speed was also beyond their expectations. The silver ball of light in the ferocious silver head suddenly exploded, forming a beam of light that directly rushed into the distance. The void was instantly pierced through. Nothing could stop it. Not only that, but the silver head also quickly rotated. The silver beam of light turned into a sword of light and slashed forward. Boom, boom. The void was directly cut in half. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also affected. "Azure Dragon Divine Shield." Lin Xian shouted coldly. Countless sword chi formed a huge azure shield that quickly blocked the attack. But in an instant, it was blasted away. In an instant, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were injured. Hongyu vomited large mouthfuls of blood. It seemed that his injuries were even more serious. He said weakly, "Lin Xian, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. If you stay any longer, I'm afraid you will also die here." "No, I have to take you away." Lin Xian shook his head. He had a feeling that Imo Tianqi was plotting something big, and he absolutely couldn't let him get Hongyu's eyes. Otherwise, the entire eastern wasteland would face a crisis. Hongyu let out a sigh. Initially, he thought that he was extremely lucky to have this pair of eyes. But I didn't expect that he would bring me endless disasters. Forget it, I won't be able to escape today anyway. They were either killed or brought back. I'm afraid that the consequences of being brought back will be even worse. Hongyu smiled bitterly, but soon after, his eyes shone with a shocking light. Not only that, but the blood in his body also started burning in an instant. "What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. We will definitely be able to leave," Lin Xian hurriedly said. He found that the other party's situation was very strange, as if he was burning his bloodline power. That's right, he was burning his bloodline power. Hongyu went all out, attacking with all his might, burning the last of his bloodline power. Soon, the aura on its body became incomparably terrifying. Even Zhu Lingxian felt extremely shocked. On the other side, when the silver clone saw this scene, he roared furiously. "Damn brat, stop it." He found that the other party was actually going all out. This made him extremely angry. One had to know that his mission this time was to bring the other party back alive. Therefore, he would not allow the other party to go all out. The silver clone rushed over with a monstrous silver light, wanting to stop him. However, Hongyu's bloodline power was burning fiercely. Instantly, a red light appeared on his body. At the same time, behind him, a huge eye slowly opened. That eye was like an ancient object that had been asleep for a long time. At this moment, it was awakened by Hongyu burning his blood. It was a dark golden eye that was slowly opening at this moment. It was very slow, but every time it opened, the terrifying aura became a little stronger. When it opened halfway, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon could not take it anymore. The two of them used their king domains and resisted with difficulty. Fortunately, the dark golden eye was not targeted at them. The silver clone's expression changed drastically. He felt a sense of threat, so he could not help but speed up again. In an instant, he arrived in front of Hongyu. The strange head shone with silver light and turned into a huge hand that grabbed downwards. The palm was silver in color, as if it was made of metal. Countless runes surrounded it. It was an extremely terrifying seal. As long as Hongyu was hit, he would be completely sealed and would not be able to resist. However, at this moment, the dark golden eye that was summoned behind Hongyu opened completely. That eye was extremely deep, as if it was the eye of a god. It made one's heart palpitate. That gaze fell on the silver clone. Crack, crack, crack. The silver clone's movements stopped as if it was nailed to the void. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on its body. Then, with a boom, it exploded into countless pieces. The incomparably powerful silver clone was an existence that even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon could not contend against. At this moment, it was killed with a single glance. That was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's hearts were beating wildly. That was because that power was too terrifying. It definitely surpassed that of a mighty figure. It was something that they could not understand. What kind of eye technique was that? How could it summon such a terrifying eye? Lin Xian looked at the disappearing dark golden eye, his heart beating wildly. It seemed to be similar to the void sky eye, but it was more like the mysterious young man who attacked in the sacred palace that day. That day, that young man also summoned a huge eye in the sky. It was extremely terrifying, and the situation was very similar to this one. What was the connection between the two? Lin Xian did not know. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon swallowed its saliva. At this moment, the dark golden eye behind Hongyu completely disappeared. Hongyu vomited blood and fell to the ground. How are you? Lin Xian hurried over and took out a few healing pills. It's useless. Don't waste your energy, Hongyu said weakly. I burned my own life as the price to use the forbidden eye technique in advance. There's no way I can survive. If the pills don't work, then what can we do to keep you alive? Lin Xian asked. There's no other way. My life has already been overdrawn. I've reached the end of my path. Hongyu shook his head slightly. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said weakly, Lin Xian, do you know what my eye is? What's your eye? Lin Xian was also very confused. He did not know why Hongyu asked that. Moreover, he was also very curious. What kind of eye technique was that? My eye is the heavenly secret divine eye. As expected. Chapter 1694. My eyes are the heavenly secret divine eyes, Hongyu said slowly. Indeed. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon and He Tu exclaimed. They had already guessed it, but when they heard Hongyu say it, they were even more shocked. I don't have much time left. I can't tell you in detail what the heavenly secret divine eyes are. In short, it's a very terrifying eye. I used to be proud of it, thinking that it could make me a great emperor. But now, I can't reach that level. Lin Xian, you are very strong. Even I am shocked. Perhaps, you are qualified to become a great emperor. So, I would like to give you my eyes. I hope that one day, I will be able to see what kind of existence a great emperor is. I want to see the glory of a great emperor. Give me your eyes? Lin Xian was stunned, while the dark red divine dragon and He Tu exclaimed. I hope you won't reject it, and I hope you can become a great emperor. This is my last hope. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, I will become a great emperor one day. Hearing this, Hongyu smiled with satisfaction. Then he slowly closed his eyes. The aura on his body also disappeared at this moment. Looking at the dead Hongyu, Lin Xian felt terrible. He didn't expect that such a peerless genius would die in front of him just like that. This even made him feel a sense of fear. Hong Yu had a heaven-defying eye that attracted countless people to kill him. If news of his great dragon sword soul was exposed, would he also attract the pursuit of countless almighties? When that time came, would he be able to escape? Or would he be like Hong Yu, burning his life force and giving it his all, only to die in the end? He even understood why the fourth-generation successor of the dragon sword was so powerful, but he was still killed in the end. The situation back then should be similar to today's situation, being chased by countless peerless experts. The dark red divine dragon sighed as well. Kid, these eyes are the heavenly secret divine eyes. They have been mysterious since ancient times. Hei-Tu also floated out and said in a deep voice, Brat, now you know how cruel the path of cultivation is. If you want to become a great emperor, it will be even crueler. Because you will become the enemy of the entire world. Make the entire world his enemy? Lin Xian muttered. That's right, the entire world is our enemy. Because if you want to become a great emperor, you must defeat everyone in the world and become the only one in this era. Only then can you become a great emperor. Therefore, your future path will be very difficult. It will attract the pursuit of countless people. There will be experts, peerless almighties, and even terrifying saints in the future. They will all attack you. As for you, you will most likely die. Of course, you can also give up and hand over the heavenly secret god eyes and your great dragon sword soul. That way, you might be much safer. However, you've also lost the right to compete for the throne. Think about it carefully. Upon hearing Hei-Tu and the dark red divine dragon's words, Lin Xian fell silent. However, it didn't take long for his eyes to shine with determination. I will definitely walk down the path of a great emperor. So what if I become the enemy of the entire world? Lin Xian's heart was filled with pride. I will definitely become a great emperor. Definitely. He waved his hand and stored Hong Yu's body into the black earth. Let's go. Then, his figure flashed and he left with Hei-Tu and the dark red divine dragon. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, they arrived at a mountain range and landed. Then, Lin Xian waved his hand and Sword Chi flew out and created a cave abode at the bottom of a mountain. His figure flashed and entered the cave. Buzz. The dark red divine dragon set up countless formations around the cave. Hei-Tu also cast a spell and summoned the black earth. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon flashed and entered the black earth. The black earth lacked energy and couldn't fly for a long time. However, its defense was extremely terrifying. Even if there were almighties, they wouldn't be able to open it. Because what Lin Xian was going to do next was extremely important, he couldn't be disturbed in any way. After entering the black earth, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that this matter would definitely be a terrifying storm that would sweep across the entire eastern wilderness. The alchemy faction would be pushed to the forefront of the storm. Moreover, with Imo Tianqi's personality, he would definitely not give up on pursuing Hong Yu. Therefore, Lin Xian's current situation could be said to be very dangerous. However, he wasn't afraid at all, because he was different from Hong Yu. Although both of them had precious treasures and were exceptionally talented, their future achievements could be said to be limitless. However, Hong Yu was too young. He was only 15 or 16 years old and had just started cultivating. He hadn't experienced many battles. However, Lin Xian was different. He had experienced countless battles, big and small. He had also experienced countless life and death situations. It could be said that in terms of survival, he had completely surpassed Hong Yu. In addition, Lin Xian had the dark red divine dragon, Hei-Tu, and many other secret techniques by his side. Therefore, his strength was completely different from Hong Yu's. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, "What exactly are these eyes? What are the heavenly secret divine eyes?" "Let me explain," Hei-Tu said slowly. "The heavenly secret divine eyes are Hong Yu's eyes. This is an extremely terrifying bloodline. In this true spirit world, this bloodline power belongs to the top 10 existences. They are called the Heavenly Secret Clan. Rumor has it that these eyes have mysterious power. Illusions are only one of them. There's also another rumor that these eyes are related to the reincarnation sword. The reincarnation sword. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect Hong Yu's eyes to have such a terrifying origin. No wonder Mo Tianqi desperately wanted to obtain them. The reincarnation sword? Could it be the reincarnation sword of the 5 swords of the world? Lin Xian asked. That's right. The reincarnation sword is one of the 5 swords of the world. It's as famous as your great dragon sword. Its power is boundless, unimaginable, and unparalleled. Therefore, in order to obtain the reincarnation sword, the experts of the true spirit world wantonly hunted down the heavenly secret clan. No matter how powerful the heavenly secret clan was, they couldn't fight against the entire world. Therefore, in the end, they were exterminated. Of course, 1 or 2 heavenly secret clan members might have escaped and scattered in some corner of the world. However, he didn't expect Hong Yu to be a member of the heavenly secret clan. Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. It turned out that these eyes had such an origin. The 5 swords of the world were said to be the 5 divine swords formed by the 5 powers of the world when the world was created. Chapter 1695. Legend has it that the 5 swords of the heavens were formed by the 5 different powers of heaven and earth when heaven and earth were created. Lin Xian now knew 3 of the 5 swords of the 5 swords of the heavens. His great dragon sword, Wine Lord's devouring sword. And now, he knew the reincarnation sword. Then, what's the rest? Lin Xian asked. He Tu sighed. Legend has it that there are 7 different powers of origin in heaven and earth. 2 of them have already disappeared. Now, only the 5 swords of the heavens are left. However, I don't know about the remaining 2 swords either. You don't know either? Lin Xian was shocked. He looked at the dark red dragon. In the end, the other party also shook his head. Kid, don't be anxious. If your ambition is to become a great emperor, you'll meet those powers sooner or later. Lin Xian nodded and did not dwell on this question. Then, he asked, by the way, what did Hong Yu mean by giving me his eyes? Could it be that I can use this pair of eyes? The heavenly secret divine eyes are very magical. Not only are they eyes, but they're also a treasure. Therefore, they can be transferred. However, only the people of the heavenly secret tribe can fully unleash their power. I wonder what kind of power they can unleash on you. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell into deep thought. Then, he asked, what do you 2 suggest? I suggest you take this pair of eyes. Firstly, it's to fulfill Hong Yu's wish. Secondly, this pair of eyes is related to the reincarnation sword. If you can obtain it, you might be able to find clues about the reincarnation sword. If you can obtain 2 of the 5 swords of the heavens, becoming a great emperor will not be a problem. All right, Lin Xian nodded. Next, the dark red dragon and He Tu would do the rest. They needed to transplant the heavenly secret divine eyes into Lin Xian's eyes. This process took 5 days. In the following month, Lin Xian had been recuperating, allowing the heavenly secret divine eyes to completely fuse with his body. Although he was recuperating here, the outside world had been turned upside down. News of the alchemy sect spread, shocking the entire eastern wilderness. Not only that, there was something even more shocking. That meant that the Qinghe Great Master had died. This exposed the Wavering Light sacred land. Esteemed cultivator Clear River was their elder and a peerless expert. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Who would have thought that he would be killed outside? Moreover, it was said that the person who killed him was the traitor of the Yaoguang Holy Land, Mo Tianqi. This made the Wavering Light sacred land even more furious. Therefore, for a time, the Yaoguang sacred land issued a must-kill order to hunt down Mo Tianqi and all the martial artists of the entire alchemy sect. Instantly, the world was shocked. They didn't expect such a big thing to happen in a small Holy Land selection. This was a huge storm that would engulf the entire eastern wasteland. Not only the eastern wasteland, but the other 4 regions were also shaken. They had heard that Mo Tianqi had made a move because of one person, and that person was very likely a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Although the wavering light sacred land was a peerless sacred land, an elder Qinghe was also an elder of the sacred land. His death was shocking, but not enough to shake the entire true spirit world. However, the Heaven's Legacy race was different. That was an ancient race, a race that was rumored to have the Heaven's Legacy divine eyes. Later, it was destroyed. Originally, they thought that it wouldn't appear again, but they didn't expect that it would appear now. This was simply too shocking. For a time, the world was shaken. Various forces kept inquiring about the news of the Heaven's Legacy race. Because the Heaven's Legacy race was related to the legendary reincarnation sword. If they could obtain news of the reincarnation sword, their chances of winning on the path to becoming a great emperor would increase countless times. After all, there hadn't been a great emperor for nearly 10,000 years. Perhaps this time, there would be a martial monarch among them. Therefore, the world's forces were restless. Even the major forces of Middle State, West Imo, South Ridge, and Northern Plains sent martial artists to the Eastern Wasteland to investigate. After the Wavering Light Sacred Land found out, they immediately took control of the entire alchemy sect. However, at this moment, only the ordinary disciples were left in the alchemy sect. The core disciples, personal disciples, elders, and Imo Tianchi had all fled. However, the Wavering Light Sacred Land didn't let them go. They sent out arrest warrants one after another, determined to capture all the alchemy sect martial artists. For a time, the Eastern Wasteland cities, streets, and alleys were filled with portraits of these people. Moreover, the Wavering Light Sacred Land also offered generous rewards. Therefore, before long, many core disciples were captured, and even some elders were captured. In the end, other forces and even the clan of the ancients joined in, causing all the disciples and elders to be captured. However, there were still two people who escaped. One was Imo Tianchi, and the other was surprising. He was a core disciple of the alchemy sect called Lin Xian. Logically speaking, it wasn't surprising that they couldn't capture Imo Tianchi. That was because the other party was also a peerless almighty, extremely terrifying, and after a few hundred years of planning, his forces were definitely not weak. However, a mere core disciple was actually able to escape their pursuit. This was truly shocking. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the young man from the Heaven's Legacy race called Hong Yu had also disappeared. They could ignore Lin Xian's matter, but they had to find out Hong Yu's whereabouts. This was related to the Heaven's Legacy divine eyes. However, they didn't know that Hong Yu was already dead and had given the Heaven's Legacy divine eyes to Lin Xian. Even Imo Tianchi didn't know about this. The only people who knew were Lin Xian, the Dark Red Divine Dragon, and Hey Tuesday. In a month's time, Lin Xian had gradually adapted to the Heaven's Legacy divine eyes. His eyes were now more profound than before. If he didn't use his eye technique, no one would be able to tell that his eyes were the Heaven's Legacy divine eyes. Once he used his eye technique, his eyes would emit a faint golden light. After experimenting, Lin Xian discovered that the Heaven's Legacy divine eyes were much stronger than the martial Dao heavenly eye. However, the only disadvantage was that he couldn't hide the golden light at all. He was afraid that once he used it, someone would recognize it. Therefore, he still used the Heaven's Legacy divine eyes as a secret technique. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul, and his combat strength was unparalleled. He only used the Heaven's Legacy divine eyes so that he could communicate with the reincarnation sword in the future. After more than a month of recuperation, his injuries were completely healed. Therefore, he wanted to go out and take a look. Moreover, he also wanted to know what was happening outside. No one should know that Hong Yu is dead, and no one should know that I have the Heaven's Legacy divine eyes. Therefore, there shouldn't be any danger. Chapter 1696. There shouldn't be anyone who knows that Hong Yu is already dead, and no one knows that I obtained the heavenly secret divine eye. So thinking about it, there shouldn't be any danger? Lin Xian thought for a while and decided to leave. After all, he couldn't stay here forever. However, he could not return to the alchemy sect, nor could he go to the Wavering Light sacred ground. It seemed that he had to plan where to go in the future. Figure swaying, Lin Xian put away the black earth, then executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and flew outside. However, for safety's sake, he still wore a black robe and covered his face. Soon, he arrived at a nearby city. The city was bustling with people coming and going. However, Lin Xian keenly discovered that there seemed to be more powerful martial artists than usual. Furthermore, these people looked hurried, as if searching for something. He found a restaurant and silently listened to some news. In the end, he discovered that Imo Tianqi and the alchemy sect's matter was indeed exposed. Now, not just the Eastern Wilderness, the entire true spirit world knew. Furthermore, what made him even more worried was that the news of Hong Yu being a member of the heavenly secret race was also exposed. But fortunately, no one knew that he had already obtained the heavenly secret divine eye. However, there was still one thing that made him worried. That was that the wavering light sacred ground was wantonly hunting him and Imo Tianqi. He could understand why they were hunting Imo Tianqi because according to the news he just received, Imo Tianqi killed exalted cultivator Qing He and even led the entire alchemy sect to betray him. But why did they want to capture him? He asked around without leaving a trace and found out that all the elders and disciples of the entire alchemy sect had been captured. Only he and Imo Tianqi had not been captured. Therefore, the wavering light sacred ground would hunt him down. It seemed that his situation was indeed not too good. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Until he left the restaurant and came to the streets, he discovered that his portrait was pasted on the walls. In fact, even his cultivation and characteristics were clearly marked out. This was clearly a scene of not giving up until they caught him. Fuck. Looks like I can't stay in these cities for the time being. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He decided to stay in the surrounding forest for a period of time first. There were many spirit herbs and demonic beasts there, as well as other treasures of heaven and earth he could cultivate there. Therefore, when he found out about these things, he left the city. However, not long after leaving the city, Lin Xian frowned as he realized that he was being followed. Immediately, he snorted coldly and increased his speed. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the boundless primeval forest. After flying like this for a while, Lin Xian suddenly descended. Because this place was far enough from the city, and there was no one around, it was time to deal with the trouble behind him. Surrounded by a vast primeval forest, mountains, rivers, and lush trees, it was very suitable for battle. After Lin Xian landed, he turned to look behind him. Sure enough, there was a black dot of light flying towards them from behind. That speck of light was very fast, like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, it set off an endless gale, blowing the forest below. If one were to look at it from afar, it would look like a green wave, surging and roaring. Soon, the figure arrived nearby. It seemed to be a young man in his 30s. He was dressed in a green robe and surrounded by an aura. Under his feet, there were terrifying rays of light. His entire person looked extremely fierce. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. "It's really you, kid." The young man in his 30s waved his hand and took out a wanted poster. He compared it with Lin Xian and then sneered. "Come back with me obediently, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll break your limbs and drag you back like a dog." The young man's voice was as cold as a sharp sword, shaking the surroundings. As he spoke, the entire forest shook. "What arrogance!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Why should I go back with you? Who do you think you are?" "Humph, you really don't know what's good for you." The young man walked in the air with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lin Xian. "Right now, your entire pill sect has been captured. Kid, I advise you not to resist. Betraying the wavering light sacred land is the biggest mistake you've made in your life." Wavering light sacred land. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "You're from the wavering light sacred land?" "That's right. I'm a disciple of the wavering light sacred land, Yin Kuan." "Kid, I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. You're indeed a disciple of the wavering light sacred land." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and they shone brightly. I've always heard that the Wavering Light Sacred Land is a top force. I'm very good. How strong are the disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Land? It seems that I'll be able to see it today. Humph, you're really shameless. You want to fight me? The Wavering Light Sacred Land disciple sneered disdainfully. To tell you the truth, the Wavering Light Sacred Land is not something your alchemy faction can compare to. Even the top prodigies of the three major sects are the most ordinary people in the Wavering Light Sacred Land. You, a core disciple of the alchemy faction, dare to fight me? You really don't know what's good for you. Whether I'm courting death or not, we'll know after we fight. Lin Xian sneered and took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward, and mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared under his feet. His entire body was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Yin Kuan from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. He threw out a punch, and a violent aura surged. His fist was like a black dragon that rushed forward. Boom! Yin Kuan's pupils shrank. He did not expect his opponent's speed to be so fast, and his strength was so terrifying. So in a hurry, he could only passively defend. In the next moment, he was forced back dozens of steps. You're indeed a disciple of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. You're really strong. Lin Xian looked at his opponent and exclaimed in his heart. If it was an ordinary martial artist, he would have been beaten into a bloody mist under this punch. However, his opponent only took a few steps back and was slightly injured. One had to admit that the disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Land were extremely strong. In fact, the young man in front of him was far stronger than Ding Pong and the other two prodigies. It seemed that Yin Kuan was right. The disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Land did have the qualifications to look down on everyone. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not an ordinary alchemy faction disciple. His combat strength was unimaginable. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint technique. In addition to Lin Xian's talent, his attacks were extremely powerful. On the opposite side, Yin Kuan from the Wavering Light Sacred Land had a dark face and a ferocious expression. Embarrassing. It was too embarrassing. He was embarrassed to be forced back by a mere alchemy faction disciple. However, what made him even more depressed was that his opponent's speed and strength were beyond his expectations. It seemed that his opponent had even surpassed the top disciples of the alchemy faction. Chapter 1697. Yin Kuan's expression turned ugly as he snorted. Kid, how dare you attack me? You're courting death. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. With a cold snort, Yin Kuan charged forward. His entire body emitted a dazzling light, and he was like a god, carrying a powerful force. With a kick, Yin Kuan's entire right leg flickered like a sharp blade, sweeping forward. Yin Kuan was only a 5-star king, but his kick was more terrifying than an ordinary 6-star king's. It seemed that the disciples of the Sacred Land were indeed powerful. Lin Xian let out a long roar and waved the apocalyptic black dragon fist to fight with him. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists and legs collided, producing thunderous sounds. The energy was too terrifying. Every blow could split mountains and rivers and destroy a city. After 10 moves, Yin Kuan was sent flying again. His entire right leg was completely numb. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and could not exert any strength at all. Damn it! How is this possible? Yin Kuan's face was full of shock and disbelief. He was a disciple of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. He was a high and mighty existence. Although he was only a 5-star king, even a 6-star king outside of the Sacred Land was no match for him. Not to mention a mere alchemy faction disciple. But now, he could not accept that he could not defeat his opponent. Damn kid, who are you? Yin Kuan shouted coldly again because he could not believe that his opponent was just an alchemy faction disciple. He even felt that he had caught the wrong person this time. Given his opponent's combat strength, he was definitely a disciple of the remote antiquity family or a peerless Sacred Land. Otherwise, he could not be so powerful. Who am I? Your question is really idiotic. You came to catch me, But you don't know who I am? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Don't be so smug. No matter who you are, I must catch you today. Yin Kuan roared as the spiritual power in his body circulated quickly to repair his numb right leg. Then, he stomped his foot and charged forward like a meteor again. Wind God's Kick. Yin Kuan roared as an unparalleled aura erupted from his body. He kept waving his legs like a wild dragon roaring in the forest. Strong winds blew around him, and the clouds rolled as a terrifying power surged out. The void was instantly shattered by the kick. This leg technique was too terrifying, incomparably swift and fierce. On the other hand, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He continued to brandish the Black Dragon Fist and quickly met the attack. His opponent's leg technique was swift and fierce, while his fist technique was incomparably violent. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed, and the entire forest was trembling. Thunderbolt Dragon. Lin Xian coldly shouted and used the killing move of the Black Dragon Fist. Suddenly, a black dragon rushed out, carrying with it an endless amount of lightning as it charged forward. On the other side, Yin Kuan also roared angrily and swept away the army. His right leg swept out, and suddenly, a green leg flew out like a huge dragon. The void was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. One could imagine just how terrifying this kick was. Boom. When the two of them collided, a shocking explosion occurred. The violent energy caused the two of them to continuously retreat. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged continuously. At the same time, he was slightly surprised. The other party was indeed a martial artist from the Wavering Light Holy Land. He was really powerful. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been defeated by his attack. However, the other party was actually able to contend with him and even fight to a draw. One had to admit that it was indeed surprising. Lin Xian was surprised, while Yin Kuan was horrified. He really could not imagine that the other party's combat strength was actually so terrifying. One had to know that the Wind God's Leg was one of his ultimate techniques. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he had just used the killing move, sweeping away the army. This killing move was extremely terrifying. It could definitely sweep away thousands of soldiers and horses. No 5-star king could block it, and even 6-star kings would be kicked to death. However, the other party had actually blocked it and was not even injured at all. This was something that she did not dare to imagine. Gale Boots. In the next moment, Yin Kuan roared angrily, and 2 green boots quickly appeared on his feet. The green boots were simple and unadorned. They emitted a resplendent glow, and strange inscriptions were engraved on their surface. As soon as Yin Kuan put on this pair of boots, his aura became incomparably fierce again. Kid, go to hell. With a roar, he turned into a green stream of light, and his speed was actually twice as fast as before. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Earth-grade treasure. It was a rare Earth-grade treasure that could increase one's speed. Buzz. In an instant, the other party arrived beside Lin Xian. Then, a terrifying leg shadow slashed towards Lin Xian like a heavenly blade. Not only was the speed increased, but even the strength was much stronger than before. Lin Xian did not take it head-on. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and turned into a stream of light, dodging in an instant. After missing the kick, Yin Kuan snorted coldly. Kid, this Gale Boots is one of my treasures. With it, my speed can reach an unimaginable level. You are no match for me at all. Stop bragging. Wait until you can keep up with my speed. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You're courting death. Yin Kuan was enraged. With the Gale Boots, his speed would increase exponentially. How dare the other party look down on him? This made him extremely mad. With a roar, he increased his speed again. His entire body was like a flash of green light, extremely fast. However, not long after, Yin Kuan roared angrily. This was because he could not catch sight of Lin Xian's figure at all. Damn it, this is impossible. Kid, where are you hiding? Come out. He roared crazily, thinking that Lin Xian had escaped or was hiding somewhere. Whoosh. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood up. The reason for that was because he sensed that a figure had appeared behind him. He was about to turn around, but at this moment, a voice floated from behind. Hiding? What a joke. You just can't keep up with my speed. Along with this disdainful voice, there was also a violent aura. In the next moment, Yin Kuren felt a pain on his back, and his entire body smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Boom! Below, a bottomless pit was formed. The surrounding cracks were spread in all directions, and a large area of forest collapsed. A vacuum appeared. The one who made the move was naturally Lin Xian. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and his speed reached an unbelievable level. Even if Yin Kuren had the Gale Boots, he could not keep up with his speed at all. One had to know that no matter how good the Gale Boots were, they were only Earth-ranked treasures. Lin Xian's Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps was a martial arts cultivation method written in primordial immortal script. Its origin was absolutely unimaginable. Therefore, Yin Kuren was miserably sent flying by a punch. Boom! Below, Yin Kuren stood up again. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered and covered in mud. Chapter 1698. To think that as a disciple of the wavering light Holy Land, he even had the Gale battle boots. His entire person's speed was swift to the extreme. In his original imagination, as long as he executed the Gale battle boots, the other party would definitely not be able to keep up with his speed. He would definitely be hung up and beaten by him. But now, he discovered that he was wrong. Even if he executed the Gale battle boots, the other party's speed was even faster than him. He could not even catch the other party's traces at all. This made him incomparably frantic, even in disbelief. So in the next moment, he executed the Gale battle boots again, his entire person rushing forward. But very quickly, he was sent flying by a punch again. The other party's speed was too fast, far from what he could compare to. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yin Kuren really went crazy. His entire body erupted with a resplendent light. A cyan domain instantly gushed out, enveloping the entire space. Kid, go to hell for me. The wind god's space trembled rapidly. Countless enormous wind blades were like heavenly blades, rapidly slashing towards Lin Xian. The sky was hazy, the void was cut open with countless cracks. Humph! So what if your speed is fast? In my wind god domain, you have no possibility of escaping at all. Yin Kuren revealed a sinister smile, but this time, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Facing the wind blades that slashed rapidly from all directions, he similarly executed the Dragon Sword domain. Boom! An incomparably sharp sword light swept in all directions, immediately blasting those wind blades away one after another. What? This is impossible! Yin Kuren screamed again, his eyes full of disbelief. How could the other party's domain be so powerful too? It actually blasted his attack away all at once. Damn it! What the hell is this situation? A puny little alchemy sect disciple was faster than him, and his attack power was also so powerful? Was this a human or not? He seriously found it hard to imagine why the other party had so many ultimate moves in his hands. Kid, I don't believe it. Take my strongest move, Wind God Kill. Go to hell for me. The cyan airflow that filled the sky converged, forming a huge cyan light cluster in front of Yin Kuren. It was about to erupt. But at this time, a white figure flew out from Lin Xian's sleeve, instantly arriving in front of Yin Kuren. Where did this monkey come from? Scram! Yin Kuren looked at the little white monkey in front of him and shouted coldly. The light in his eyes turned into 2 sharp swords and pierced out instantly. Wooji wooji, the snow-white little monkey's figure flashed, instantly dodging the attack. At the same time, he appeared in another direction. He raised his furry little paw and slapped towards Yin Kuren's head. Paw! Yin Kuren fainted. He felt dizzy, and the spirit energy in his body went out of control. Therefore, his strongest killing move, Wind God Annihilation, vanished without a trace in an instant. In fact, he even fell headfirst. Well done. Lin Xian laughed out loud. Then, with a flick of his finger, several sword chis transformed into countless chains that quickly wrapped around the other party. Ha 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 ha. The dark red divine dragon also came out. With a strange laugh, it waved its dragon claws and formed a seal. In an instant, it completely sealed the opponent's spiritual energy. The two of them were very fast, and they were done in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds later, Yin Kuan also regained consciousness. But soon, he was dumbfounded. That was because he realized that he could not use his spiritual energy at all. It had even been sealed by the other party. Not only that, his entire body was suspended in the air with cold chains all over his body. What was going on? He was completely dazed. Just now, he was knocked out by the little monkey's slap, and he was knocked out for 3 seconds. When he woke up, he became like this. Damn brat, how dare you touch me? Hurry up and put me down, or you're dead meat. Pa. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and slapped the other party. What are you shouting for? You're already a prisoner now, and you still dare to threaten us? Damn snake, you dare to slap me? Do you believe that I'll skin you alive? Yin Kuan roared crazily, but what greeted him was more slaps. Soon, his face was swollen like a pig's head. His eyes were full of viciousness, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Xian and the others. However, he did not have the chance to do so. Next, Yin Kuan almost vomited blood, because the dark red divine dragon swung its dragon claws and took off the pair of gale boots on his feet. Oh, not bad. Good stuff. I can't miss it. The dark red divine dragon stretched its 2 dragon claws and shook them continuously, and its speed increased instantly. Oh no. The little white monkey also took the other party's storage ring. Then, it swayed its body and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian also said with a smile, "Let me see. What's the difference between the Yaoguang Sacred Land's disciples' wealth?" He extended his soul power and then exclaimed, "As expected of the peerless sacred land, this disciple's wealth is definitely rich." Indeed, he found piles of supreme-grade subdivine crystals in the storage ring. In addition, there were many other things, such as cultivation methods, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. In fact, he even found something special. It was a green cloak. Lin Xian put it on and felt the strong power of the wind. It should be an auxiliary Dharma treasure that could increase one's speed. Moreover, it was an earth-grade weapon. Hey, this cloak is not bad. It suits me better. Boy, I'll trade this pair of boots with you. The dark red divine dragon took off the gale boots and exchanged it for the cloak in Lin Xian's hand. It was not suitable for him to wear only 2 boots on his 4 claws. He might as well wear a cloak to look cool. Here you go. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and gave him the cloak. Then, he put on the gale boots. Then, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It can indeed increase one's speed. Brother, thank you. Lin Xian patted Yin Kuan's shoulder. Suddenly, Yin Kuan trembled with anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was mad. He was really mad. Lin Xian was right in front of him, and he was dividing his treasures so openly. In the end, he was even thanking him. What the hell was going on? What was more infuriating was that he was sealed by Lin Xian and could not use any power at all. He could only watch helplessly. In the next moment, he widened his eyes and roared crazily. Fuck, damn monkey. You can't eat that. He realized that the little white monkey had taken out a pile of supreme-grade fruits from his storage ring and was eating them crazily. The little white monkey ignored his warning and even spat out a fruit core and threw it at Lin Xian's face. Lin Xian was so angry that he went crazy. In the end, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and put away the storage ring. Then, he took the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey and soared into the sky and left. Only the sealed Yin Kuan was left behind. He was tied to a tree and kept screaming. However, not long after, Yin Kuan's screams attracted many monsters. Chapter 1699. And all of this had nothing to do with Lin Xian. He moved and went on his way again. Using the Gale War Boots, Lin Xian's speed was twice as fast as before even if he did not use the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. If he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, his speed would be even faster than before. He would probably be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a mighty figure. This made him extremely happy. He was even looking forward to whether he could attract a few more martial artists from the Yaoguang Holy Land. The martial artists from the Holy Land were really full of treasures. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wandered around the surrounding cities and forests. As expected, it did not take long for him to attract the attention of the Yaoguang Holy Land again. Kid, where do you think you're going? A burly man chased after him. In the forest, Lin Xian moved and flew in front. And behind him, the burly man was extremely terrifying. He did not fly at all, but ran at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, the entire ground trembled nonstop as if thousands of soldiers and horses were running crazily. With a light leap, the burly man's figure leaped over the top of the mountain. Like a large bird, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The gale war boots under his feet flickered and instantly increased his speed, forming an afterimage and dodging the burly man's attack. He looked at the distance and felt that it was about time, so he stopped and stood in the void, looking down. Who are you? Are you a martial artist from the Yaoguang Holy Land? If not, leave quickly. I don't have the time to fight with you. Kid, you're too arrogant. You're that Lin Xian, right? Come back with me obediently, or you'll die a horrible death today. Go back to your sister. At the side, the dark red divine dragon shouted, Did you bring any treasures with you? Otherwise, we wouldn't have attacked you. You're courting death. The burly man was furious. How dare the other party have designs on him? Did he really think that he could compete with him? He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a large bronze hand flew out and directly shattered the sky. Boom! The sky instantly collapsed and an incomparable black hole appeared. Fortunately, the dark red divine dragon was fast enough to dodge the attack. Kid, I'll leave it to you. The dark red divine dragon hid at the side and watched the show. The little white monkey sat on the back of the dark red divine dragon, hugging a pile of spirit fruits and gobbling them up. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then landed on the ground. Pretty good strength? The tall and sturdy man sneered, Brat, I think you really don't know what's good for you. Eat my fist. He punched out, and the entire void instantly exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations, visible to the naked eye, swept out in all directions. This punch was extremely simple. There was no radiance, nor was there any technique used. This was pure physical strength. So powerful. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. It seemed that the other party was indeed formidable. As expected of disciples from the Holy Lands, they were all so powerful. The burly man was also a 5-star king tier, but he could definitely kill a 6-star king tier with a single punch. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was incomparably excited. Since he was determined to step onto the path of a great emperor, then he had to be invincible throughout the world. Now, it was his first step on the path of becoming a great emperor. Good. He laughed and punched out with both fists. On his palms, a destructive aura was as deep as the sea. Explode. The two continued to collide, emitting the sound of metal clashing. The entire sky trembled. It was too terrifying. Even the demonic beasts in the distance were directly knocked unconscious by this force. The burly man also frowned. He didn't expect the other party's strength to be so terrifying. The other party was even comparable to him. This made him extremely surprised. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some skills. However, you dare to compete with me in terms of strength? You really don't know how to write the word death. The burly man sneered, and his arms suddenly expanded like an iron pillar, emitting a cold light. In the next moment, his strength also multiplied. Boom! With a punch, he directly pushed Lin Xian back. What a terrifying force! Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword qi, and he quickly destroyed the force. At the same time, his eyes shone with a sharp light. The fact that the other party could push him back in terms of strength was enough to show that the other party was extraordinary. The burly man also sneered, Kid, do you see that? This is the difference between us. If you dare to resist again, I'll definitely smash your head next time. Lin Xian didn't answer. His whole body swayed again, and he charged forward. It was still the Armageddon black dragon fist, and the violent destructive aura was vast and mighty. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. On the opposite side, the burly man's face was ferocious. His body grew taller again, and the muscles all over his body bulged, making him look like a god of war. His palm blasted out, and the terrifying energy shook the void. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Sky-ripping raging dragon. Suddenly, a black dragon rushed out, and with a wave of its terrifying dragon claws, the entire space was completely torn apart. Boom! The burly man looked as if he was struck by lightning, and his whole body flew out again. After crashing into 3 mountains in a row, the burly man stood up shakily. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and there were even cracks on his body. Damn it, impossible. How did your strength become so strong again? Didn't you use your full strength before? He was too shocked because he didn't expect his opponent's strength to become so strong again and suppress him. With a cold snort, the burly man's body bloomed with light, and the small wounds on his body were quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong physique! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. This was the first person he had seen who didn't need to consume elixirs, and his body automatically healed his wounds. It seemed that the wavering light's sacred land was indeed full of geniuses. After the cracks on his body were healed, the burly man snorted, "Kid, I have to say, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect that a small alchemy sect disciple like you would have such strength and such terrifying power. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me in terms of strength. I'm practicing the body forging technique, and I've even used the blood of an almighty monster king to temper my body. It can be said that my strength is completely beyond your imagination. Next, I'll let you know what true strength is. At that time, even if you kneel on the ground and beg me, I won't let you go." The burly man shouted and clapped his hands. Suddenly, a bright light appeared on his body. King Kong Demon Ape Transformation. Accompanied by this voice, the burly man's aura suddenly skyrocketed. It was incomparably terrifying, and there was even a monstrous murderous aura. Not only that, but at this moment, the muscles on the burly man's back bulged and finally broke open, and 4 arms stretched out. On both sides of his cheeks, 2 hazy ghost faces appeared. Chapter 1700. 3 heads and 6 arms. Indeed, at this moment, the burly man had turned into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. His entire body looked incomparably demonic, and an evil aura swept out in all directions. "Kid, you should be proud that you made me use 3 heads and 6 arms." The burly man laughed sinisterly. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body flew over quickly like a meteor. What a strange cultivation technique. Lin Xian was also very surprised when he saw the burly man, but he still punched him. The terrifying fist shadows turned into countless black dragons, roaring in the air. It was as if there were countless real dragons, and the terrifying aura was suffocating. The entire void split open. However, the burly man laughed, and his entire body bloomed with light. His speed skyrocketed in an instant. He quickly dodged most of the attacks, and at the same time, his 6 arms kept waving. A terrifying power surged forth like raging waves. It directly tore the black dragon shadows apart. In the next moment, he arrived near Lin Xian. Just the terrifying murderous intent on the burly man's body shocked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and countless sword lights rushed out from his body, completely destroying the terrifying murderous intent. "You're neither human nor monster. Watch me destroy you." Lin Xian snorted, and a black dragon flew out from his fist, carrying countless lightning bolts. The huge dragon covered the sky, blocking out the sun in the sky. It was as if an ancient demonic mountain had crossed time and space. Not only that, but there were also black lightning bolts descending from the sky, piercing through the void, carrying an unparalleled power. In an instant, These energies enveloped the burly man. The burly man laughed sinisterly, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. This time, he did not dodge at all. Instead, he waved his 6 arms and quickly blasted forward. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 arms waved, and each attack was incomparably terrifying. It was as if 6 peerless experts were fighting Lin Xian. The terrifying energy blasted on the black dragon and directly destroyed it. The black lightning bolts were also blasted away, scattering in all directions. Lin Xian frowned. This was the first time someone had been able to shatter his thunderbolt dragon in a direct confrontation. It had to be said that the other party's strength was indeed inconceivably strong. In fact, that 3-headed and 6-armed body was even more sinister. After the burly man succeeded, he sneered, "Your unique skill has been broken by me. Let's see what other tricks you have. But no matter what you do, you can't defeat me. Later, I will break all the bones in your body and drag you back. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me and provoking the wavering light Holy Land." The burly man's eyes were filled with ferocity. His entire being was like a demonic beast, filled with a terrifying aura. "Humph, you're overconfident," Lin Xian coldly snorted. "If you have the ability, you can say those words after you've caught me." Lin Xian roared and once again swung the black dragon fist. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul within his body began to revolve as well. This time, he used the great dragon sword soul to activate the apocalyptic black dragon fist. This caused the power of the fist to increase again. Seeing that Lin Xian was using the same fist technique, the burly man sneered disdainfully. "It's useless. Your fist technique is of no use to me." While he sneered, he swung his 3-headed and 6-armed body with terrifying energy and pounced toward Lin Xian. In the next moment, the two collided. Bang! The shocking collision shattered mountains and rivers. However, this time, the burly man was forced to retreat. "What? Impossible! How can your fist technique be improved?" He was really shocked and couldn't believe it. His opponent seemed to have no limit. The same fist technique, but the power was getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that his opponent had not used all his strength? Thinking of this, the burly man's face was filled with horror. However, he soon shook his head and denied it. "Damn it, impossible. A small alchemy faction disciple can't have such powerful strength. He must have taken some kind of medicine." The burly man seemed to have grasped something as he said coldly, "Kid, I know that your alchemy faction has many pills. You must have taken some kind of special pill to temporarily increase your strength. However, if you want to defeat me, you're dreaming." The burly man roared and attacked again. This time, he stimulated his strength to the limit and was determined to capture Lin Xian. The 6 arms danced around like bolts of lightning. They were unstoppable, causing the void to tremble. The 3 heads were even more ferocious. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Dragon Shadow Rampage. Facing this powerful burly man, Lin Xian also used the 3rd killing move of the Black Dragon Spring. Suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared in the sky. The sky was filled with dragon shadows, each of them extremely terrifying. The entire void was filled with countless dragon shadows. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if 10,000 dragons had appeared and nothing could stop it. Boom! In the next moment, the sky full of dragon shadows collided with the 3 heads and 6 arms, emitting a dazzling light between heaven and earth. The entire void quickly cracked open as if countless volcanoes had erupted at the same time. Heaven and earth were in chaos. In the storm, the burly man screamed and was sent flying again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. All the bones in his body were broken. On the other hand, Lin Xian was unscathed. The aura on his body was getting fiercer. "So what if you have 3 heads and 6 arms? In front of me, you're still vulnerable." Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. The gale boots on his feet shone with a green light. In an instant, he arrived in front of his opponent. He swung the Black Dragon Fist again, carrying the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It was extremely fierce and destructive. Ka. With a punch, countless fist shadows surged and broke all 6 of the burly man's arms. Impossible. Damn it. How can you be so powerful? The burly man roared crazily, his eyes filled with fear. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Even he was no match for him. However, in the next moment, a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. He was like a beast, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Kid, do you think you've won? You've underestimated the martial artists of the wavering light Holy Land. He roared angrily. A ball of golden light appeared behind the burly man, instantly forming a golden domain that enveloped Lin Xian. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura circulated crazily. Countless energy streams poured into the burly man's body. In an instant, all the bones in the burly man's body were reconnected under the energy of the king's domain. However, his face was still extremely pale. Kid, you'll pay the price. The burly man looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. In the next moment, he activated his domain. Suddenly, a boundless storm rolled and even blood condensed. Chapter 1701. The burly man opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The aura on his body erupted like a volcano once again. The surrounding domain also produced an endless sea of blood that swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword chi rushed out of his body to resist the sea of blood that filled the sky. The sword chi was incomparably sharp. In an instant, everything around him was sent flying. Nothing could get close to Lin Xian. At this moment, a shocking aura came from the front. After the burly man swallowed a lump of blood, his appearance changed again. Although he still had 3 heads and 6 arms, at this moment, countless golden hair grew on his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a demonic ape. His body also became bigger again, as tall as a small mountain. With a slight movement, the entire void trembled. Roar. After the transformation, the burly man seemed to have lost his mind and directly let out a torrential roar. Then, he quickly rushed over. In an instant, the 6 palms kept slapping. The void trembled, the ground cracked, and a terrifying aura blasted towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon sword domain appeared beside him. Then, he activated the dragon sword domain and continued to charge forward. Every attack was like a divine sword slashing down, colliding with the 6 large hands. Bang, bang, bang. After a dozen or so attacks, countless cracks appeared in the sky. Lin Xian still looked calm, and the burly man's palm cracked again, revealing deep white bones. Impossible. Damn it. This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. He was really crazy. He had already used the king domain and even used his most powerful trump card, but he still couldn't hurt his opponent. He couldn't believe it at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's over. In the next moment, a faint golden light bloomed in his eyes, and then a mysterious Tao pattern appeared. What? On the opposite side, the burly man's expression changed drastically. When he saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, his entire body trembled. There was even a dull expression on his face. In the next moment, Lin Xian pulled out the 9 nether devil sword and executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, transforming into a sharp sword light. He waved the 9 hell devil sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword chi instantly slashed towards his opponent. Puff! The burly man's head with 3 eyes was instantly cut open. Blood spurted out, and the head rolled to the side. The headless corpse fell to the ground, and the king's domain instantly disappeared. At this point, the disciple of the wavering light Holy Land was killed by a single sword strike. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took the other party's storage ring and left with the crimson dragon and the little monkey. The burly man's storage ring was also very rich. Lin Xian did not hesitate to use these supreme-grade subdivine crystals to cultivate. He was already a 3-star king. If he wanted to become a 4-star king, the amount of energy he needed was several times more than before. Therefore, He had to gather energy even more crazily in order to break through. While cultivating the subgrade divine crystals, he also improved his cultivation and strength. However, Lin Xian still lingered in this area and did not leave. This was because he knew that more people from the Wavering Light Holy Land would come. Sure enough, 6 days later, he met the disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land again. This time, it was even more dangerous. 2 martial artists from the Wavering Light Holy Land appeared at the same time. Lin Xian fought with them, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was affected. In the end, he successfully killed the other party. After collecting the 2 storage rings again, Lin Xian did not stop this time and flew into the distance. It would probably be difficult to find the disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land who were alone in the future. Most of them would appear in pairs or groups of 3. Therefore, Lin Xian did not need to stay any longer. This was because if he attracted the elders of the Wavering Light Holy Land, it would not be a joke. Not long after Lin Xian left, the nearby cities and countries were also in an uproar. 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land were killed. This was definitely shocking news. In an instant, the news spread all around. After all the martial artists heard this news, they were extremely shocked. They did not expect that someone actually dared to attack the Wavering Light Holy Land. Did they not want to live anymore? And the Wavering Light Holy Land was even more furious. They had just been betrayed by the alchemy sect, and now someone actually publicly killed their disciples? And it was killing 4 people in a row. This was undoubtedly slapping their faces in public. Therefore, for a time, countless experts took action, swearing to capture the murderer. They sealed off the surrounding 100,000 miles and carried out a search. However, Lin Xian had already left vigilantly. Naturally, they did not capture anyone this time. However, it was not that they did not discover anything. They found the corpses of those 4 disciples. After studying, they directly ruled out the possibility of Imotianchi taking action. In the end, they even suspected that it was the alchemy sect's disciple named Lin Xian who did it. When this news came out, everyone was shocked again. An alchemy sect's core disciple killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land. This was unbelievable, no matter how one listened to it. One had to know, the Wavering Light Holy Land was a top force on the continent, and the alchemy sect was just a subsidiary force. Now, how could an alchemy sect disciple be so powerful? He killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land in a row. In fact, many people even thought that the Wavering Light Holy Land had made a mistake. However, the Wavering Light Holy Land firmly believed it. They had elders and experts. After analysis, they found that there was a strong destructive aura left on those corpses. There was even a sharp sword chi. All of this matched the information of the alchemy sect's disciple named Lin Xian very well. Therefore, they concluded that this matter must have been done by Lin Xian. For a time, they issued a kill order again to kill Lin Xian with all their might. When this kill order was issued, the entire eastern wilderness was shocked. How many years had it been since the Wavering Light Holy Land was so angry? However, during this period of time, they had issued a kill order one after another. First, it was the alchemy sect, Imotianchi, and now, a young man named Lin Xian had appeared. This was really shocking. Not only that, this was the first time Lin Xian's name had appeared in the eastern wilderness. For a time, everyone was shocked. This was too unbelievable. How could an insignificant disciple of the alchemy sect be so powerful? There must be something hidden in this. Perhaps Lin Xian had some amazing treasure in his hands? For a time, many people were inquiring about Lin Xian. In a primitive dense forest, Lin Xian was cultivating as he hurried on his way. In the past few days, he had been refining the supreme-grade substandard divine crystals he had obtained. Therefore, during this period of time, his cultivation had also been increasing rapidly. However, there was still a long way to go before he could become a 4-star king. If he continued forward, he should be in the Hurricane Empire. Lin Xian looked at the map. Let's go. After cultivating in the forest for so long, it's time to take a look at the city. Chapter 1702. Let's go. After cultivating in the forest for so long, it's time to take a look at the city. Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew toward the country ahead. At the same time, he let the snow-white monkey and the dark red dragon return to the black earth. He himself also changed his figure and appearance. Now, he had to be careful. 3 days later, Lin Xian appeared in a city. Appearing on the street and feeling the prosperity of the surroundings, Lin Xian's state of mind also changed. In this month, he had been killing, and his body and mind were in a state of tension. Now that he was in the city, he had a certain degree of relaxation. The tension and relaxation had deepened his understanding of the martial path. After finding an inn, Lin Xian took a hot bath and slept. In the next few days, nothing much happened. However, after another 2 days, the atmosphere in the city suddenly became tense, because a group of powerful martial artists had arrived. These people were all martial artists from peerless sacred grounds and top sections. Needless to say, they must have come to pursue Lin Xian. Along the way, they crossed several countries and countless cities. Although they did not find Lin Xian, they still did not give up. Fuck. After chasing for so long, I'm exhausted. Let's find a place to have fun first. Several powerful martial artists went straight to the most prosperous place in the city, Cloud Mountain Pavilion. The most prosperous place in the city occupied a large area. Clouds and mist surrounded the pavilions, and there were even countless floating palaces. It had to be said that this was indeed a good place. After those martial artists came in, they enjoyed themselves even more. This time, not only the Yaoguang sacred land came, but also the myriad thunder sect, the carefree sect, the moon-worshipping sect, and other top sections. These sects all had grudges with Lin Xian, so now that the Yaoguang sacred land was chasing after Lin Xian, they naturally wanted to join in. Because not only did they have grudges with Lin Xian, but they also suspected that the matter of Hong Yu might be related to Lin Xian. Therefore, no matter what, they had to capture Lin Xian. Is that kid with the surname Lin really that strong? He killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land by himself? Asked a warrior of the carefree sect. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could that brat be so powerful? He must have used some despicable means to succeed. The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land snorted coldly with a gloomy face. At this moment, another person said, "Don't underestimate him. I heard that when he was in the sacred palace, he killed many disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. It seems that he even killed the successor." What? There's actually such a thing. For a moment, many people looked at the moon-worshipping cult. That's because we were careless. Moreover, he seems to have a mid-grade Earth-step treasure. Just you wait. This time, my moon-worshipping cult must kill him. Speaking of mid-grade Earth-tier artifacts, it seems like one of your 10,000 Thunder Sect's treasures, the 10,000 Lightning Hammer, was also won by the other party. Hearing this, the faces of the 10,000 Thunder Sect's disciples turned black. This matter had always been a disgrace to them. Therefore, this time, they must take back the 10,000 Lightning Hammer. This time, we also invited the Tuoba family. No matter how well that brat hides, he won't be able to escape. The disciple of the 10,000 Thunder sect gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. At this moment, the Yaoguang Holy Land's cultivator said in a deep voice, "All right, stop arguing. Since we have the same goal, let's work together and strive to find that brat as soon as possible." The few of them occupied the best place in the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. The surrounding cultivators were driven far away and could only stay in a remote corner. However, not long after, Lin Xian walked in from outside. He had been in this city for many days and naturally, he had heard of the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. Therefore, he decided to take a look today. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived, he was moved by the scenery and atmosphere of the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. This was indeed a paradise. Now that he had changed his appearance, he was not afraid of being recognized. Therefore, he strode into the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. After Lin Xian entered, the surrounding cultivators did not pay attention to him. In the center of the hall, those from the Yaoguang Holy Land looked over. They were here to chase after someone, so they would not let go of any opportunity to interrogate him. However, Lin Xian had changed his appearance and aura, and even suppressed his cultivation to that of a one-star king. Therefore, the cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land and the moon-worshipping sect glanced at him with a mocking smile and did not pay attention to him. However, one of the middle-aged men frowned slightly and his eyes flickered. "What's wrong, Senior Mop?" a disciple of the 10,000 Thunder sect asked. The middle-aged man beside him was naturally from the Mop family. This time, he followed the 10,000 Thunder sect to capture Lin Xian. The people from the Tuoba family were naturally seeker spirit masters. This middle-aged man had also cultivated a strange eye technique. He could see through illusions. Therefore, the middle-aged man's expression naturally attracted the attention of the 10,000 Thunder sect. This brat hid his aura and cultivation. The middle-aged man from the Mop family said in a deep voice. "What? Hiding his aura and cultivation?" The disciples from the other great sects frowned at this. "Can you see what's real and fake? Is he Lin Xian in disguise?" However, the middle-aged man from the Mop family shook his head. "I can't see clearly. I don't know if he's the thief we're going to capture, but I know that he's definitely hiding his cultivation and aura." Humph! How can an ordinary person hide his weapon and cultivation? This person must have some secrets that he can't tell others. The disciples of the 10,000 Thunder sect snorted. "We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. We can't let a suspicious person leave." A trace of killing intent appeared in the eyes of the disciples of the moon-worshipping sect. The disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land snorted. "Capture that person and ask him clearly." "That person, I'm talking to you. Come here." A disciple of the 10,000 Thunder sect stood up and pointed at Lin Xian coldly. This change directly attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the hall. Immediately, many people whispered to each other. "Who is that person? How did he offend the 10,000 Thunder sect? Who knows? That person's aura is ordinary. I'm afraid he's only a 2 or 2-star king. How dare someone like him offend the 10,000 Thunder sect? It's over. I'm afraid that guy is dead." Sighs could be heard. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect that he would attract the attention of the 10,000 Thunder sect. This made him very puzzled. In the next moment, he stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. He saw not only the cultivators of the 10,000 Thunder sect, but also the people of the Half-Moon sect, the Carefree sect, and the Yaoguang Holy Land. These people were probably here to hunt him down. However, he had changed his appearance and aura, and even his cultivation. Chapter 1703. He had already changed his appearance, aura, and even his cultivation. How was it possible for the other party to discover him? However, when he saw a figure, he understood what was going on. The Tuoba family. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that the Tuoba family would also come. They were good at using eye techniques. Perhaps they had discovered that he was hiding his cultivation. It seemed that they were only suspicious and could not be sure. Lin Xian figured everything out in an instant. Therefore, he did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he found a table and sat down. "Waiter, serve the wine," Lin Xian said indifferently. "What?" Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect looked gloomy. How dare they ignore him? This was unbearable. Some of the surrounding martial artists sneered. "Hee, this kid is dead meat. He dares to provoke the Myriad Thunder sect. He will definitely end up miserable. He's probably from the village. He's a hothead who doesn't know the Myriad Thunder sect at all. Whether he knows them or not, he's dead meat. That kid's cultivation is so low. I'm afraid he'll be slapped to death by them." Sure enough, the disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect looked gloomy and ferocious. He said coldly, "Kid, I advise you to crawl over obediently and kneel in front of me to admit your mistake. Otherwise, you'll definitely end up miserable." Hearing this, the people of the moon-worshipping sect, the Carefree sect, and the Wavering Light Holy Land sneered. The surrounding people also looked like they were watching a show. Lin Xian did not even raise his head. He said indifferently, "Whose dog is barking here? Quickly take it back." Puff. Many people spat out their wine. "What? Whose dog is it?" This kid is still so arrogant. Is he not afraid of death? Not only were the surrounding martial artists shocked, but even the people of the wavering light Holy Land frowned. The other party was so arrogant. Did he have something to rely on? The disciple of the myriad thunder sect did not care. His face was gloomy, and his body was surging with killing intent. The other party dared to insult him. He deserved to die. Kid, provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Now, go to hell. The 10,000 Thunder Sect disciple's voice was filled with cold killing intent. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and was about to attack. Below, Lin Xin frowned. He gently put down his wine cup and coldly said, "Noisy, why aren't you slapping him?" As he spoke, he gently waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the sky condensed into a resplendent palm and slammed forward. That palm flickered with radiance and was extremely fast. It was like a streak of light as it instantly arrived in front of the 10,000 Thunder Sect's disciple. Pa! With a crisp sound, that disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect was sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. She even subconsciously covered her face. Shocking, it was too shocking. Someone had actually sent a disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect flying with a single slap. This was definitely a shocking event. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and felt their scalps go numb. This was because they discovered that Lin Xian's aura was still very weak. It was only at the level of a one-star king. However, at this moment, they knew that the other party was definitely hiding his cultivation level. His true cultivation level was absolutely terrifying. Who was he? What was his background? For a moment, countless discussions sounded. In front, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, the moon-worshipping cult, and the unfettered sect also frowned. Sure enough, the other party was hiding his cultivation level, and he had hidden a lot of it. That slap just now had shocked them greatly. To be able to send a disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect flying with a single slap, the other party was definitely not simple. As for that disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect, he struggled to get up, his entire body surging with killing intent. Half of his face was like a pig's head, and his teeth were all broken. Humiliation, a huge humiliation. To think that as a disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect, he was actually sent flying with a single slap in public. This was definitely a great humiliation. He had to kill the other party to wash away this humiliation. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily, "Kid, I want you dead." As he spoke, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian like a crazy beast. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Then, he bent his finger and flicked it quickly. Suddenly, a sharp finger light turned into a shocking sword chi, piercing forward. Lightning bolt fist. The disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect also waved his fist, carrying an incomparably violent lightning aura. Bang bang. In an earth-shattering collision, the terrifying fist shadow was instantly pierced through. Not only that, the disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect was also penetrated in an instant. Puff. Blood spurted out, and the lightning that filled the sky disappeared in an instant. The disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect directly fell to the ground. What? He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb, and their hearts were filled with fear. Who was that person? He was too strong. He killed a disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect with a raise of his hand? Was he not afraid of the myriad Thunder Sect's revenge? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. Now, they did not dare to underestimate him anymore. In front, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, the moon-worshipping cult, and the unfettered sect also frowned. The other cultivators of the myriad Thunder Sect looked gloomy. They stood up one by one, their cold eyes fixed on Lin Xian. "You dare to kill a disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect? Get over here and accept your death. Kneel down obediently, cripple your own arms, and beg us like a dog. Otherwise, you're dead." Cold shouts came one after another. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, "So what if I killed him? If you're not convinced, then attack." While speaking, Lin Xian slowly stood up. Although he had changed his appearance and looked ordinary at the moment, his eyes were incomparably deep. Buzz. Therefore, when his gaze swept the surroundings, it immediately brought about an invisible pressure, causing everyone to tremble. Even the people of the myriad thunder sect on the opposite side frowned. "Brat, who are you?" The cultivator of the unfettered sect asked in a deep voice. The people of the myriad thunder sect snorted coldly. "Speak. Are you the traitor of the pill sect, Lin Xian?" Lin Xian. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. During this period, Lin Xian's name had been circulating in the eastern wilderness. It was said that his cultivation was not high, but his combat strength was heaven-defying. He had even killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. It could be said that Lin Xian had been very mysterious recently. No one had expected that they would actually discover someone who seemed to be Lin Xian here. "What's the difference between yes and no?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. "Hmph, whether you are or not. Since you dared to kill a disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect, today is the day you die. Isn't that it?" Lin Xian shrugged. "Then do you think I have to answer you? Brat, you're courting death." Feeling that they had been teased, the people of the Myriad Thunder sect were furious. Chapter 1704. However, at this time, a white-haired old man appeared in the hall. As soon as he appeared, he was like a stabilizing needle, calming down the violent airflow. An expert. Everyone was shocked. The old man said with a smile, "Everyone, please don't fight in the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite." "Old mister, you worry too much. We naturally won't fight here." The Wavering Light Holy Lands people also stood up and said in a deep voice, "Kid, do you dare to go out and fight to the death? I'm afraid you can't keep up with my speed." Lin Xian snorted and turned around abruptly. Then, his figure flickered and he left the city. "You're courting death." The Myriad Thunder sect's people snorted. Their figures flickered, and they also turned into lightning and left. Behind them, the Wavering Light Holy Land, moon-worshipping cult, and carefree sect's cultivators also moved. "Let's go and see." The other cultivators in the hall also quickly followed. However, after a while, they gave up. That was because the other party's speed was too fast, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian took the lead and turned into a streak of light, flying away. Although the other party had more people, there were no almighty experts, so he was not afraid at all. Because with his current speed, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. Behind him, the 3 Myriad Thunder sect's disciples looked gloomy. They flew at full speed, emitting a powerful lightning aura, like a sudden clap of thunder, piercing through the void. Damn it! How can his speed be so fast? The Myriad Thunder sect's cultivators looked gloomy. They cultivated the lightning Dao, so their speed was much faster than cultivators of the same level. But they did not expect that they could not catch up with the other party. This shocked them greatly. "Damn it! Hurry up and attack. We can't let that kid get away." While speaking, one of the Myriad Thunder sect's disciples shouted coldly and stretched out his hand, grabbing toward the front. In the next moment, countless lightning bolts rolled in the sky, forming a blue sea of lightning that covered the entire sky. Rumble. Amidst the sea of lightning, a palm covered in lightning appeared. It had an imposing aura that covered the sky and fiercely slapped forward. In front of him, Lin Xian coldly snorted. The surrounding sword chi surged, and the dragon sword domain quickly appeared. Following that, the dragon sword domain vibrated, forming a resplendent sword light. Everything in its path was reduced to dust. This sword light was too sharp. It spread out in all directions like a tide. Instantly, countless cracks appeared in the void, and the nearby mountains and forests were also cut apart. The ferocious lightning claw was cut into countless pieces by the sword light. Pung pung pung. Before it could reach Lin Xian, it disappeared without a trace. What? It was actually destroyed. The pupils of the 10,000 Thunder sect's disciples shrank when they saw this scene. He did not expect his opponent's strength to be so terrifying that he could instantly destroy his attack. Humph. Watch me. On the other side, a cultivator from the moon-worshipping cult also roared in anger. Bright moon divine fist. When Xiao Chun punched out, the moonlight flickered. It was like a real moon had descended into the mortal world. A terrifying aura swept everything away as it flew forward at high speed. On the other side, the people from the carefree sect also attacked. Their bodies glowed with resplendent light as they continuously struck out countless palm shadows. It was like a hurricane that filled the sky. It was strange and fast. In the blink of an eye, countless terrifying attacks enveloped Lin Xian. Boom boom. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain slashed horizontally, and a huge crack appeared in the void. The crack was very dark, like a bottomless black hole. It caused all the energy flying from behind to pour into the black crack. In the blink of an eye, the black crack swallowed up all the attacks. What? He dodged all of them. This is impossible. Behind him, the cultivators were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They were all elites of the large sections. When they joined forces, no one could contend against them. However, that man was able to effortlessly block all of their attacks. He was unharmed. This was too surprising for them. After Lin Xian blocked all of their attacks, he did not stop. Now, it was his turn to attack. With a wave of his hand, the dragon sword domain bloomed with resplendent light. Then, it quickly expanded and enveloped 3 cultivators in an instant. Inside, there were 2 disciples of the myriad thunder sect and 1 of the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. The 3 of them were enveloped by endless sword light, as if they had entered a world of swords. In the sky and on the ground, in all directions, there was incomparably terrifying sword chi. This caused the 3 cultivators' expressions to become abnormally ugly. The 3 of them furiously roared as they hurriedly unleashed their king's domains. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, their king domains collided with Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. Haha, kid, go to hell. No matter how strong you are, you can't block the 3 of our domains. How dare you provoke us? You really don't know what death is. The 3 of them sneered and used the power of their domains to fiercely attack Lin Xian. You are the ones who don't know what death is. Lin Xian snorted and pushed his palms together. The dragon sword domain bloomed with an even more resplendent light. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi were extremely sharp. Then, these sword chi carried the power of the domain and quickly slashed forward. In the next moment, it collided with the 3 king domains. The intense collision caused the void to collapse. In an instant, the 3 king domains dimmed by a lot. However, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was still bright and extremely sharp. Damn it! How could this be? This doesn't make sense. The 3 of them had ugly expressions and looked terrified. When the 3 of them joined forces and unleashed their king domains, it was absolutely terrifying. Even a 6-star king would not be able to contend against it alone. However, the other party blocked it. Not only that, but it also caused a lot of damage to their domains. Damn it! What kind of domain does the other party have? The 3 of them had ugly expressions. Not long after, the 3 of their domains directly cracked with a bang. As for the 3 cultivators, they also vomited blood and fell from the sky. When the cultivators who were chasing behind saw this scene, they were even more shocked. They didn't expect that the pursuing troops would be defeated so quickly. What kind of method did the other party use? They were extremely shocked. A cultivator from the unfettered sect quickly waved his hand and immediately formed a hurricane that caught the 3 falling cultivators. Another disciple of the unfettered sect let out a long roar. Then, a pair of almost translucent wind wings appeared behind that person's back. They were a few meters long and carried with them a strong wind power. On the wings, there were strange patterns that flowed and emitted a terrifying aura. Whoosh! Chapter 1705. Whoosh! The carefree sect martial artist flapped his wings and arrived near Lin Xian in an instant. Gale palm. The carefree sect martial artist waved his palms. Suddenly, The airflow in the sky rotated and formed two terrifying palms, blocking Lin Xian's path. Well done. The wavering light sacred land martial artists were overjoyed. As long as they could stop Lin Xian, they would be able to capture him with their strength and means. With his path blocked, Lin Xian did not continue flying. Instead, he stopped in the void. He turned around and looked behind him coldly. There were 6 people left. Although it was a little tricky, he and the dark red divine dragon were enough to deal with them. He waved his sleeve, and the dark red divine dragon flew out. Wu Ji, the little white monkey, also volunteered to fight. At this moment, the wavering light sacred land martial artists arrived. They stared coldly at Lin Xian. Boy, come back with us obediently, or you're dead. Such a sneaky person must be very suspicious. Show your true face quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Cut the crap. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed and appeared in front of a martial artist in an instant. Then, he threw out a punch. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Violent energy gushed out and sent a moon-worshipping cult's disciple flying with a punch. What? He's so fast. Seeing this, everyone's pupils shrank. They did not even catch a trace of Lin Xian just now. This caused a sense of fear to rise in their hearts. The wavering light sacred land disciple's face turned ugly when he saw this. Gale Boots, you're Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian had changed his appearance, he could not confirm it. However, he knew about the pair of green boots on Lin Xian's feet. It was a treasure of a wavering light sacred land disciple. However, it was in Lin Xian's hands. It must be Lin Xian. You're right. I'm Lin Xian. He threw out a punch. Lin Xian said lightly, What? You really are that thief? Hearing this, those people were all shocked. They didn't expect that this suspicious person was indeed the Lin Xian they were tracking. Haha, kid. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Today is the day you die. A disciple of the Xiao Yao sect laughed maniacally. As for the disciples of the 10,000 Thunder sect and the moon-worshipping cult, their expressions were ferocious. You dare to provoke us? Kneel down and accept your death. The disciple from the wavering light sacred land harumphed coldly, Kid, tell me your secrets and tell me where Hong Yu is, and I'll let you live. With just the few of you, you won't be able to make me stay. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and then used the dragon sword spirit domain again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also cast a red domain to cover the front. Woo woo woo. The snow-white little monkey's eyes flickered, ready to strike at any moment. You're courting death. The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land shouted angrily. He realized that the other party had actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. How audacious. What made him even angrier was that the other party didn't want to fight him alone. In addition to trapping him, there was another disciple from the Xiao Yao sect. The other party wanted to fight 2 people alone? He had never been looked down upon like this before. Therefore, he roared and struck out with his palm. Holy Light Palm, an incomparably vast palm, accompanied by a startling radiance, violently slammed towards Lin Xian with terrifying power. It seemed that the other party wanted to break Lin Xian's domain. The huge Holy Light Palm covered the sky and collided with the Dragon Sword Spirit domain. The terrifying aura swept up thousands of waves, and the surrounding space shook violently. Kill. Lin Xian coldly snorted. In the Dragon Sword Spirit domain, countless sword chi rolled and formed a huge Holy Light Sword. It directly collided with the Holy Light Palm. Puff. The Holy Light Palm was cut open by the sword. How is this possible? The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land looked terrible. At the same time, the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect attacked. In fact, when Lin Xian was fighting with the disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land, the martial artist had already made his move. A pair of translucent wings appeared on his back, flapping gently. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was behind Lin Xian. He raised his arm, and countless wind blades surrounded him, forming a huge wind sword. He stabbed at Lin Xian's back. Puff. The sword pierced through. Got him. The martial artist of the Xiao Yao sect was ecstatic. However, in the next moment, His pupils shrank. This was because he realized that the figure that was pierced through was gradually fading and then dissipating like the wind. Afterimage. He was shocked. He didn't expect that he had only pierced an afterimage. Oh no. In the next moment, his heart beat wildly, and he quickly dodged. However, he was still a little too slow. An incomparably violent black fist landed directly on his body. The violent destructive aura caused the martial artist of the Xiao Yao sect to be severely injured. Damn it, what a piece of trash. Seeing this, the disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land had a terrible look on his face. He didn't expect the martial artist of the Xiao Yao sect to be such a piece of trash. In just one move, he was already severely injured. Piece of trash? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't look down on him because you'll end up like him soon. Kid, you're courting death. The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land was furious. He had never been looked down upon like this before. In the next moment, his body emitted a dazzling light. Dazzling golden light surrounded him, making him look like a divine Buddha. Then, the disciple waved his hand and struck out terrifying golden palms. The palms were huge and carried countless rings of light. The power contained in them was even more terrifying. It could be said that even a six-star king wouldn't dare to fight against it. Moreover, these palms covered the sky and covered the earth, and all of them were aimed at Lin Xian. Raging dragon rips the sky. Lin Xian shouted coldly and punched out. The terrifying fist print condensed into a huge black dragon. The dragon waved its claws and directly tore the entire void apart. Huge cracks appeared and spread into the distance, tearing all the golden palms in the sky into pieces. Damn kid, go to hell. The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land roared. He didn't expect the other party to be so difficult to deal with. So in the next moment, he flicked his finger and a golden spear appeared in his hand. The golden spear was extraordinary. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding void collapsed. Not only that, the golden light flowed and surrounded it with an unusually sharp feeling. There were even golden flames dancing on it. Earth-grade treasure, golden flame spear. Boom. The spear pierced out, and golden light bloomed in the sky. A huge golden spear light descended from the sky. It was extremely sharp and charged at Lin Xian. Buzz. Lin Xian clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 darkness demon sword from the dragon sword realm. Then, he waved the long sword and slashed forward. The black sword light surrounded it, carrying a sharp aura. As he waved it, the sword light flashed and shot into the sky. Chapter 1706. Suddenly, a terrifying collision sound was heard. The golden spear radiance that filled the sky was beaten back. Puff. Not only that, but the Yaoguang Sacred Land martial artist was also hit by the sword radiance and flew out, vomiting blood. How could this be? His face was extremely ugly. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. His opponent's combat power was too strong. It made him feel a sense of despair. Buzz. Lin Xian took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand was combined with the power of the dragon sword realm. The terrifying aura was extremely strong. A black sword radiance that was close to 1,000 feet long slashed forward quickly. It covered the sky and the earth, splitting the void. No! The Yaoguang Sacred Land martial artist roared crazily, and his body was instantly swallowed by the black sword radiance. Not only him, but the surrounding martial artists who were fighting with the dark red divine dragon also saw this sword radiance, and their hearts beat wildly, and they kept retreating. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Just the aura emitted by the sword radiance alone was enough to make them shudder with fear. One could imagine how terrifying it was to face this sword radiance head-on. For a moment, everyone looked forward in amazement. They wanted to know how the Yaoguang Sacred Land martial artist was doing. When the black sword radiance disappeared, everyone gasped, and their eyes were full of horror. That was because the Yaoguang Sacred Land martial artist was killed, and he was directly cut in half. That scene was really unbelievable. Previously, They had only heard rumors of Lin Xian's heaven-defying battle strength. He was able to kill 4 Yaoguang sacred land martial artists. They even thought that he had used some despicable means to assassinate the 4 sacred land disciples. But now that they saw this scene, they knew that most of the previous rumors were true. His combat power was incredible, and it was very likely that he had directly killed the 4 sacred land disciples. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb, and they even felt like running away. "Kid, you've settled it so quickly." The dark red divine dragon also laughed at the side. Then, he looked at the remaining 3 martial artists. "I wanted to play with you, but now it seems that I have to end it early. You're courting death. How dare a snake speak so arrogantly? Watch me kill you." The 3 of them roared madly. If Lin Xian had stopped them, perhaps they would have been afraid. But now, a mere 4-legged snake actually dared to look down on them. This drove them crazy. Therefore, in the next moment, the 3 of them roared angrily and used their ultimate techniques to attack the dark red divine dragon. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon's body glowed with red light as its 1-meter-long body abruptly expanded. There was a trace of mysterious dragon blood flowing on it. A powerful aura swept out in all directions. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the world. "What? Dragons?" Seeing this, the remaining 3 martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect that the 4-legged snake in front of them was actually a dragon. This made their hearts beat even more wildly. The dragon race was an incomparably mysterious and legendary creature. At this moment, he actually appeared in front of them. Thinking of this, they immediately turned around and ran. "You want to run? Stay." The dark red divine dragon sneered, and then kept waving its dragon claws. Tyrant Dragon Fist. It struck out 9 times in a row, and 9 incomparably vast red dragon claws appeared in the void. As it waved its claws, the void collapsed and completely enveloped the 3 martial artists in an instant. The 3 disciples of the large sects were directly slapped into a bloody mist. This scene was too shocking. At this moment, the power of the dark red divine dragon was also revealed. In the past, he had lost his dragon essence and his cultivation had decreased greatly, so it could only be reflected in the inscription formation. Now, as his cultivation base slowly recovered, his battle prowess gradually became more terrifying. With his body as a dragon and the many secret techniques in his hands, he was so powerful that it made people tremble. In an instant, the martial artists who were chasing after Lin Xian were all killed. However, there was still one alive, and that was the middle-aged man from the mop family. However, he was not feeling well either. At this moment, he was being played around by the little white monkey. The little white monkey's origin was extremely mysterious. Although it did not cultivate much, its strength had been increasing along with Lin Xian and the others. In particular, its speed was not even slower than Lin Xian's when he used the demigods and semi-devils. In addition to its furry little claws, a slap from it could make even a king realm master dizzy. Therefore, although the middle-aged man from the mop family was a seeker spiritual master, he could control the spirit meridian. However, at this moment, the little white monkey was so angry that he vomited blood. "It's over." Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. The dragon sword realm immediately enveloped the middle-aged man from the Tuoba family. Bang, bang, bang. Sword chi swept across the sky and killed the middle-aged man from the Tuoba family. Next, the 3 of them began to collect the spoils of war. They took everything that could be used and those that could not be used. Some of the supreme-grade subdivine crystals, pills, and spiritual herbs were directly consumed. As for the weapons and cultivation methods that could not be used, they were first thrown aside to be auctioned off later. Then, Lin Xian and the other 2 rose into the sky and flew into the distance. However, not long after, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he stopped, looked around, and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Come out." This voice was like a clap of thunder. Tens of thousands of voices resounded in unison, causing the void to tremble. The dark red divine dragon also looked solemn because he also felt that there seemed to be someone spying on them nearby. This feeling was very uncomfortable. "Hee hee, good lad. You are indeed alert. You actually discovered our presence." A cold laugh was heard. Then, the void trembled, and two figures appeared. Accompanying them was a terrifying aura and a cold, killing intent. Lin Xian frowned when he saw the other party. Their auras were too powerful, far surpassing those of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground's disciples. Needless to say, these two should be troublesome seniors. The dark red divine dragon also warned, "Lad, be careful. These two are real six-star kings. They are extremely powerful." In front of them, there were two figures, one fat and one thin. They looked very strange. Their auras were as deep as the sea and extremely terrifying. The fat old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. He sneered and asked, "You are the Lin Xian that the Wavering Light Sacred Ground wants to capture? No wonder the Wavering Light Sacred Ground would pay such a high price to kill you. You were able to kill the Wavering Light Sacred Ground's disciples so easily. I have to say, your strength is indeed shocking." Hearing this, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were even more shocked. The fat old man had been observing them since the beginning of the battle. This sent chills down their spines, because before this, they did not notice his existence at all. "I am." Lin Xian snorted and did not hide anymore. His bones changed and returned to their original state. "It is indeed you." Chapter 1707. We don't have to kill you. We just need to hand you over to the Yaoguang Sacred Land. However, if you dare to resist, I'll definitely break all the bones in your body. Not only that, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You'll wish you were dead." The skinny old man sneered. Anyway, the Yaoguang Sacred Land's requirement was that he was still breathing. "You two sure talk big." Lin Xian snorted. "Tell me your names. I don't kill trash. You're courting death. Grandpa, we're the Northwest Ghost Duo. Surrender obediently. That's the best way for you to live." "What the hell? Never heard of it." Lin Xian snorted as his eyes shone brightly. "If you want to capture me, let's see if you have the ability to do so." Along with his words, countless sword lights shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Not only that, the dragon's sword territory around him fluctuated as thousands of sword lights pierced through the sky. "Kid, you dare to fight with the Northwest Ghost Duo? Looks like you're really an idiot." The fat old man sneered as he took a step forward. The aura on his body erupted again. Then, he stretched out his palm. Suddenly, endless cold air emerged as if it was a world of ice and snow, causing people to tremble. Dark Ice Palm. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with ice flashing and the entire space was instantly frozen. The massive power of frost shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. Behind him, the skinny old man sneered and did not make a move, because he believed that one of them could subdue the other party. The dark red dragon also did not make a move. He watched the battlefield nervously and was always on guard against the skinny old man. "Humph." Lin Xian snorted as he waved his palm. The dragon's sword territory around him trembled as countless sword lights shot out. It was extremely sharp as it slashed forward. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, the ice in the sky was mercilessly slashed apart, creating a vacuum. However, the other party was indeed powerful. Although the cold air was slashed apart, it was still terrifying. It connected with each other and formed a world of frost. It was as if it wanted to freeze all the sword chi. Not only that, the entire space was filled with blue frost in an instant. Then, they turned into huge icicles and stabbed towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void was pierced through. One could imagine how sharp those ice thorns were. It turned out that unknowingly, the fat old man had also unleashed his own frost domain. Countless pieces of ice covered the sky, and the entire space turned into a world of ice and snow. "Kid, it's over. Trapped by my frost domain, you won't be able to escape." A cold smile appeared on the fat old man's face. His frost domain was extremely terrifying. If martial artists of the same level entered, they would not be able to escape, let alone a young brat. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His pupils shrank, and all the hair on his body stood on end. A strange sword light instantly appeared in front of the fat old man. What's going on? The fat old man's expression changed greatly because he hadn't noticed how the sword chi had appeared before. However, the fierce aura it carried made him tremble all over. This was too shocking for him. One had to know that his frost domain did not only have sharp attacks like icicles. The cold air could even slow down a martial artist's speed. If one's cultivation was weak, even the blood in their body would be frozen in this frost domain. Not to mention releasing such a terrifying sword light. This was not something a human could do. However, the fat old man was also impressive. Even if such a terrifying sword light appeared in front of him, he still reacted quickly. His body retreated quickly, and at the same time, his palms kept waving. Suddenly, the surrounding cold air formed ice mountains, blocking in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's sword light. After piercing through 5 ice mountains in a row, the terrifying sword light slashed towards the fat old man again. Damn it! The fat old man roared, opened his mouth and spat out a blue ice shield, blocking in front of him. Bang! The fierce sword light collided with it, causing thousands of waves. However, this blue ice shield was very hard and finally blocked the sword light. However, the fat old man kept retreating. Damn it, this was impossible. How could he be so strong? The fat old man was horrified. In his king domain, he was the ruler. However, his opponent seemed to be even more terrifying than him. Damn it, I don't believe it. Roar of ice. Suddenly, snowflakes drifted in the sky, and cold air surged, forming a hurricane that swept towards Lin Xian. This was not an ordinary hurricane, but one that was combined with the power of the frost domain. An ordinary 6-star king would be turned into an ice sculpture by this cold wind. Humph! 6-god sword technique. With a cold snort, 2 figures appeared behind Lin Xian, and with the power of the entire domain, they quickly attacked. These were 2 sword shadows, and under the effect of the dragon sword domain, they were extremely fierce. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the cold air that filled the sky was completely cut open. Not only that, Lin Xian held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and merged with the 2 sword shadows. Then, he slashed out a shocking sword chi. This sword chi turned into a huge dragon, roaring and rushing, and instantly collided with the frost domain. Boom! Cracks instantly appeared on the blue frost domain, and it exploded with a loud bang. Puff! As for the fat old man, he was also sent flying, his face extremely pale. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the fat old man looked extremely frightened. Damn it! How is this possible? He's only a 3-star king. How can he have such powerful strength? He was simply too shocked. One had to know that he was one of the stronger 6-star kings. Cultivators of the same level could not even last 10 moves in his hands. However, a 3-star king had now easily shattered his king domain. He could not believe it. However, Lin Xian snorted and attacked again with the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. He did not care who the other party was. Since he dared to attack him, he had to pay the price. The 9 darkness demonic sword moved, and countless sword lights slashed forward like a tide. Pung, pung, pung. The fat old man raised a blue ice shield and kept blocking the attacks. Every attack made him spit out blood. Fortunately, this blue ice shield was an earth-grade artifact, so it did not shatter. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the sword chi long ago. Even so, he was still severely injured and would not be able to hold on for much longer. The Northwest Ghost Duo is only SOSO. Since you dare to kill me, you have to pay the price. Lin Xian's gale boots suddenly burst out with light. Whoosh! In the next moment, his speed instantly increased, and almost at the same time. For crescent-shaped sword chi slashed out around the fat old man. This speed was too fast. No matter how strong the fat old man was, he could not block it at all. Chapter 1708. It turned out that the skinny old man, who had been watching the battle, could not help but make a move. Previously, he had been watching the battle with a sneer because he thought that the fat old man alone could easily deal with the other party. However, he did not expect the change in the battle to be beyond his expectations. The other party was too strong. His companion, the fat old man, was almost beaten to the point where he could not fight back. He was even going to be killed. Therefore, he could not care less and decisively made a move. A large hand reached out and instantly rescued the fat old man. The next moment, the two of them stood side by side and stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. "Kid, do you want me to make a move?" The dark red dragon asked. "It's okay. I'll play with them. Let me see what's so great about the Northwest Twin Ghosts. How dare you have designs on me?" Hearing this, the faces of the Northwest Ghost duo darkened. How dare the other party be so arrogant and challenge the two of them alone? This made them extremely angry. However, the two of them sneered. Well, since the other party was arrogant, it was perfect for them to make a move. Thinking of this, they roared angrily and quickly charged forward. Buzz buzz. In an instant, the two kings' domains overlapped and enveloped Lin Xian. One was the fat old man's ice domain. The other was the old man's black sea domain. When the two of them worked together, it was extremely terrifying. "Kid, you're too arrogant. You have no idea how powerful the Northwest Ghost duo is." The fat old man's face was ferocious. "In a one-on-one fight, we might not be very strong. But when we work together, we can erupt with several times the power. Today is the day you die." Lin Xian snorted. "How dare a loser like you speak so arrogantly? Come and die." As he spoke, he waved the Nine Darkness demonic sword in his hand, creating countless sword shadows that lined up in a row and slashed forward. At the same time, the fat old man was furious. He activated his ice domain and charged forward again. Although his ice domain had been severely damaged, at this moment, when he and the skinny old man worked together, their power was even stronger than before. In the sky, 7 icy light pillars quickly appeared. They were like demonic spears, emitting an icy aura. In the next moment, they collided with Lin Xian's sword chi. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. However, this time around, what was strange was that the frost thorns were not broken. Instead, they instantly turned into seawater. It was incomparably soft, and it quickly enveloped the sword chi, continuously consuming the energy of the sword chi. Soon, the sword chi dimmed, and its strength was greatly reduced. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned slightly. The alliance of the Northwest Ghost duo was indeed very strange. At that moment, the thin old man sneered. "Brat, stop struggling. With the two of us working together, we can switch between ice and water. You can't do anything about it." The transition between ice and water, the combination of hardness and softness, was indeed a very difficult move to break. The reason why the two of them were confident that they could capture Lin Xian was because their domains could complement each other. Sure enough, countless amounts of seawater gushed out from the thin old man's domain and instantly surrounded Lin Xian. "Humph." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword chi gushed out from his body, instantly cutting the seawater apart. The sliced seawater surged, and countless water droplets rapidly rolled in the air. Then, they instantly turned into countless frost thorns. Like hidden weapons, they instantly filled the sky. The void was instantly pierced, and countless tiny cracks appeared. This kind of attack could be said to be very strange. Even if a 6-star king was paying attention, he would be hit instantly. Fortunately, Lin Xian was very strong and had many secret techniques. His figure swayed, and a huge azure dragon divine shield instantly formed around him. The frost thorns that filled the sky crashed into the azure dragon divine shield, causing a series of explosions that sounded like thunder. "Let's see how long you can hide." The Northwest Ghost duo worked together and continuously released terrifying attacks, causing Lin Xian to be in a dilemma. Let's see how long your shield can last." A 3-star king's strength definitely doesn't have as much spiritual energy as ours. When you run out of spiritual energy, it will be the time of your death. The two of them sneered. Indeed, The difference between a 6-star king and a 3-star king was not only the difference in strength and domain, but also the difference in the amount of spiritual energy, recovery ability, and utilization. If a 3-star king used his secret technique so frequently, his spiritual energy would be depleted very quickly. At that time, he would not be able to replenish his energy and would not be able to use his secret technique. A 6-star king was different. Their spiritual energy was more than 10 times that of a 3-star king. This difference could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, in the eyes of the Northwest Ghost Duo, Lin Xian's spiritual energy would be depleted very soon. At that time, he would not be able to use his secret technique to block their attacks. However, after 100 moves, the two of them frowned. This was because according to their calculations, their opponent's spiritual energy should have been depleted long ago. However, their opponent's attacks did not weaken at all. Instead, they were getting stronger and stronger. The two of them were at a disadvantage. Damn it, what's going on? How can that kid have so much spiritual energy? Could it be that he took some pills? The two of them were very confused because they realized that Lin Xian did not take any pills at all, but his spiritual energy did not decrease at all. This made the two of them extremely shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Don't waste your time. I'll send you on your way now." He flipped his palm and took out the 1,000-beast cauldron. Then, he quickly activated it. Immediately, black flames flew out of the 1,000-beast cauldron and swept out in all directions. The ice and seawater that filled the sky melted and evaporated in an instant. They could not get close to Lin Xian at all. Not only that, but their king's domains were also impacted. Oh no! Retreat! Seeing that their opponent could still take out such terrifying black flames, the two of them were shocked. They realized that the two of them were actually being restrained. This made them unable to believe it. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. That kid is too difficult to deal with. Let's retreat first. The Northwest Ghost Duo's expressions were ugly. They realized that with their current strength, they could not take down their opponent at all. Therefore, the two of them quickly retreated. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, blue cold air surged forward. Crack, crack, sea god ice. The void froze in an instant, and ice dragons appeared from all directions, blocking their path. What? An ice-type martial artist? That's impossible. The two of them felt their scalps go numb as if they had seen a ghost. How could their opponent be an ice-type martial artist? They would rather die than believe it. One had to know that their opponent's sword chi was sharp and fierce, so he should be a swordsman. However, not long after, he took out black flames. Now, he took out terrifying ice? A martial artist could cultivate many skills, but it was impossible for them to be so terrifying in every aspect. However, their opponent seemed to have broken this rule and actually did it. Chapter 1709. The fat old man, in particular, had a look of terror on his face. He realized that Lin Xian's ice was even more terrifying than his own ice aura. In an instant, he felt as if his body was frozen. Damn it! Is this the legendary sea god's ice? The chubby old man's expression was horrified and ugly. In the next moment, he screamed even louder. He realized that Lin Xian had appeared behind him in an instant. Raging dragon rips the sky. He punched out, and a pair of pitch-black dragon claws danced quickly. They instantly hit the chubby old man's body and tore him in half. No! Seeing this, the skinny old man roared crazily. He did not expect his companion to be killed in an instant. He could not accept this. Die, brat! The skinny old man stopped running and turned around to attack with his palms. Boom! The void trembled, and endless seawater gushed out. In an instant, the area within 100 miles turned into a huge lake. There was endless seawater in the sky and on the ground. The skinny old man's aura rose again. Boundless ocean. He struck out with his palms, and two huge waves that were thousands of feet tall turned into two palms that pounced on Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian waved his palms, and the sea god's ice shone again. The endless power of ice froze the two palms. Not only that, but the lake within 100 miles was also frozen into ice. In fact, even the body of that skinny old man was frozen in midair by the ice. Boom! At the same time, Lin Xian struck out with a sharp swordlight and directly cut his opponent in half. Since then, the Northwest Ghost Duo had ended their lives in Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he arrived below. This battle was more dangerous than when he killed the disciples of the Sacred Lands. The Northwest Ghost Duo were indeed seniors. They were 6-star kings, and they were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xian had many ultimate moves, and with the longevity art, his spiritual energy was stronger than an ordinary 6-star king. Only then could he win. Otherwise, no matter how many ultimate moves he had, he wouldn't be able to use them if he didn't have enough spiritual energy. Next, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the others began to clean up the battlefield. However, they did not know that there were a few figures below the forest where they were fighting. Among them was a mysterious middle-aged man and a few white-haired old men. One of them was Tuoba Yulong of the Tuoba family. The others were also elders, but their auras didn't seem to be any weaker than Tuoba Yulong's. Needless to say, these people were all extremely powerful seeker spirit masters. As for the middle-aged man, he was wearing a blue lightning robe. His entire body carried an incomparably violent aura. Myriad Thunder Sect. This middle-aged man was an expert from the 10,000 Thunder Sect. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong and the other two old men were still searching the underground. Their eyes shone with a strange light, as if they were searching for something. His hands continued to form seals, forming numerous dragon-shaped chi. Then, the three of them quickly searched and discussed with each other. At this time, the middle-aged man in the blue lightning robe asked in a deep voice, "How is it, the three of you?" "Mr. Wan, your guess is correct. This should be an ancient ruin." "An ancient ruin?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the lightning robe smiled. "After searching for so long, we've finally found it. This should be the remains of an ancient sect. If we can obtain the treasures inside, our Myriad Thunder Sect might be able to take another step forward and become a peerless sacred ground." The middle-aged man's eyes shone with astonishing light. Then, he said to the other three, "This information must be sealed properly. When we return to the Myriad Thunder Sect, we'll discuss the grand plan." Of course, Tuoba Yulong and the other two old men nodded. However, at this time, the ground shook as if an earthquake had occurred. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the people on the ground frowned. The middle-aged man in particular had a sharp look in his eyes. He just told them not to leak the information, and this had happened. Could someone be spying on them nearby? Someone must be fighting. Tuoba Yulong's eyes shone brightly. Before he could finish, an extremely cold chi seeped into the ground from below. A layer of blue ice crystals even appeared around the middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong. What a terrifying chi! Everyone was shocked. Someone was indeed fighting, and it was near them. Let me see who it is. Tuoba Yulong held his walking stick and looked up. The next moment, his eyes shone with purple light, like two divine rainbows, and quickly streaked through the void. What? It's him? Soon, Tuoba Yulong's body trembled and his face darkened. Who is it? Seeing Tuoba Yulong's expression, the others were puzzled. Who could make Tuoba Yulong so angry? It's that Lin Xian, that damned brat. What? Lin Xian? You mean that Lin Xian that the Wavering Light Sacred Land is chasing? The other two old men were also shocked. Even the middle-aged man started to frown. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wan, this Lin Xian not only has a grudge with our Tuoba family, but also with your Myriad Thunder Sect. Last time in the Sacred Hall, it was this brat who killed the Myriad Thunder Sect's disciples and stole one of the Myriad Thunder Saints' treasures, the Myriad Thunder Hammer. Should we make a move now and take him down? Firstly, we can avenge ourselves. Secondly, we might be able to find out the whereabouts of the Heaven's Legacy race." Hearing this, the other two old men were also excited. The Heaven's Legacy race was related to the existence of the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye. Seeker spirit masters like them all cultivated eye techniques, but none of their eye techniques could compare to the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye. If they could obtain the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. However, the middle-aged man said with his hands behind his back, "Ignore that brat for now. Open the entrance to the ancient ruins first. As for the grudge between the Myriad Thunder sect and that brat, I will naturally resolve it. Our current plan is to obtain the ancient ruins. After all, even if that brat really did have the whereabouts of the Heaven's Legacy race, he would only be able to create one expert. If they obtained the ancient ruins, the entire Myriad Thunder sect would be able to ascend. I believe I don't need to remind the three of you which is more important, right? Yes, we will definitely help the Myriad Thunder sect obtain the ancient ruins." Tuoba Yulong and the other two said quickly. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely not treat the three of you unfairly once we obtain the ancient ruins." On the ground, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon had already cleaned up the carriage. Now, the two were about to leave. Chapter 17:10. On the ground, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already cleaned up the carriage. Next, the two of them were about to leave. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, as if he had a strange feeling. It was a strange feeling, so Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eye and looked around. His eyes emitted a faint golden light, and he soon discovered that there were several auras underground. Those auras were very powerful, like true dragons in hibernation. One of them was even stronger than the Northwest Ghost duo from before. There are still people here. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He did not expect that an ordinary forest would hide so many experts. However, from the looks of it, they did not seem to be coming for him. Could there be something underground? Lin Xian was curious and wanted to investigate more carefully. Underground, Tuoba Yulong and the other two worked together again, preparing to explore the ancient ruins below. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Tuoba Yulong and the other two also stopped what they were doing and frowned, because someone was spying on them. They had set up a large formation to conceal the heavenly secret, so ordinary people would not discover their existence at all. However, there was still someone who could spy on them. It was truly shocking. It's that damned Lin Xian. He actually discovered this place. Tuoba Yulong's expression was ugly. That brat also cultivated a mysterious eye technique. He did not expect that he would be able to see this place. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Since he has discovered us, we can't let him live. The three of you, please continue searching here. I'll go take care of that brat." With that, his figure flickered, and he disappeared underground. Outside, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eye and naturally passed through the concealment formation. He discovered that there seemed to be an incredible treasure below. However, before he could take a closer look, the void suddenly split open, and then an enormous and cold killing intent instantly surged out. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian immediately stopped activating his heavenly secret divine eye, and the golden light in his eyes instantly disappeared. He could not let others know that he had the heavenly secret divine eye, or the entire world would probably hunt him down crazily. The void in front of him split open, and a figure walked out from it. It was a middle-aged man with a chiseled face and black hair that danced wildly in the wind. He was wearing a blue lightning robe that fit his body perfectly. At this moment, there were thunderous sounds in the air. They were from the 10,000 Thunder sect. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect to meet another enemy here. However, what made him even more curious was, what were the people of the 10,000 Thunder sect doing underground? Could it be that he had really found some treasure? "You're that Lin Xian?" The middle-aged man said coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "You're also here to capture me." "Capture you?" The middle-aged man sneered. "There's no need for that. Even if there is a secret of the Tianji clan, it should be in the hands of Emo Tianqi. You're just a small disciple of the Pill sect. It's impossible for you to know any secrets. He was only lucky to be able to escape from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Then why are you still here? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the middle-aged man wasn't here to capture him. Because you saw something you shouldn't have seen. We have to get you out. The middle-aged man was very direct. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. Something I shouldn't have seen? Lin Xian smiled. It seems that there is indeed a treasure below. A treasure that can make the 10,000 Thunder sect care. So much must be a shocking treasure. Maybe it's an ancient ruin. You're smart, but smart people don't live long. The middle-aged man heard this, and the killing intent in his eyes became sharper. Since the other party had guessed it, he couldn't let him live. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and flew into the distance. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon and the little white monkey, asking them to sneak into the ground to find out what kind of treasure it was. When the dark red dragon and the little white monkey received the voice transmission, they sneaked into the void and disappeared. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Xian fleeing into the distance, a cold smile appeared on his face. He didn't want to make a move here because he was afraid that he would destroy the ancient ruin below. Since Lin Xian wanted to escape into the distance, it was the best choice for him. Therefore, he flashed and followed Lin Xian unhurriedly. After flying for a while, Lin Xian came to a stop. The middle-aged man behind him also stopped and looked at Lin Xian coldly. At this distance, I shouldn't be able to destroy the treasures underground, right? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. You're really concerned about a lot. I think you should worry about your own life first. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xian was still thinking about the treasure below. It seemed like he didn't know how to spell the word death. Then, a terrifying aura exploded from the middle-aged man. Like a wave, it swept in all directions. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian. Countless lightning bolts spread in the surrounding void and instantly turned into a boundless sea of lightning. It was terrifying as it surged and roared. Crackle, crackle. Huge divine lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck Lin Xian as if they were going to kill him. Lin Xian snorted and punched out. The black shadow of the fist was like a raging dragon. It rushed into the sky and tore the thunderclouds apart. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The destructive aura on his body exploded in an instant. Even the sea of lightning around him dimmed a little. Not bad. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and sneered. Then, he quickly formed a seal with his palms. Thunderbird. Suddenly, the thunderclouds in the sky rolled and turned into countless strange blue birds. They were surrounded by lightning and were as sharp as knives as they rushed down quickly. The entire sky was overturned in an instant as the powerful aura of lightning pierced through the void. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded. Lin Xian waved his fist and used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. The fist technique was monstrous. Every strike exploded a group of thunderbirds. Terrifying waves of air rolled in the sky, and the area within 1,000 miles collapsed quickly. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. The middle-aged man frowned. He didn't expect the other party's fist technique to be so violent that it could destroy his army of thunderbirds in an instant. But in the next moment, he raised his hands and struck out with both palms. Suddenly, the lightning in the sky surged and turned into a wave that rushed forward. There were a total of 9 layers in total. The Thunderclap Ninth Heaven was a very terrifying martial art of the Myriad Thunder sect. At this moment, it was used by the middle-aged man and was even more violent. Waving both palms, 9 huge waves of lightning were formed. Each of them was terrifying. Chapter 1711. What was even more terrifying was that this move had a total of 9 strikes, and each strike was stronger than the previous one. It was as if these lightning seas could be superimposed. When it reached the 9th strike, the power was absolutely terrifying. It was unimaginable, and no one could resist it. This middle-aged man used such a terrifying killing move on Lin Xian from the beginning. It was very obvious that the killing intent in his heart had already been extinguished. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. The other party's strength was really too powerful, even far surpassing the Northwest Twin Ghost from before. Facing the incomparably violent thunderclap ninth heaven, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. In the next moment, he roared, and the aura in his body suddenly erupted. A black aura of destruction enveloped. Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. Waving both fists, terrifying fist shadows were densely packed, similarly forming a black sea wave, carrying a destructive aura as it charged forward. Although the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven was terrifying, his Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was also incomparably terrifying. At this moment, combined with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was even more astonishing. In the next moment, the boundless black sea wave collided with the lightning sea that filled the sky, causing an intense collision. The void quickly collapsed, and one black hole after another appeared. Very soon, the first layer of lightning sea wave was quickly shattered under the power of the black fist shadows. Following that, the second layer of lightning sea wave quickly rushed over, and the black fist shadows that filled the sky also dimmed quite a bit. However, it still carried a shocking destructive power. In the end, the black fist shadows that filled the sky collided with the second type of lightning power and finally disappeared in the air at the same time. However, the third bolt of lightning was still heading straight for Lin Xian. Thunderclap ninth heaven. Each layer was stronger than the previous. The third layer was incomparably terrifying, and its power was even more terrifying than the first two layers combined. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly swung his fist and delivered a killing blow. Thunderclap Dragon. The dragon shadow roared, and lightning surrounded it. A huge black dragon shadow quickly rushed out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, charging forward. Very soon, the third, fourth, and fifth layers of lightning were shattered under this thunderclap dragon. The thunderclap dragon also roared and directly exploded with a loud bang. I'll see how many layers you can block. Seeing that the first 5 layers of lightning had been destroyed, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold. However, he wasn't too worried because he was very confident in his thunderclap ninth heaven. Furthermore, the power of lightning after the 5th level was even more terrifying. Every single one of his attacks was capable of killing a 6-star king. Therefore, in his opinion, the other party would definitely not be able to block it. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, his expression extremely solemn. Indeed, the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven was extremely terrifying. Up until now, he had only broken through the first 5 stages. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong pushed his great dragon sword soul and destructive aura to their limits as he punched out with both fists. Furious Dragon rips the heavens. A pair of black dragon claws appeared in the sky like 2 black mountains. With a forceful tear, a black crack appeared in the entire space. The black crack extended rapidly towards the 6th layer of the Thunder Sea. Crack, crack, boom. The void once again fell into chaos, and the 6th lightning sea was instantly torn in half. Immediately after, the 7th layer also quickly turned into ashes. However, at this moment, the 2 black dragon claws also became dim. They were pierced by countless lightning bolts and were covered in wounds. Rumble. The 8th lightning sea was extremely terrifying. With just one attack, it directly shattered the 2 black dragon claws. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression had already turned cold. This was because he didn't expect the other party to actually have such strength to be able to destroy his 7th lightning sea. One had to know that ordinary 6-star kings couldn't do this. On the opposite side, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He didn't expect that his 2 ultimate attacks still couldn't break the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. However, at the next moment, Lin Xian waved his fist again and struck out the 3rd killing move of the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Layers of dragon shadows. A deep dragon roar sounded from Lin Xian's body. Immediately after, countless black rays of light soared and turned into black dragons in the sky, roaring non-stop. This scene was too shocking. For a moment, the sky was completely filled with countless dragon shadows, and a terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, these dragon shadows that filled the sky collided with the last two lightning bolts, resulting in a shocking explosion. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly enveloped, and countless mountains were directly turned into powder. Large swathes of the earth collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. This collision was too terrifying, as if it was destroying the world. Damn it! How is this possible? It's actually all shattered. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression was abnormally gloomy. He didn't expect that his ultimate move, the thunderclap ninth heaven, would actually be destroyed by the other party. He couldn't believe it. At the next moment, his expression was cold as he let out a long roar. Under his feet, mysterious lightning runes appeared and quickly spread in all directions. He raised his hands high and clenched his fists. Immediately, the clouds in the sky rolled, and 6 huge lightning bolts descended like heavenly pillars. In an instant, the space was sealed, and Lin Xian was also enveloped within. Flying thunder god formation. The middle-aged man's expression was cold as he roared. Immediately, the 6 huge lightning pillars bloomed, and the lightning surged, turning into shocking energy that surged toward Lin Xian. For a moment, the countless black dragon figures around Lin Xian were penetrated by these lightning bolts. Not only that, these lightning bolts didn't stop, and were still flying quickly toward Lin Xian. In an instant, they enveloped him. At the next moment, countless energy exploded, completely drowning that place. Humph, it's over. Seeing that he had really hit the other party this time, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Thunder sect in the distance revealed a sinister smile. However, at the next moment, his smile froze, and even his expression became very unsightly. Because in front of him, in the boundless sea of lightning, a green light lit up and directly pierced through the sea of clouds. After that, countless green sword lights soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. At the next moment, the surrounding lightning was ruthlessly cut open. Boom! Lin Xian's figure appeared again, and around him, a green domain shone. He's not dead. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression was cold. He didn't expect the other party to have such strength. Good boy. It seems that I've really underestimated you. But do you think you're safe like this? The middle-aged man snorted, and a light lit up under his feet. Then, he cooperated with the 6 heavenly lightning bolts in front of him. Immediately, a terrifying lightning domain was formed, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the dragon sword domain. Boy, in my lightning domain, you have no way to survive. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian snorted, unmoved. The middle-aged man sneered, You don't have to provoke me. Although you're very strong, you're still no match for me. If you're given a few more decades, you might really be able to surpass me. Chapter 17:12. The middle-aged man was very confident. With a wave of his hand, the 6 heavenly lightning pillars in the Thunder Sea domain began to spin rapidly. On top of it, mysterious lightning runes appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The horrifying power of thunder and lightning transformed into numerous thunder blades that slashed towards Lin Xian at high speed. These lightning blades were abnormally sharp and could easily cut through the void. This was a great divine ability that could communicate with the power of lightning from the 9 heavens and use it for oneself. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the dragon sword spiritual domain. Immediately, countless sharp sword chi soared into the sky and swept in all directions. It collided with the lightning blades that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! Although those lightning blades were terrifying, they were unable to resist Lin Xian's sword chi. In an instant, a large number of lightning blades were cut in half. However, this was a great divine ability after all. Therefore, even though many lightning blades were cut in half, more lightning blades appeared from the 6 heavenly lightning pillars and attacked Lin Xian. It was endless, as if there was no limit. Humph, it's useless. No matter how sharp your sword chi is, so what? My thunder blade is limitless. It will only disappear when I kill you. The middle-aged man sneered as a cold light bloomed in his eyes. The lightning that filled the sky turned into a sharp rainbow and quickly slashed forward. Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated the dragon sword domain to resist. Humph, do you really think you can kill me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Brat, stop struggling. It's useless. Originally, I didn't want to kill you. However, you saw a secret that you didn't dare to see. Naturally, I can only silence you. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The sword qi on his body was resplendent and suddenly erupted. A sharp aura swept out in all directions. All the surrounding lightning blades were blown away. You're too arrogant. Today, I'll let you experience my true strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The surrounding dragon sword realm's aura continued to rise as if there was no limit. It emitted a terrifying aura. In the next moment, his figure swayed, and his entire person was like a sword light, instantly dashing into the distance. Wherever he passed, countless lightning blades were completely shattered. Nothing could stop Lin Xian's advance. In an instant, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man. What? Seeing this, the middle-aged man turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the other party could actually increase his combat strength. This was simply too inconceivable. The other party was just a puny 3-star king. Even if he was a genius, he would still be able to fight someone with a higher cultivation level. But after fighting for so long, he probably didn't have much strength left, right? However, the other party was actually able to increase his aura and even kill his way to the front. It had to be said that it was indeed shocking. Damn it, what kind of secret does this brat have? He did not believe that an ordinary 3-star king could be so terrifying. But now, there was no time for him to think about it, because a sharp sword qi was slashing towards him at high speed. The sea of lightning around him was also instantly cut apart, creating a vacuum. Humph! With a cold snort, the middle-aged man waved his sleeve and a thunder drum quickly appeared before him. The drum grew bigger and turned into a wall of lightning. Boom! 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 The sharp sword qi collided with the thunder drum, emitting a shocking collision sound. Terrifying sound waves and sword qi rushed out in all directions, piercing through the void. This thunder drum was an earth-rank treasure and was incomparably powerful. Therefore, the sword qi naturally did not cut it apart. However, that powerful force still made the middle-aged man continuously retreat, and a trace of blood even appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lin Xian's sharp sword aura had injured him. Lin Xian was greatly surprised when he saw that this sword qi actually did not cut apart the thunder drum. However, he also knew how terrifying an earth-rank treasure was. It would probably be very difficult for him to shatter it. However, if the other party wanted to rely on an earth-rank treasure to block his attack, that was a fool's dream. I'll let you know the consequences of chasing after me. Lin Xian shouted coldly, pulled out the 9-hell demon sword, and attacked again. With a slash of the sword, the black sword light was extremely sharp. Fusing the power of the 9-hell demon sword and the dragon sword domain, it was terrifying to the extreme. The void was sliced apart in an instant. The surrounding lightning sea was even annihilated by these sword qi. This was like a sword of death. Everywhere it passed, nothing could block it. In front of my myriad thunder drum, you can't stir up any waves at all. Ahead, the middle-aged man's expression was ice-cold. He revolved his power, controlling the myriad thunder drum in front of him. This myriad thunder drum was also a treasure. On top of it were lines of lightning patterns, incomparably mysterious. At this moment, it was akin to a lightning mountain blocking in front of the middle-aged man, carrying out defense. Bang! Bang! Boom! The sword qi slashed down, colliding with the myriad thunder drum, emitting an earth-shaking collision once again. But this time, the myriad thunder drum produced a change. That drum's surface trembled non-stop, forming a rebounding force, even bouncing back quite a bit of sword qi. Brat, have a taste of your own sword qi. The middle-aged man laughed coldly and continued to control the myriad thunder drum, emitting a powerful aura. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that this myriad thunder drum actually had the power to rebound. Facing the incoming sword chi, his figure swayed, and he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His entire body turned into a stream of light, instantly dodging the sword chi that filled the sky. Seeing that Lin Xian was not injured, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked. Because the other party's speed was too fast, so fast that it made him extremely shocked. Damn it! Who is this brat? How can he be so strong? He was simply too shocked, because the other party's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Such a person definitely could not be just a small alchemy sect disciple. No, he could not let the other party live anymore. Otherwise, in a few decades, he would be an extremely terrifying existence. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He decided that he had to get rid of Lin Xian today. He could not allow a tiger to grow into a calamity. Brat, I have to say that you are indeed a genius. But it is precisely because of this that I have to kill you. The middle-aged man's expression was ice-cold. Then, he clasped his hands together. Immediately, the 6 light pillars in the distance quickly gathered towards Lin Xian. The 6 lightning pillars continuously compressed space, causing the range that Lin Xian could move to become smaller and smaller. This was a measure of the middle-aged man's. Because he knew that the other party's speed was fast, he might not be able to hit him even if he used his ultimate move. That was why he compressed space, making it impossible for the other party to escape. The 6 lightning pillars, together with his lightning domain, formed an extremely terrifying space of pressure. The other party could only break it with a powerful force. Otherwise, there was no way for him to escape. However, with such terrifying energy, even the middle-aged man himself might not be able to break it, let alone the other party. Therefore, in his opinion, this time Lin Xian was dead for sure. Lin Xian's nerves were also tense. He did not expect that the middle-aged man could actually suppress his speed. He had to admit that this was indeed a powerful opponent. Chapter 17:13. However, it was indeed impossible to trap him. Moreover, he did not intend to waste any more of his energy with the other party because he was worried that a stronger martial artist would appear at any time. After all, the treasure below seemed to be no small matter. Therefore, in the next moment, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in the dragon sword territory. The dragon-headed sword body was extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a sharp aura that could destroy everything. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the middle-aged man opposite him felt his hair stand on end. He felt a great sense of danger, as if it could threaten his life. Damn it! What is that? The middle-aged man looked into the distance in horror. He did not expect the other party to have the ability to kill him. In the next moment, Lin Xian grasped the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Suddenly, a surging sharp aura erupted from his body and swept all around. A huge sword shadow circled around his body, like a real dragon circling around him. The sword shadow grew larger and more solid. It was like a heavenly divine sword that emitted a terrifying aura. The sea of lightning around him was instantly wiped out. Even the 6 sky-reaching lightning pillars that were flying over from afar had dimmed. It was as if nothing could resist the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Not good. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's scalp went numb. He roared and clasped his hands together again. He frantically activated the 6 heavenly lightning pillars, wanting to quickly kill Lin Xian. At the same time, he retreated rapidly and fled into the distance. This was because he had no confidence that he could resist Lin Xian's sword. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the dragon sword territory to the extreme. Then, he held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand and slashed out. Boom! The huge sword chi slashed down, bringing about a terrifying storm. The 6 heavenly lightning pillars were instantly cut in half. Not only that, the void in front of him was torn apart by the terrifying sword light and instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. No! The middle-aged man roared crazily. Countless lightning bolts surrounded his back, forming a pair of lightning wings that flapped rapidly. He turned into a stream of starlight and fled into the distance. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was simply too fast. It was as if the sword chi alone had sealed off all directions. In the next moment, the true dragon sword chi arrived above the middle-aged man and was about to land. Damn it! The middle-aged man's face turned pale and his scalp went numb. He realized that he couldn't resist at all. However, he didn't want to die here. So in this critical moment, he could only sacrifice his earth-step treasure, the myriad thunder drum. Explode! The middle-aged man gritted his teeth as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he detonated his 10,000 thunder drum, instantly forming a shocking explosion. The energy of an earth-step treasure's explosion was far too terrifying. In an instant, a terrifying storm was formed to resist the true dragon sword chi. Soon, the true dragon sword chi slashed down, forming a terrifying energy ball that completely engulfed the area in front of it. Lin Xian activated his heavenly eye and focused his gaze. He realized that in the end, the other party still managed to escape. However, even though the other party had managed to escape, he had sustained severe injuries. Most likely, his fighting prowess had dropped significantly, and he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Hemph, at least you ran fast. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Using the dragon-shaped sword chi just now had consumed a lot of his energy, so he didn't have much energy left. If the other party hadn't detonated the Earth-step treasure, the energy formed would have been terrifying. The other party definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from this sword. He sighed and sat down to rest. At the same time, he used a secret sound transmission to call the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey back. Not long after, a red light flashed. It was the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey that had returned. How was it? Did you kill that person? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. He escaped. In the end, he detonated the Earth-step treasure and escaped with his life. Detonated the Earth-step treasure. The dark red dragon was shocked. It seemed that this guy was a decisive person. Let's not talk about him. How are things on your side? Lin Xian asked again. You guessed right. It's indeed an ancient ruin. It seems that the Myriad Thunder sect has joined forces with the Tuoba family to occupy the ancient ruin. Two forces want to occupy the entire ancient ruin? What a big appetite. Lin Xian snorted coldly. We definitely can't let them succeed. Of course. Why don't we attack them now and catch them off guard? No need. The ancient ruin must have many restrictions. Let them have a headache trying to crack it. It's better for us to reap the benefits. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Also, spread the news. The more people know, the better. Kid, you want to fish in troubled waters? I like it. The dark red dragon laughed loudly. Although the two of them were powerful, they couldn't contend against two major forces. However, if this matter was made known to everyone, it would definitely attract countless warriors. As long as they mixed in with the crowd, they could secretly obtain it. Lin Xian rested for a while, and then set off with the dark red dragon to spread the news. On the other side, Tuoba Yulong and the other two were still thinking of ways to explore the ancient ruin. They didn't notice that the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey were spying on them. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void rippled and a figure appeared. The moment he appeared, his body trembled and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Wan. Tuoba Yulong and the other two turned back and discovered that the wretched figure was actually a middle-aged man from the Myriad Thunder sect. Their expressions changed drastically. Mr. Wan, how did you become like this? Did a mighty figure take action? Tuoba Yulong was nervous. In their opinion, only a mighty figure could injure the middle-aged man so severely. The middle-aged man didn't answer. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and quickly took out a few sacred healing pills to heal his injuries. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although his life was no longer in danger, his face was still abnormally pale. Damn kid, I'll definitely take revenge. Hearing that, Tuoba Yulong and the other two's eyelids twitched wildly. What? It wasn't a mighty figure who took action, but that bastard Lin Xian? The three of them were simply too shocked. That kid is too strange. His combat strength is very strong. However, no matter how strong he is, he can forget about snatching the treasures in the ancient ruin from us. Don't worry, I've already informed the sect. Someone will be here soon. Indeed, a few days later, a few more powerful figures arrived. Among them were middle-aged men and a few of the older generation. Their auras were abnormally powerful. Elder. The middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong hurriedly bowed. However, not long after, another group of people arrived. Among them, apart from mighty figures, there was an extremely old man. A living fossil. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.